I gotta add my creamer and then I'll be ready. But I can do that here. So. Hot mic. Good? Good morning. Good to see everybody. Today is Tuesday, September 10th, 2019. It is 10:02 a.m. We're in the city chambers, and I call the City Commission regular meeting to order. Those present with me are Commissioner Luke, Vice Mayor McDowell, myself, Mayor Hanks, Commissioner Carasone, Commissioner Emmerich, City Manager Lear, City Attorney Slayton. We have our Deputy City Clerk Taylor, Recording Secretary Hill. We have Fire Chief Titus back there, and Police Chief Garrison. Give me the waves and the thumbs up. So we're good to go. We now have permission to move forward. Just a couple of reminders. If you would please either turn your phones off or on to vibrate, as we do not have great acoustics in this room. Every noise made out there is very loud up here. So we do ask that you just kind of be, keep your talking to a whisper. Because it does make it hard for us to hear. If you have any public comments or want to fill out a card, it's over here to my left. You'll give that to the officer there, and he will pass it down the line. If you would, please, we would like to invite Pastor Mark with Bethel Baptist Church to give us the invocation. Could we please stand for the invocation and then for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner McDowell, if she would.
Father, we come before you this morning, and we thank you for the city of Northport. We thank you for our country, the United States of America, and how blessed we are to live in a land of freedom. Thank you, Lord, that in just a few moments we'll be able to pledge our allegiance to one nation under God. As we approach the calendar events of this week, and remember tomorrow is Patriot Day, and the many who lost innocent lives during that day, and the families who are still grieving these many years later, Father, we pray again for your protection against Islamic terrorism and the battle that still rages. And then, Lord, my prayer turns to the things that go on right here for our city. Thank you, Lord, that we can ask you for wisdom. And one of the greatest political leaders of all time, named Solomon, got wisdom from you. And we pray for wisdom across this chamber, especially for those seated behind me who have been entrusted with making decisions for the good people of this city, and we pray that you give them real wisdom today to know the right way, to know the real truth, and to know real life. And I'm reminded that you said, Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no man cometh unto the Father but by me. Lord, I thank you today that I know Jesus and so many others in our city have had their souls saved and their lives turned around through the Lord Jesus Christ. And if I had my way, it'd be true for everybody here. But Lord, you've given us that freedom, and we thank you for it. Now, as decisions are made, we pray that all decisions would tend toward righteousness, because you said righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. So give wisdom today that each decision made would tend toward the righteousness you've established for us. Thank you, Lord, for our city and our nation. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. All right, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So move, Mayor.
Have a second?
I'll go ahead and second.
I have a motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Let us take the vote. That passes unanimously. We will now move on to public comment. Vice Mayor?
Mayor, I'm not sure if he wants to speak during general public comment. If not, then I'm not sure where he wants to speak.
Mr. Ritchie, I have you here for Mosaic Garto Chemical Plant. Would you like to speak now? Sure. Okay. And is that for later? Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Mosaic, resident of Florida.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm here. I was here last November 2018, and I brought to the attention Mosaic Bartos Gypstack, the Mosaic chemical plant. And I've been going around to many BOCCs from Lee County, DeSoto, Charlotte, and this here is the 200-foot tall phosphogypsum gypstack. This is the Mosaic Bartos South. Every day, this discharges 2.6 million gallons of acidic radioactive wastewater and heavy metals from sodium, sulfur, ammonia, uranium, radium, every day into the Peace River. In August of 2016, most people don't know, and this is only miles from that gypstack, over 215 gallons of acidic radioactive wastewater dumped into the aquifer for over 18 days. And Mosaic did not notify the public till about day 19. On June 14th, a group of people, we filed a request for a hearing with FDEP for the specific water permit for the Mosaic chemical plant. Great news. We didn't hear anything for a while, but we were granted the hearing. It will be on Monday, September 30th at the Mulberry Civic Association. The Peace River provides water to thousands of people. It also provides water to Northport. It provides water to Charlotte County, to DeSoto County. And I have a lot of documents from Mosaic, a failed water test. And we should be very alarmed that right now we have 5 of the top scientists in the United States, Dr. Larry Brand, Dr. Walter Bradley, are in our backyard doing a study on the cyanobacteria and blue-green algae and what these toxins are doing to all of us while we breathe it in the air. So thank you very much for your time this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie.
Any other public comment, Vice Mayor?
Not for this one, Mayor.
Wonderful. Well, then we're going to move on to announcements. City Clerk, would you please read the announcements into the record?
The current vacancies for the following boards and committees include the Art Advisory Board, Audit Committee, Beautification and Tree Scenic Highway Committee, Charter Review Advisory Board, Citizens Tax Oversight Committee, Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Environmental Advisory Board, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, Joint Management Advisory Board, Police Officers Pension Board of Trustees, Northport Youth Council, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, Planning and Zoning Advisory Board, Public Utility Art Advisory Board, Zoning Board of Appeals. The upcoming expirations for the following advisory boards and committees: Community Economic Development Advisory Board, Police Officers Pension Board of Trustees, the Zoning Board of Appeals. 1 Northport resident to serve on the Sarasota-Manatee Metropolitan Planning Organization's Tamiami Trail Scenic Highway Committee. If anyone would like more information, please see the City Clerk's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk, and I must apologize. I said hello to her, but Ms. Sydney Gruder's an aide to Congressman Greg Stubbe is here. Welcome. So glad to have you. Thank Mr. Stubbe, for all the work that he does. We greatly appreciate it. I'm sorry. I said hello, and I just forgot to say you were here. I'm so sorry. Okay, we're going to move on to general business. Discussion of possible action related to the submissions received from the advisory boards for a tribute infinity wall bricks or artwork display at the Northport Aquatic Center. City Manager, will you please introduce this item?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. This item, as you know, the Aquatic Center is being completed right now. We're getting closer and closer by the day. But the commission directed staff to get with the Parks and Rec Advisory Board, the Art Advisory Board, the Historic and Cultural Advisory Board on the tribute and infinity wall. With that, I have staff here from Parks and Rec. We'll go over not only what they presented to them, but looking for direction on how you want to move forward.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Tricia Wisner, Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation. On June 6th, the commission provided direction for staff to meet with the Arts Advisory Board, Historic and Cultural Advisory Board, and the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board to obtain input for this legacy tribute wall or similar installation, and to bring back those suggestions for consideration to the board in the first meeting in September. Staff met with the Parks Advisory Board on June 20th, the Arts Advisory Board on July 9th, and the Historic and Cultural Advisory Board on July 11th. During those meetings, we provided an overview of the Northport Aquatic Center, recap of commission direction, and requested suggestions. To allow the boards to cultivate some ideas, we asked them to send them back through their liaison or to Parks and Recreation. We did receive 6 from the Historic and Cultural Board, 15 from Parks and Rec Advisory Board. The Art Advisory Board has requested to delay their submissions until they complete their 5-year plan. The compilation is included in your backup packet, and at this time we request a review of the suggestions and direction on which suggestion you would like to move forward with and a location for that implementation.
Wonderful. Thank you. Do you have any public comment on this? Vice Mayor?
I do not know.
Okay, wonderful. We're going to move on to the commission floor. Commissioner Jill Luke, you have 8 minutes. The floor is yours.
I'm hesitant to discuss this because of the request of the Art Advisory Board asking us to wait until they were able to supply their feedback. Do you have any idea how long it would be before they would be submitting theirs so that we could view, everybody's input?
I believe during public comment during a recent meeting, they had mentioned that they anticipated having that 5-year plan to you within the next month. That is the best I have at this point.
Okay. Personally, myself, I found 2 or 3 that I really liked in the pictures that were shown, but I would hate to move forward without the input of the art board also. So.
Thank you very much. Commissioner McDowell, 8 minutes. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I know during the discussion of the sponsorship wall with the little fish and sea creatures on the entry part, I felt that it needed to be a tribute wall similar to like at the Mullen Center. At this point, I'm not in favor of doing anything. I'll be totally frank and honest. We have a separate sponsorship wall, and to do this tribute wall, I'm really afraid it's going to diminish the value of both programs. And you don't want one to be better than the other. I was looking for it to be all-inclusive. So I'm not in favor of doing anything. That's my 2 cents on it.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Carrasone, 8 minutes. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I can't get on my computer right now, but I think that there's one picture that was in there that had the metal wavy fish. Is there a way that you can put that?
I do have them.
That was one of them I liked.
Is this the one you were referring to? The wavy fish?
Yes, that's it. What if you did that as the fence line around the facility and you do it in pieces?
Like segments?
Yeah, segments. So that throughout the years, people could purchase, the fish, and then you replace the gates as you go along, and then the whole facility would be, at one point, filled with those wavy little fishies.
I would have to look into that with the project manager and cost. There are some concerns with completely covering the fence line for light on sight and safety and security reasons, but if the direction were that, portions of it were completed as such.
Well, and it
pricing.
doesn't have to be that collective. I mean, you can create the metal where there's a few missing, so you could see through them, It doesn't have to be that exact design where you can't see through it. I just think that it would add to would kind of give it an artistic value of what it would look like and add to what your theme is in there with the fish and stuff. And then the other thing was that the historical board had said something about maybe utilizing more of an archaeological theme, and I really love that idea for the playground. Maybe redoing the playground to have more of an archaeological thing with the saber-toothed tiger and the woolly mammoth, and more of kind of a pathway, like they said, from the aquatic center to the playground, that, you know, it's almost like the past and the future, you know, connection. And I think that's just a really neat idea that they came up with. But I don't think the aquatic center is exactly where it should be, that it should kind of be separate, and maybe that would be the theme of the playground side.
Just as a side note, the playground RFP is wrapping up at this point. We have a meeting tomorrow with the respondents, and at the time that we put out the playground RFP, it was a request to match the aquatics theme. A historical component was not included in that.
Again, but we didn't make that decision, right? That was just a staff decision that wasn't brought to us, right?
It's not, typically the RFP for a playground doesn't, the specific items that are requested in there isn't a commission direction. However, at this point, it was meant to, the last time we had heard about from the commission was to have it be cohesive for the property, to be a playground that was well shaded, about the same size as the previous playground, and that went well with the Northport Aquatic Center. So the direction that went out was for it to match the current components that were at the location.
You'll have to find me the minutes of that, because for some reason, I don't remember that conversation, that it was to match the aquatic center. In fact, I mean, I know that we didn't even have anything to say on the modeling of the aquatic center, so, until after it was already sent out. So, I don't know. I guess we're kind of stuck, aren't we?
Is that it?
Yeah.
Do we have any criteria yet as to what a tribute, I mean, what is the criteria? Because to me, when it went to these boards, my thought was the first idea would be, you know, we need to establish a criteria before we really design, you know, establish a design. So have we discussed any criteria of how we're going to pick and choose for tributes and things like that?
It was our understanding that the direction would be to compile all the ideas and bring it back to the commission for the commission to determine really what the program was to look like, and how, you know, the price points, where it was going to go, based upon the input from these boards.
But they didn't give that, they just gave the instruction on how it should look.
They really did not give much information as far as the location or the price points.
Okay. Yeah, because I just don't even see the point in going there until we even know what it is we want to do, because that might even determine the way the whole thing looks. Depending on what that criteria is, types of people on there may determine the way that entire field is going to be. So I would lean with the rest. I'm probably not going to be willing to move forward with this one yet. Okay, Commissioner McDowell, you have 3 minutes.
We have other tribute programs, and help me, it's the bench program, the tree program, and a paver that's way out at the other end of City Hall, on the green.
We have pavers also available at the Canine Club.
At the where?
At the Canine Club.
Oh. How many people participate in the tree tribute?
I know the numbers went out in our monthly report. Off the top of my head, I don't have those memorized. I can get those numbers for you.
I guess the same question would be for the benches. I
In
don't
total,
even
we
see
probably-
any benches.
In total, for the whole program, we have less than 30 participating, I believe.
For the whole tribute program?
For all.
Yeah, we don't need to waste time and energy on this. I mean, who's going to do a tribute thing for the Aquatic Center when there's a sponsorship thing that they can do? I go back to my original statement based on those numbers of who participates in tribute. So thank you.
Commissioner Luke, you have 3 minutes.
Discussion of this board between the tribute and the sponsorship, because the sponsorship had to be renewed. It was this board that actually said we wanted a tribute where it would be put up and it would stay. That is why those brick pavers are so ideal when it comes to tribute, because you lay that and it's done, and people can easily view it. I would think that in the discussion of the boards and stuff, that is something that would be talked about, is the viewing of it. But as long as you've got the pictures up, if they could be thrown up again also. One that I really liked, that I thought was cool, was the swing. The leaves were the tribute on that tree. That is
So
a
this is the one, I'm not
sculpture.
sure.
Yeah, pretty much a sculpture. I don't know how it would fit with the aquatic, but I thought it was absolutely beautiful. The idea of the dinosaur, personally, I would rather see it at the Warm Mineral Springs Park.
Oh, good idea.
In that 62 acres that we're in the future designing this walk area and stuff, having those types of tribute entities or designs, I think would fit there. And that might be where that type of swing and such would fit better. The fishes that was mentioned by Commissioner Carazone, to me, of this group, is probably the most logical for a tributary wall, tribute wall that was permanent. But again, I mean, if the majority says they don't want to go forward with this, I mean, it can end all the energy right now, but I don't mind pushing it back for the Art Advisory Board to be able to have some input in on this also before we make a final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Luke. Mr. Carazone, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, just very briefly, because Commissioner Luke, that's a fantastic idea about the archaeological site at Warm Mineral Springs. But very briefly, the tribute wall was always to be a fixed asset that was around the Aquatic Center somewhere, whether it be a wall, whether it be fencing, whether it be bricks. It was in line with all of our other tributes that we do within the city. The sponsorship wall was kind of something new. It was not what we had thought, hence the reason why we created the tribute wall and asked for the board's recommendations. Those are to be purchased and fixed, not to move, similar to all the brooks. So I personally believe that the fish, or be it a independent statue, or as I said, a fence line, or even the bricks that lead from one place to the other, are totally fine. The second problem is that in general, I don't think people even know about the tribute opportunities here in the city. I know that people don't realize that you can purchase a bench, that you can purchase bricks, that you can purchase trees. Very few people know about that, so we do a very poor job at getting that out there. So I'm not going to determine based off of the lack of information that goes out there. I think that I would agree with Commissioner Luke right now that we can hold off on this determination as far as until the Arts Board gets a hold of it, because I think they may come up with some better ideas as far as look, design, feel. And I love that idea about the Warm Mineral Springs, and I hope that we can get a consensus for that today on the record so that we are not here in 2 years saying, well, I thought we gave direction and it isn't there.
That is it. I will entertain a motion.
Move to postpone. Anyone?
Yeah, I've got just waiting to be called on.
Oh, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
I would move that we would postpone this discussion until the Art Advisory Board is able to come back with their conclusions
Second.
or ideas. Thank you.
The motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner Carazone. Commissioner Luke, you have 3 minutes. Anything to that?
I believe I've already addressed that. I believe, out of fairness, this needs to be able to allow them to voice, and then we have another discussion. And with the passing of time, we'll be able to think ourselves too as to more detail of what we may want or not want at this point. Thank you.
Mr. Carazone.
Nope, I think she hit it on the head. Good to
Commissioner
go.
McDowell?
Yeah, let's make an amendment to this to bring back the price points for the tribute program, for the various programs that are already in place, so that we can kind of get an idea of what this may cost. I know it's not going to be exact, but if we have an idea of how much it costs for a bench, how many people participated in the bench, how much does it cost for a tree, how many people participated in a tree. If we had all of that information when we bring back the art center, we can really have a conversation. So Mayor, I'd like to make an amendment to the
I
motion.
don't know if it necessarily has to be in the motion. You're just looking for information. Just ask for guidance to have information placed in the backup for that. That's
Well,
not
if we
really part.
don't give a motion or amendment or a consensus of some type, it may not get done.
I think consensus would be fine for that.
Another consensus. We have another consensus coming.
Okay.
Let's take the vote.
Well, if I don't get the consensus, I may not want to vote for this. That's,
You'll get the consensus.
That passes unanimously. Commissioner McDowell, your consensus?
make a consensus, see if we can get a consensus, Mayor, to have staff include the participants and the costs for the other tribute programs to be brought back when we have the discussion with the Art Advisory Board's recommendations.
Yes.
Those in favor, say yes. Those opposed, say no. And that consensus passes unanimously.
Thank you.
The next consensus, Commissioner Farrison, that you want.
Yes, to include a design feature in the Warm Mineral Springs redevelopment, or I'm not sure, I don't want to say the word development, we'll get our heads chopped off, but, and the design to include the, some of the things that the Historical Advisory Board has included here, like the tree swing and the woolly mammoth and the more archaeological types of features, be it in a playground or even freestanding area. So to make sure that those are included somewhere within that design in the future when that comes back for us.
Would you like that attached to a tribute also?
Yes, I'm sorry, you're right, and to be a tribute as well.
I'm in agreement.
Or did you get all that? Wait, what's that? Those in favor, say aye. Yes. Those opposed? And that passes unanimously.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to move forward to item B.
So quick.
Discussion possible action regarding the use of single-use plastics at city facilities and functions. City Manager, will you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Mayor. Staff is here to address any concerns, but if you remember back on May 6th, there was a meeting of the Northport Environmental Advisory Board. I don't know why I have such a hard time saying their name. And they sent some information to you all regarding the single-use plastics. As you also may know, the governor this year vetoed a bill that was going to take that home rule of power away from us. Whether or not we could make any legislation locally on that. Unfortunately, the government, like I say, the governor vetoed the bill, giving us the authority or the ability to do anything about it if a local entity chose to do so. This item was requested to be put on here by both Vice Mayor McDowell and Commissioner Luke. So with that, the staff is here to answer questions about it and let me know if you have any.
Do we have any public comment?
I do not on this item, Mayor.
Okay.
I would like to speak to that.
Commissioner Luke, you have 8 minutes. The floor is yours.
I had talked about requesting this to come on the agenda. I am not the one who asked for this to come on at this point in time because I am accumulating a lot of information that I was going to bring forward. The Rethink Plastic presentation was actually put on by me, and I want them to come back with more information. But I've also been working with people up in Sarasota who have passed a code just recently in regards to this issue. So I was going to bring back the information and the code that they are using up there so we had a springboard for our discussion. So I wanted to clarify that, I mean, you can have a discussion, but from my side, this is not enough information for us to make a really good educated decision at this point in time. Thank you.
Okay, I have nobody else? Okay,
I had.
Mr. McDowell, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I was unaware of Commissioner Luke's broad conversation that she would like to have. I was just kind of gearing towards what the EAB had asked us to have a discussion, a general discussion on the topic. So it sounds like this is coming with more information.
Staff is working with me with this too.
Okay. Is that additional information going to come back with some logistical remedies for use at City Hall and for programs and?
I know someone in the department.
Yes, ma'am.
It is? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Because, I went to the Run for the Fallen on Saturday, and I was looking at it with a different lens because of this agenda item, and I just saw the runners coming back after completing a 5 and a 10K and grabbing water, the bottles of water that were in the great big, bin things. I saw the beverages for the rehydration being distributed in single-use plastic cups. And I was trying to think of the logistical way that could be revised if we were to enact something like this, saying, don't use it at City Hall, don't use it on events. So that is what I'm looking for, is a lot of additional information on the logistics of replacing the plastics. Because we don't have dishwashers here. We got to make sure things are sanitary and can be used quickly and conveniently. Unfortunately, plastics is a convenience. Obviously, up on the dais, we don't need to have these when we have these. So,
I don't have one of them.
so I look forward to this discussion. Do you have any idea, Commissioner, when that discussion might take place?
Definitely when we're done with budgets. Because staff is working with me on it, and the finalization of what the city of Sarasota is doing is being finalized.
So do you think it'll be like November, December, or is it going to be next year?
No.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for that update. I'm finished. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Carrington, the floor is yours.
Yeah, just real quickly, one of the things that I've noticed that seems to be the most effective in eliminating the use of plastic bottles is the refill zones in the water fountains. And I think we need to do a better job at making sure that we have those in all of our future fountains, especially given all of the facilities that we've been building lately. Because I can take a water bottle and go through the airport and refill it 3-4 times, and it eliminates having to purchase 3-4 different bottles. So I think that, simple stuff like that could be most helpful. Just an idea to make sure that's part of it.
All right, we'll have nothing else here, so it sounds like we want to make a motion on this.
But this will be coming back.
Okay.
I mean, and it will be anew, so I don't even know if we need to take any action on this at this point, because it will come up as an agenda item later.
So it looks like, yes, sir. Did you have something you want to say?
No, looks like we're good. This was, like I said, it was a request as a result of a memo from the Environmental Advisory Board. So you all wanted to make sure that their memo was received and heard, and looks like we're going to hear it some more.
All right, then for the record, we're taking no action on this today.
Do you want to hear this public comment now?
Now we can wait till the end of the meeting.
Into the meeting?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the only
Yeah, because
other
it came
place
in
I have.
kind of late.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, we're going to move on. Item C, discussion and possible action regarding memorandums from the Environmental Advisory Board related to general board action recommendations, including but not limited to the aquatic plant management and spraying. City Manager, will you please introduce the item?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Similar to that last item, the Environmental Advisory Board sends out memos through their staff liaison of actions that they would like. Some of them if we're already working on, we do. If we don't, are not working on them or need commission direction, all of these memos are forwarded to the commission. Any one of those, any one of you all can request that this be put on for discussion so that you can give direction on whether you want some of these items. I literally presented to them last night of this process as well as There are times though where the advisory board will put a recommendation that it is not up to staff to do or not do, such as just make changes to the ULDC. And clearly the ULDC is a policy that, and that's restricted for you all to make the changes to. Staff will make recommendations one way or the other on them, but we cannot just make changes to the ULDC. So I forwarded those memos on to all of you. As you'll see, there are 5 of them in the backup. Vice Mayor McDowell requested these be put on here so that you all can discuss what the advisory board's recommendations or requests are. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you all.
Okay. Commissioner McDowell, floor is yours.
Yeah. I'm a firm believer that when our advisory boards make a recommendation, we should at least have a conversation about it. And they had presented quite a few of them. Some of them are duplicative in this memo packet that was sent. For example, the plastics, we just had that discussion. We had discussion at the last meeting about the land, purchasing of the land. So we don't, a few of the memos that we have not discussed, and I just wanted to see if there is a discussion that the board wants to have regarding the spraying of the canals and for the aquatic invasions. I don't know what else to call it. So I thought I would start with that. There was like 3 memos. One of them was the spraying of aquatics. The other one was the purchase of the land. Maybe we can give the board an update based on the budget that we are getting ready to approve. There was a couple things about the ULDC in there, and the third one was adding a wildlife protection measure to the ULDC. So I'm not sure what that looks like. So I'm just, as an overview, Mayor, looking to have a general conversation if there's going to be any action taken. So that was my overview of why I asked this to be on the agenda.
City Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I forgot to mention there are a few members of your environmental advisory board. Like I said, this was mentioned to them last night as well, that this was going to be on here. I specifically recommended them that if they couldn't be here, because these memos are their words, not ours. And I did not want to have to try to interpret what their intent was behind some of the memos that were sent to you all. Because as was just mentioned by the Vice Mayor, not understanding what one of them meant, I believe that the group that passed these would be the better ones to tell you what they truly meant, rather than me trying to interpret and then make that the same recommendation. So you do have, there's at least 3 members of the Environmental Advisory Board here. So, and I believe they're prepared to answer any questions you might have as well.
Okay, Vice Mayor, you have about 5 minutes left.
Okay.
If you want to have some up. And
So I think let's just start with the big one, because this is not just an environmental advisory board question, that we have received multiple questions about spraying of the canals. When they go and spray the canals, you can see the dead vegetation above the water line. What is it doing to the water? What's going into the water? How is it affecting our water supply? It is agreed that staff says that these chemicals are safe, but I remember way back when I was a kid, DEET was also safe, and now it's not. So if maybe staff can help understand about these chemicals, especially now that we have an amphibious vehicle, is it going to reduce the use of chemicals? So this is the general conversation that I'd like to have about this subject matter.
Okay, and I apologize that staff is not prepared to have that conversation here, because we didn't know if you'd be having that. Certainly get a presentation ready for you all so that we can explain the chemicals. I know there's been multiple meetings with some of our residents. Like you say, the advisory board has recommended that we look at it. And what I'm looking for from you all is, if that's a conversation as a group you'd like to have, we'll have staff prepare a presentation for you on use of chemicals and spraying in the aquatics, and we'll come back with that.
Vice Mayor, I would suggest that, because I would need a lot more information.
Yeah,
before I
absolutely,
just say
absolutely.
anything
So
concerning it.
maybe we can get a consensus to have staff prepare a presentation on the spraying of the aquatic plants above the line, below the line, how it affects the water, everything that I just basically summarized, and how the aquatic vehicle will help cut down on that usage, if I can get a consensus.
those in favor of that?
I would like to speak to it
Yeah.
before the consensus, if you don't mind.
Let me go ahead and pass the floor to Commissioner Luke. The floor is yours.
All right, I've been in a lot of those meetings with the citizens. And our staff always explains it very well, so I would like to have a meeting where the public can be able to watch and view. Staff is in a place where they have to keep the weeds back because of the drainage, the water flow. They are trying to be disciplined on what they use. They make sure that it is marked, to be able to use. But in those meetings, they have said, if a product is found to do the job and it is viewed in general public's eyes as being better, they're willing to give that a shot. They've already decreased the amount of spraying, the money being used for spraying by 25% this year. So they are responsive and they are willing to work and adjust. So along the lines of spraying, there are other issues. Mayor, do you want me to speak of the other issues, or?
Do what?
You want me to speak of the other issues or just on that spraying? Because I'm done
You
with
can
it.
speak on the other issues. It's your floor.
Okay. The 5 million land acquisition that was in the same memo, I cannot go with that because of the budget, where we're at with budgeting, so I can't. We have the tree fund and the purchasing of the tree fund, but purchasing of property for the tree property so that we can harvest the tree, that's already in the budget. So to go over and above to the 5 million mark is where they were recommending. I can't go along with that because of budgeting purposes. Joint meetings are always good, so they spoke about that, and I think that's great. But the number one thing that they touched on that I am an advocate for, extreme advocate, they brought out the Natural Resource Department. And I think that is something that is lacking within the city. I believe it can fall under neighborhood development. And it is a focus point, not just for the staff to be able to funnel things to, but the citizenry will be able to have an avenue to go through. It will prohibit staff that's doing other work from stopping and going and trying to answer or do something that they're not really supposed to be doing. So a sustainability manager would be the head of that, and then you could have staff under that, and it would alleviate. We all remember the poor arborist who was not taking care of trees, but he was doing environmental stuff that he wasn't supposed to be doing. And it's an example of how staff gets thrown off of what they're supposed to be doing in their regular duties to go take care of something for the environment. So if we have a natural resource department, not a huge one, but sitting like a branch underneath the neighborhood development, I think Public Works, Road and Drainage, Neighborhood Development, Code Enforcement could have some alleviation to the duties that they're called upon to do over and above what they're supposed to be doing, and channel it through this Natural Resource Department. So EAB, thank you very much. We're in agreement and alignment. And you guys are so reactive. Thank you for what you do. You're so active. I know you're fresh, you're new into this. Appreciate the feedback that you guys do and the hard work, dedication that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Luke. Commissioner Carasone, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I have a question from what I heard about the ULDC requesting updates to be written in. Have we had any advisory board education on how the process works and that you can't just automatically request rewrites and such, or?
I'll ask our staff liaison if what he's actually educated them on as far as that goes, but we'll find out.
I think it's time that we put an advisory board education handbook together like we have for the commission that has all of these things, and maybe even links to the videos that I know the city attorney's been working on and Sorry, go ahead.
Greg Biles, Director of Neighborhood Development Services. I think that, Commissioner, that's a great idea. I know one of these memos from the Environmental Advisory Board is asking a lot of things to be put into the ULDC, and we'll certainly look at those and consider those. However, a couple of the items that they're dealing with deals with state agency responsibility and federal agency responsibility. The gopher tortoises are a state fish and wildlife regulated entity. We work with them and we continue to work with them. We're going to be setting up a workshop with the state on the gopher tortoise issue. Similarly with the scrub jays, that is managed by the federal government. That is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And we have just reached out to them, and we're going to have them come down and also work with us. And we'll do what we can in the regulations that both the state and the federal government have in order for us to coordinate with them.
The putting up of silt fences, say between properties, that's not state regulated though. That would be like a city building department issue, correct? Okay.
Correct.
Because I think that's one of the primary concerns is how, while the property itself is being surveyed for gopher tortoises and environmental impacts, what these people are doing, and I saw it right behind my house, which is still not built 2.5 years later, is that they are pretty much going on other people's properties and just driving over whatever it may be. There's no silt fences between the two. Nobody's making sure the silt fences are up. So I think those types of environmental impacts can be handled internally, but I get what you're saying. There's others that are more state and federal regulations. So I'm glad that you have some sort of education system going on. There's a joint invitation for different departments to come and speak. One other thing is that where are we on that environmental impact information? We were going to talk, and I think that's city attorney, sorry. We were talking about an environmental impact fee quite a while ago, that could we do an environmental impact fee? Is there a way to do it? And would that even support an environmental impact department per se? You don't remember that? You're giving me that look of, huh?
No, ma'am, that's not something we've been tasked with looking into.
Does anyone else remember that conversation?
I'd have to go back in my office and check the notes on that one.
Okay. So the environmental impact fee, I could have sworn we talked about.
I vaguely do remember.
Yeah. I thought it was when we did the environment or the impact fee increases, we got a consensus to look into, is it possible to create an environmental impact fee through the state, because the state regulates all that, and what could that go towards? Because we need something to help out. I mean, if you're talking about creating an environmental department, we obviously need a funding source for that.
If I remember the conversation, I don't know if there was a consensus to do so, because I believe there was a reply from staff during that discussion also.
We tasked them to include it when we do the impact fee study and mobility fee study. I think it was to be part of all of that.
Well,
maybe,
because we didn't know whether we could do it or not.
Correct.
That's the question. Okay.
I think that's when it was tasked to come back to us.
When we had that big workshop, that could.
Correct.
I think you're right on the money there. Okay, so hopefully that's we'll find out some information about that. And then finally, I think that honestly, if we're going to discuss any of these items that have been brought to us, we really need a joint meeting with the board. This way there can be some cohesive conversation between the two entities, find out exactly what they're looking for, because this is all very blank statements and I think there's more to it. And so when we get that joint meeting with the board, we can get a better understanding of what they're looking for and how we can address those issues. That's it. I'm done.
Commissioner McDowell, you have a follow-up, 3 minutes, floor is yours.
Yeah, I love the idea of the joint meeting, Commissioner Carrison. I think that it would solve a lot of the questions out there with these memos. I did have a consensus on the floor waiting to take action on it about the presentation by staff with spraying of chemicals. I think that would be really helpful and informational, not only for us, but for the board and for the rest of the citizens. So I would like to see, Mayor, if we could get that consensus approved.
So would it be to have a joint meeting to have a joint meeting and at that joint meeting have that presentation?
We could do that. That would be a
Because
great
that I will
opportunity.
be for,
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a consensus to have a joint meeting, including the consensus we already did that has to do with the presentation.
We
Those
never
in
had.
favor
We
of
never
that?
got consensus on
Oh.
the presentation.
All right, then, here we are.
Yeah.
So we're looking for a consensus on that. Those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those opposed? All right, that consensus passes. So we will do that. You have that? All is well down there? You get first eyebrows? No, good? Okay.
Let's
I have a
see if
couple
we
more.
could do it before 2020. Do you think that might be possible,
I hope
city
so.
attorney, or city manager?
To have the joint meeting,
With the EAB and the presentation and stuff? I'm looking for a timeline, so we're not here a year from now.
And I understand that. We will work our best to do that. We can get you the presentation on the aquatic spraying certainly before then.
We want to do it together, as a joint meeting and the presentation all together.
As a joint meeting or not, or as part of the joint meeting or not. So if you
Yeah.
do, I will just say it's difficult. It is September, and with 2 boards, as well as all the meetings that are already scheduled between now and the end of the year, we'll do our best. I will try.
That's all we can ask. Commissioner Carrison, you said you had another consensus?
Yes, I have a couple more. First is the handbook for all advisory boards. Can we get some consensus to put a handbook together similar to our welcome handbook that we have for the city commission for all advisory boards?
Those in favor, say aye. Oh, yes, you can.
Is it one advisory board handbook for all of them, or is it each one a different handbook?
No,
Because
no, no,
that's
one.
I just
Policies,
sure.
procedures, the
yes, then,
appropriate.
as long as it's one handbook to be passed out to all of them.
At the county level, they actually have instruction. You go into a meeting and you learn all the ins and outs of advisory boards. So definitely handbook is a step one.
Yeah, and I think that we have many videos that have been put together for both employees and advisory board members, and you could put the links on there. So there's a lot of things you could do with that handbook.
So those in favor?
Yes.
Opposed? So that is a unanimous consensus.
Okay, next is, let's officially get a consensus to look into whether or not we can legally create an environmental impact fee, as well as, if we can it be used to create an environmental, or, what did you say, Commissioner Luke? Environmental or?
Natural resource.
Natural resource department.
Those in favor?
Information's always good, sure.
And
Opposed?
that's it.
And there is your consensus.
Thank you very much,
Wonderful,
Commissioner.
thank you. I am going to move on to public comment. I want to apologize. I'm doing this because I actually skipped it last time. So, Mr. English, Ms. Straub, and Ms. Piner, right over here to our left.
Chuck English, Northport. First off, I'd like to thank the Commission for their consensus on the proposed environmental impact fee and the Natural Resource Department, which is something the city badly needs, and probably affiliated with our Parks and Rec. The only other aspect is that one of the things I've noticed over the last year and a half, and relating to social media and the city's media, there appears to be a lack of knowledge within the residents as it relates to the character of the land which they have chosen to build and move into. Maybe the city could put together some type of brochure or some type of social media thing educating the public to the character of the land they've chosen to build in, which is something I think the realtors would probably be able to utilize also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. English. Ms. Straub?
Good morning. My name is Sherry Straub, and I am from Lee County. I represent a group that's called Clean Water Now. I had spoke at the last meeting, and I do appreciate you giving me the opportunity to address you again this morning. It is on the Community Bill of Rights and our movement that we have been participating in establishing the rights of nature. You had offered to do a presentation with our group, so I am just here to thank you again for giving me the time and to schedule that presentation with your board.
Yeah, we're not going to do that right now, but if you want to get with staff, they can work on something.
Okay, I appreciate
And
it.
try to get together with us and get all our calendars together.
I also wanted to add, I've been sat here the other day and listened all day, and it was definitely an education. I thank you for that. Listening to Mr. Ritchie this morning talk about Mosaic and the water, and I'm sure Mrs. Piner will touch on that as well. These home rule charter amendments isn't just for our water, though we all do rely on it. The way that the state and the federal government also create laws for the scrub jays and the tortoises, these home rule charter amendments puts that power back into your hands. And that's where we need it. We need it with our citizens that can actually vote, where you can put new laws into place that protect these in your own city charters, just the way that Toledo, Ohio has done with the Lake Erie and the Lake Erie Bill of Rights. So, I mean, this doesn't just pertain to water. This pertains to our livelihood. And I appreciate you giving me the time again today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm all about home rule.
I think we're preaching to the choir here.
Hi, thank you. I'm Dawn Kleiner. I'm a resident of Northport. And I also was here the other day and heard a lot. And I really appreciate that the education that I'm receiving, and also that you mentioned creating a national resource department impact fees for the environmental impact. I think we need to do whatever it takes at this point. Because, you know, last week I came because I was told Bob DeCello was calling me from Canada, and he's very upset. He's a resident of Northport, that things are not being sprayed properly and being sprayed up into the trees, and their techs are qualified to handle hazardous materials, but they don't exactly put it where it belongs always. And maybe we need to re-educate them on what they're doing, where they're putting, not to spill stuff. And the sidewalks, for instance, why are we spraying edges of sidewalks when we have weed eaters? That's not even a matter of getting a large piece of equipment in there. You still have a guy walking down the sidewalk. Give him a weed eater. You know, but little things, little changes, step by step, these changes in the chemicals I think are great. I've personally looked at your test recently done for Mosaic, numbers that are coming up in the water. Levels of aluminum, they're right on the EPA allowable amount is, you know, maximum 0.2 milligrams per liter. We're at 0.210 milligrams per liter. Radium allowed amount is 0, and we are we're showing levels. I mean, they're not too high yet, but we are going to have an issue. And I spoke to Elizabeth Long, and she basically, we're preparing for issues that are coming, and I think we need, with our new RO, to take preventive measures such as adding this amendment to our home rule charter so we can prevent issues affecting our watershed, that Mosaic is coming closer and closer, and this is our aquifer that we need to protect. If we don't give it the rights of nature, I don't see any other way at this point. These corporations have all the power, and you need this power. We need this power. We all need to make these decisions here in the Northport and every city and county in our country. I mean, everything's getting destroyed. Like I heard earlier, DDT was once allowed. Agent Orange was once allowed. All these things were considered safe. We need to be able to have the rights to make these changes. So I really hope that we can get the rights in nature, the charter amendment going, and get our home rule back where it needs to go here in the city of Northport. And hopefully we can make some changes with our spraying, and I look forward to having that meeting and attending and educating and learning as much as we can to make things better and improve our environment in this area. And I appreciate every one of you for attending our Environmental Advisory Board, all of the data we've been collecting and sharing with each other, whatever we can do to work together. That's what I would like to do. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pine. Commissioner McDowell, yeah, you have a minute?
Just a follow-up comment. I'd really like to thank the Environmental Advisory Board. You guys are doing exactly what we asked you to do. You've got recommendations, you brought them to us. We as a board have to act on those recommendations or not act on those recommendations, but your memos and your recommendations have facilitated a larger conversation, and for that I'm grateful. So thank you.
Very hard workers, aren't they? They've been working hard.
Busy bees.
Okay, well, so we're not going to take action on this. We do have direction and consensuses to move forward. So we're going to move on to our consent agenda item. City Manager, did we have anything pulled for discussion as of yesterday?
Actually, Mayor, yes, we have 3 items that were requested to be pulled for discussion, and 1 item that is requested to be pulled at the request of the person that we're talking about. Mr. Gunnan asked to pull his appointment to the Economic Development Board because there's some changes he wants to make to the application. So that's item D.
So it's being pulled off completely, not for discussion.
So item D is being pulled completely. Item J, S, and I have been requested to be pulled by Vice Mayor McDowell, and so she can give her reasons.
J what?
What?
J, S.
S.
Is in Sam?
Yes, ma'am.
It's kind
Is in Igloo?
I, J, and S.
All right, thank you.
Can I please get a motion to approve the consent items, pulling the 4?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor,
I think you must have hit it.
which is pulling items D, I, J, and S, pulling D completely off, and I, J, and S for discussion. Let us take the motion, or let's take the vote. And that passes unanimously. Okay, we're going to move on to item I, approve grant application of the Florida Division of Historic Resources in an amount of $500,000 for the rehabilitation of Warm Mineral Springs Cyclorama. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff has applied multiple times. It took us a few efforts to convince them that we should get this grant. So we got them to accept our application. It has not been awarded yet, but this is to get I believe it was $500,000 to help us to rehabilitate the cyclorama. So with that, I'll turn it over. We have staff here as well to answer any questions, but I'll turn it over to Vice Mayor McDowell for what her questions might be.
Okay. Vice Mayor, you have 8 minutes. Floor is yours.
Yeah, the only reason why I pulled this is because this is Warm Mineral Springs buildings, and I looked at it as a cheerleading opportunity to show the citizens that we are applying for grants and stuff, so that's why I had pulled this. Was this a matching grant that we had submitted?
For the record, Valerie Malingowski, grant writer, City Manager's Office, and yes, this is a matching grant. We needed to have at least 50% matching funds for this, and we do.
So we had $500,000 that we're matching, and then the grant is being approved for $500,000?
Correct.
Okay, so fantastic. I don't know if you guys want to expand on that cheerleading concept of it. That's up to you, City Manager. That's the only reason why I pulled it.
Well, I mean, Valerie's very humble. One of the things I think that you all deserve some credit for also is the fact that this is exactly why we put her position into the budget. Obviously, you heard me state when I was pushing for this position is obviously grant writers, if you get a good one, they more than pay for themselves. And just so anybody out there wants to know, Valerie does not make $500,000 a year in salary. So this clearly shows that she has more than paid for herself. And this is just one of many that she's been working diligently on. And some of them are some very large, sizable grants that will help so that, as you stated, taxpayers don't have to pay for this through city property taxes.
All right, we'll have nothing else.
Motion, Mayor.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the grant application for the historic resources in the amount of $500,000 for Warren Mineral Springs, and for the city manager to send a memo once it's been approved/denied to the commission.
Second.
Motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. I see nothing here, so let's take the vote. And that passes unanimously. Gonna
May I
move
make
on.
one statement?
Yes, ma'am. You have a minute on
During the
floor.
budget hearings, I just want to reiterate for the public's understanding, we did state that the Warren Mineral Springs Master Plan, and that was not going to be utilizing taxpayer dollars. So those funds and stuff that we're talking about matching, that's not taxpayer dollars. That entity makes its money and is being put to use through this type of programming. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to item J, approve the disposition of surplus assets and recommended method of disposal dated September 9, 2019. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. This is almost all of the items except for one are Ford trucks that are being replaced. The other item is a Kawasaki mower. Staff's here to answer any questions you may have on it of why this was pulled.
Have anybody that wants to ask?
I pulled this item just
Vice
for
Mayor.
vote,
All right.
that's all.
All right, Vice Mayor? All right, well, I'll entertain a motion then.
I have one question as long as it's been pulled. The Kawasaki, was that really only purchased in 2016 and now it's defunct?
Ken Rappoon, Fleet Manager. Yes, Commissioner, that item actually does have a blown hydraulic motor and it's going to cost $1,500 to repair. That item is not being replaced. That item is being turned in as excess and not being fixed. So we're saving the money, not replacing it and getting sent it to auction to be able to recoup the amount of money that we can get from it for its current value.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve consent agenda items J.
Floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. I see nobody wants to speak to the motion, so let's take the vote. That item passes 4-1 with Commissioner McDowell dissenting. Commissioner McDowell?
I think I've said it a million times before, no point in stating it again.
All right. We're going to move on to item S, approve authorized leave without pay for City Clerk Catherine Wong. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Our city clerk, Catherine Wong, is currently out on FMLA and has requested a 30-day extension. Typically, these are approved by the department director. In this case, that would be you all. And so that approval needs to come from you. And historically, we have not denied the first 30 days anywhere in the city, so I just want to make sure you all knew that, and we'll go from there.
Okay. Do I have anybody that needs the floor? Commissioner McDowell, you have the floor.
Yeah, I pulled this item pending an answer to the question that y'all received. Charter officers are quite a bit different than city employees. They have a higher level. They are our employees. The city clerk's department needs to have their clerk here. We've granted the FMLA. We are in charge of granting an extension. And based on the answer from city manager, when I asked the question, has a charter officer ever been given an extension for FMLA? If I read it correctly, the answer was no.
It was no, and one has never been requested. I want to make sure the clarification is there. Nobody's ever asked.
So this is setting a precedent, in my opinion, if we grant it. We don't know if in 30 days, do we have confirmation that in 30 days she will be coming back, or is that still subject? I don't know really what's going on with this whole thing, to be honest with you, and I feel quite left out of the loop as her direct supervisor. And I'm putting that on the record.
Okay, well, that's obviously, I have sent you what I have that's not HIPAA protected information. Obviously, would not send that on anyway for any employee. And the employees that report to me, I don't get their HIPAA protected information either. That being said, There is the opportunity that all employees have for, like I say, the first 30-day extension. It has, for the most part, been all but automatic historically. There is a second 30-day extension that historically that one comes to me for non-charter employees. And it's at that extension that we require the employee to have either a foreseeable return to work date, either within that 30 days or shortly thereafter, that second 30 days. At that point in time, if they do not have a return to work date, then we don't approve the second 30-day one. So whether or not the city clerk plans to return at the end of the 30 days, right now what she has requested is that 30 days. I do not know what the intent is after that. So I can tell you the assumption that is normally made is that they are returning at the end of the 30 days until they put in a request for a second one. I'm sorry, I don't have more I can give you on that, but that's what I have.
Can I, city attorney, if,
5 minutes left.
is there any prohibition for us to not deny an extension legally? I mean, legally we grant to FMLA. Is there any legal prohibition that says you have to grant the FMLA extension, or?
Just to clarify, Vice Mayor, this is not an FMLA extension. The city does not have the authority to extend a federal legal protection. This is a request for authorized leave without pay, meaning that the employee can remain out of the office and is not getting paid during that time that they've exhausted their leave, their paid leave. So while it may seem like a distinction without a difference, it is an important legal distinction. And no, legally the employer does not have to grant that. It is important to look at past practice. The courts would consider that. But it is at the employer discretion.
So because past practice has allowed and the extension for 30 days, those weren't charter officers. Is there a distinction that we would, is there a distinction that we should grant this, or is it because they're separate, a charter officer versus an employee?
Well, while charter officers might be separate in the commission's mind, because charter officers answer to the commission, charter officers are employed by contract as opposed to your general at-will employees. And the charter officers do have a lot of responsibility. Those are some of your high leadership positions in the city. I understand why you're making a distinction. Legally, these are all employees of the city. And there would be an argument to be made that a charter officer, because of the level of responsibility in this particular department, that would be an argument. I can't say whether or not that argument would be successful. That would be fact specific before the courts if it were to be challenged.
That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you for the discussion opportunity.
Commissioner Carrestone, you have 8 minutes.
Yeah, I'm glad you pulled this. You know, it's been 3 months already, and here's my concern. I get that there's been, you know, kind of a way that we handle regular employees, but this is a contractual employee. It's completely different than a general employee. So I do believe that there's some differences there. And I thought that in the contract itself, it said that you needed to work a general average of number of hours, you know, like an average of 40 or no less than 40 or something to that degree. I cannot remember for the life of me. But does anyone remember? I'm so sorry.
I can open that and look at that for you. I don't recall offhand, but yes.
Thank you, because it looks like someone's ready to chew his ear off. Okay, and so, you know, I get that there's been a past practice, but to be honest, as far as I'm concerned, after 3 months, I think that the contract has already been violated if those are some of the clauses in there. However, I don't know all of the detail because, as Commissioner McDowell has pointed out, we've been very much kept in secrecy over all of this, and it's a little concerning. So I guess that, you know, we really need to know where we stand because this could turn into another 2 months, technically. And if that's the case, then we need to know that now. I mean, Heather can't keep running a department single-handedly without the appropriate amount of personnel there. And it's not fair to her. That's bottom line. It's just not fair to her, it's not fair to the employees, and, you know, it's been 3 months. I'm okay with the FMLA. I'm okay with even an extension if there was a valid reason, but, you know, now we're going on another month and possibly a second month, as I understand it. You know, where does it end? And the setting of precedents does concern me, because this could be any of our employees that do not, our contractual employees that do not have an assistant or a deputy or someone to step in necessarily to the highest degree that we have been so blessed to have, who can kind of walk in aimlessly and seamlessly. So, city manager, did you have any answers, or someone?
I'm still reviewing the contract.
Okay, well then I'll yield the floor until we get an answer on that one. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Luke, floor is yours.
I understand where both of the previous commenters are coming from. There is an overall frustration to the entire department and the leadership and management of that department. I'll go ahead and say it by Ms. Wong. There has been more of a satisfaction under the deputy clerk and the progress that is going forward. We are having discussions on the 17th, the 7th of October, that I think is going to give more clarity to that. But there is a human side to me also, where I don't really mind allowing this first extension of 30 days, because there was a physical or some kind of a health type of emergency. No, we don't know, but we can't know because of HIPAA. So there had to be a leave prior to the birth, and so I don't mind extending it once, but no way would I want this board or the city manager to approve a second. Just no way under the sun. And I would almost say that that's a condition on allowing this first extension to happen. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Commissioner Emmerich, floor is yours.
Yeah, and I don't, this is probably for the city manager or human resources. I don't want to break any HIPAA laws or anything, but this extension, do we know that there was a doctor's recommendation, or is this strictly on the employee?
No, we have a doctor's note stating that she cannot come back to work right now.
Okay, I just wanted to know if there was documentation in place.
That's different.
Thank you very much. That's all I had, sir.
Okay, Commissioner McDowell, I have you for your second 3 minutes, ma'am.
So here, this is to my board. This is my frustration. I have been requesting documentation about our charter officers' leave that they have taken, the days off that they have taken. We don't have access to that. How many days did they take? How many vacation days? How many paid time off kind of days? We don't have any of that information, and that was part of my request, to receive that information. I don't know when her last paycheck was. I don't know if she's used up all of her time off. I don't know any of that information, and as a boss, I have a serious concern with not having the documentation available to us. I understand that there's a doctor's note that says she cannot return, but the federal government gives FMLA for 12 weeks. It is our decision to say, hey, we will extend it for another 30 days, or to say, no, we are not extending it for 30 days. I don't like how this whole thing was handled and being left out of the equation, and especially when I had asked for documentations. And that has nothing to do with the issue at hand, but it just compounds the frustration to be able to make a decision. So just because there's a doctor's note, FMLA runs out when, city manager?
Is it today, I believe? It's either today or tomorrow. And as far as the other information, as far as her last paycheck, that was sent to all of you. When she got her last paycheck, the fact that she's out of paid time off.
But when was how much time did she accrue and use and stuff prior to that?
I can tell you she's used all that she has. She accrues it under the personnel policy, just like any other employee does. And I thought that we had given you all of her time off records. I think it sent it to all of you. So, I mean, but the fact that she has no paid time off and when she was given a paycheck, that was delivered to all of you.
What is the date of her FMLA running out?
Last question.
Tomorrow.
So tomorrow is the 11th, so that means she would not be able to attend the workshop on the 7th that we have.
On the 7th?
Of October.
Of October?
October 7th's workshop.
That is correct.
City Attorney, you had a response to Mr. Kerrison.
Yes, sir. In response to the request to review the relevant provisions of the contract, there's nothing in the contract that specifies that this employee must work a certain number of hours or, a certain duration of employment as far as time put in. Section 3 of the contract does require that the employee must perform all duties and responsibilities that's directed by the commission, must do the job. Section 7 applies to termination of the contract, and the various ways the contract can be terminated are if there's no good cause, then with 10 days notice and severance under the contract. If there is good cause, then with 10 days notice. Good cause is defined in the contract in various ways, including breaking the law, anything that violates the personnel policy or a rule or regulation that would subject any other employee to termination. It also includes willful dereliction of duty. It also includes any breach of the agreement by the employee, provided that the employee be given 10 days notice of that breach and 10 days opportunity to cure the breach.
So let me ask the city attorney, or city manager, if I could, kind of
You
as
have 3
a
minutes.
re-up on that. City manager, if you had an employee that left early pretty much 2 days a week without telling you, for quite some extensive time, and also had quite a few days off for a different variety of reasons, and then took leave where they didn't come back for 3 months, and of course it's all kind of on the up and up, and then asked for an extension for another 30 days. Would the personnel policy allow for all that?
Okay, a few things in play there. One is when somebody's out on FMLA, I can't factor any of those previous things in. I can't use the fact that they went out on FMLA against them in a negative manner.
No, I was talking about previous to the FMLA, the doctor's appointments, the leaving early,
But I can't, I get what you're saying about the previous things. One cannot impact the other.
Okay.
I cannot say, look, you've been basically a marginal employee, maybe even a bad employee. Now you went out on FMLA, I can't use that against them. That would get us in all kinds of trouble.
That's what I was trying to get at.
That
Okay.
being said, as far as the previous things, if I had an employee that was constantly leaving early, that was missing work, yes, I would address it. I would have to address it as their supervisor, whether they directly reported to me or not. Somebody in the chain of command would address the fact that you need to be to work to do your job. But again, I will strongly say you cannot use the fact that they then turned around and went out on FMLA in combination with the other things that pretty sure the city attorney will agree with me on that. Will get you in a whole lot of trouble. One piece of information I did want to clarify, because I was asked a question, I gave the wrong answer. The request actually is not for a full 30 days. The request, as states in the backup, was to be on authorized leave without pay until October 4th,
Yeah.
which is slightly under 30 days, which means that, yes, if Ms. Wong comes back to work, the next work day would be Monday, October 7th, which would be the day of the workshop. So while I stated she would not be here, that's because I was, didn't have it in front of me that it wasn't the full 30 days at the time.
And then my final is to the city attorney. How do we prevent this? I mean, not that you can prevent, obviously, health reasons, and I'm not holding this against Ms. Wong independently. I just don't want this to happen again. And so the question is that if you have someone that's constantly, and a charter officer in our case, if we were to get a new city clerk and they're going out on leave for various reasons, leaving early, not coming in, every once in a while we'll get something that's scheduled, but for the most part we're not being made aware of it. At least I'm not.
Exactly.
So how do we prevent that from happening in the future? Do we do a consensus to amend the contract? How do you do that? I mean, obviously in a new contract we'd know to include it, but
Depends on what you want included in the new contract. You can't unilaterally amend the contract. The employee would also have to agree to amend the contract. I mean, so just think of any other contract. It's like any other contract that you have. You can't do that unilaterally. It doesn't mean that you can't get a majority vote to attempt to do that if the employee agrees to open up the contract as well. I don't know how likely that might be.
City Manager.
Not to cut off the city attorney, I think part of what
No,
you're
cut her
asking
off,
for,
cut her
though,
off.
are not contractual issues. If you're
No,
looking
city policy.
to manage an employee, which is what Commissioner McDowell brought up, is if, every 2 weeks I approve employees' timesheets. The employees that report directly to me, or if, just use Ms. McDade, she would approve the ones in her department, I approve hers. That's not a contractual issue, it's a management issue of whether or not you want to, somebody to approve the 4 charter officers' timesheets. If you want to, at the end of every 2 weeks, rather than designate one of you, it be sent to you. This is what that employee put in for time off. I look at those more as a management issue of how you're managing your employee, being the 4 charter officers. That's information. I don't.
You are absolutely right, because the chair used to do that in the past. Back when I was here prior to 2010, the chair signed off on all the employee timesheets, and I am glad you said that, because I totally forgot about that.
I don't think that's a
Yep.
contractual issue. I think it's more of a, because a
Internal
great example is
management.
how are you going to know if your employee, being the 4 of us, are not following your employee issues. So there's not been a system in place. Like I say, I know we sent you some information. It may not be as frequently or as often as some of you may want.
Well,
I think
that's what you
that's
know.
a requirement, for you all to let me know as a group, do you want timesheets sent to you every 2 weeks for somebody to approve?
Yeah.
But again, I don't believe that's a contractual issue. I believe it's a management issue.
I remember that now. We had, and it was all done online. And I wish someone was here from like old school days, because you had to go all the way down to the bottom of the website. Julie would know. And you had to go internally to the bottom of the website and approve the.
I can tell you right now, our timesheets are approved electronically. Right after I started here, we got to electronic timesheets. I think my first 2 timesheets of working at the city were paper. Ever since then, we've had a system called ExecuTime.
Yeah.
It's, like I say, they're approved every, at the latest, they're supposed to be approved Monday morning at 9 a.m. of the week that you're getting paid. And the employee's time off is all in there. Now, again, I will caution you all, same thing I give to every one of the people that work for me is she as all 4 of us are salaried employees. So we don't enter hourly time as far as, was I at work from 8 to 5 today? And I will heavily caution you to looking at that, because you'll convert a salaried employee to an hourly employee very quickly, and that gets really expensive.
Absolutely. 8 to 5. That's all you're working today?
but that's an 8-hour day. Yeah, I am working 8 to 5 today, and then probably a whole lot more.
Yeah, we'll see about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just wondering how does that, you know what? I'm not gonna
Yeah,
belabor
let's-
this. I think we should
Another
just
conversation,
move
I
on.
just wanted to say.
But
yeah.
I do like the idea of getting a consensus to include timesheets. I don't know if we can do, well, it's a consensus. So we could do that as in taking action on that without
How
it
about
being.
how about we stick to the subject since the mayor's not here?
Well, it is kind of the subject.
Let's stick to the subject about the charter officers extension.
afterwards.
And then we'll do that
Gotcha.
afterwards, okay? Because I think one will help with the other one.
Well,
So mayor's back, so we'll let him make that decision.
I do have a question. I don't know if this was asked while I was gone. You answered that her previous absentees and all that could not be affected according to the FMLA, but what about the additional request of the additional 30 days? Can we relate those two together and say, you know what, you've really missed a lot of time, and now you're asking for another 30 days off? Can that apply? Because this is outside of the FMLA?
I'm going to ask Michael Golan to come down and speak with you all about these
I knew he was
employment-related
back
issues.
there for a reason. I saw him hawking out there. Like, I'm coming. Like a little vulture just kind of circling around.
But he's got 2 good feet.
I know. I love you, really.
One-hand man once.
Yes,
No, it was one leg.
One leg.
Michael
that was
Gold
it.
with the Assistant City Attorney. So anything that is dealing with FMLA, you have to kind of put that out of your mind when you think of the next thing, because you can't hold that against somebody, or not against, but you can't consider that as something when you then consider the next thing. So whether it's another 30 days, or a promotion, or a demotion, or some kind of disciplinary action, you have to separate that from your things that you are considering, performance, job performance, things like that.
So you're saying this additional request for 30 days goes with the FMLA?
No, it should be considered separately from that, because it's not FMLA, it's
Right.
additional unpaid time off. There are other considerations that do come into play when considering that. So is it a reasonable accommodation? Does this person have other protections under federal law because of their medical condition that they would need this? Those things should be taken into consideration. What is their position? What are their responsibilities? Do they have backup for those responsibilities that are being taken care of? How necessary is that?
Now, how do we make those determinations if we can't have access to the information?
Right.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know that it would matter whether the person has a broken leg or,
That's
migraines. I don't know that
Right.
that matters. All you know is that the doctor says it's required, or it would be reasonable accommodation to give them the additional 30 days. So the actual cause of it, I don't know that would really matter.
No.
So what you are saying is we can determine this additional 30-day request of time off. We can look at this and then say, I just don't know. You get a lot of time off. You've taken a lot of time off before your FMLA. I mean, it has nothing to do with that. You've taken a lot of time off there in the past. You've as it was said, you take days off. You missed days. You hadn't let us know. And then now you're wanting additional time off. I know you have a doctor's note, but what you're saying is that we have a legitimate reason to look at that concerning this additional request.
If it comes into your calculation, but I wouldn't put too much weight behind it. Just because of the other protections that a person would have under both state and federal law for disabilities or perceived disabilities or medical conditions.
Because of the doctor's note.
Reasonable accommodations such as that. If it's a doctor saying, yes, this is medically necessary, this person needs this time, it would be hard to make the argument that, okay, you're not correct, I don't believe your doctor.
Right.
You could, now, there are ways to go about doing that. You having your own doctor and things like that, but then you're in a battle of who do I believe? I advise best to avoid that.
Then one more question, and this is my last one. Because she is a contracted charter officer, in looking at the past time, it's always difficult for us, especially with the charter officer, because the only time we can discuss our employees is right here in public. And, that's, to me, that's just not the most conducive way to manage people, With that being said, if as a contracted, I know that in the contract, we do have, clauses, without cause, things like that. How important is it during this time frame that, if a charter officer is missing day, and taking time off and leaving early, is it that important that we have meetings like that to establish a precedent of cause, or is the contract itself good with the without cause clause or the with cause clause? Does that make sense what I
I
said?
think we addressed that.
While I was gone?
I think we addressed that,
Sorry.
kind of.
I guess if it's important to you.
Well,
as the
that's
commission.
that's what I was wondering, because I know that with employees, it's very important to, to create that baseline. So I was just asking.
I'm not familiar with the terms of the contract and what the hourly requirements are.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understood your question. Are you asking how important the distinction of with cause and without cause are under the contract?
No, what I was getting at was, I know that with employees, it's very important to have a track record recorded. Like if somebody, you can't just say, hey, you missed a lot of time, you're out of here.
Are you talking about like documenting an employment file?
Yes.
Personnel file? It's no
Yes.
different with your high-level employees than it is with any other employee.
Well, then that goes into my question, because the only time we can really do things like that is right here in the public, which makes it very difficult to manage like that. So that's why I was wondering.
That was the discussion we had earlier. Back in the day, there were timesheets that had to go to the chair, now the mayor, that had to be signed off that showed all of the time worked. And when we're done with this, I will ask for a consensus to re-implement that.
Yeah, I was just trying to find a
But furthermore to what you're saying, though, is what happens if that isn't sustained? What if you do see, you're marking off on these timesheets, but what if you do see that someone's not putting in that substantial amount of time that you would assume as a charter? So I think you're asking a two-part question.
One of the elements under the contract related to termination, so first of all, you have an annual review, performance evaluation of your charter officers, and under this particular contract, because it's the one that's pulled up in front of me, although I believe that this exists in all four of your contracts, under the definition of good cause is included the issuance of a performance improvement plan, and the employee, after having 6 months to address the complaints there and not addressing those, can be terminated for good cause. And under the contract, the distinction between good, or the impact of with good cause, without good cause, is whether or not the city would owe severance pay.
Right. Okay.
Can I ask
Yes,
some
Commissioner
follow-up
McDowell.
questions?
Okay.
A couple follow-up questions based on the city attorney's weighing in on this whole subject. At this time, because I'm not sure how the board is voting on this, and right now what is before us is, do we want to approve an extension of 30 days of unpaid leave? Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so by approving that, she then would have to come back to work on October 4th. And a precedent had been set for all future charter officers with this approval, if that's what the will of the board is.
I just want to clarify, she wouldn't come back on the 4th, that's the last day. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that, so if you go looking for her on the 4th and she's not there, that she's not expected to be. Her first day back to work would technically be Monday, October 7th. That being said, yes, you are somewhat establishing, this is the first time we've dealt with this, so yes, from how you're handling charter officers, but again, I give you the same caution the city attorney did, as the courts are going to look at as we're all employees of the city. They don't set a distinction of charter officers any more than I can treat somebody in utilities differently than I treat somebody in public works, because that director may have done something different. When we end up in court, it's all city of Northport.
So, because she's a contract employee, is there a distinction then versus an employee, a general employee?
No.
Could be.
As far as precedent goes?
Well, severance and.
I mean, you're bound by the terms of your contract.
I mean, the precedential factor is this is it's not the first time something like this has been requested, but the first time this has been requested by someone at this level of employment.
You have two things, right? You have your contract, you have your written policy, and I guess you have the third thing, which should be the law. And where your contract is silent and your policy says what happens, I would follow the policy. If both were silent, you would follow, unless the law overtakes all of those things. So right now, you don't have anything in the contract regarding this, but you do have a policy which tells you what we generally do.
So if we don't approve this extension, my understanding would be because if we don't approve it, the next step would be that Miss Katie would have to report for duty. No? What happens then if we don't approve it?
Well, technically, at this point in time, she has a doctor's note stating that she cannot report for duty. If you don't grant the extension, in effect, she's terminated.
They were talking about lawsuit.
Okay, Commissioner Liu?
I believe it's very evident by the discussion that we have had today. Granted, it was brought up that it's a little sensitive when you have to discuss an employee in public, but pretty much we've been doing that right now. I am looking at this precedent discussion as what if this were the opposite? Suppose it was somebody who didn't miss the work, who had all of these things. And if we set the precedent that a charter officer does not receive extensions, we might be hurting somebody in the future. So I think the precedent that is set for all employees legally for our protection, we should probably follow suit. But upon coming back, there is an evaluation that is due. It is past due while she has been out. That at that point in time, there be these open discussions, they will have to be, within an eval. And at that point in time, there needs to be a decision as to what we want to do per the contract through the evaluation process. A greater concern to me is the workshop on October 7th. Personally, I don't want somebody who has been extracted from what the progress that has been going on in this department, void from the conversations that have been going on, to come in and think that they're going to lead this discussion that's going to be going on in this workshop. I would rather that the deputy clerk still handle this, and we have those evaluations as soon as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner Liu. Commissioner Carrasone, last follow-up.
This is technically 24 days or 18 business days, correct? Because coming back on October 4th.
Sound right.
It's probably the doctor's note stating that.
Well, I don't know, but they're asking for, what was it, 30 days?
No,
Right?
they're asking for the additional leave without pay to be effective
Right.
on September 12th through October 4th. So it's not 30 days.
All right,
through
so it's specific, the September.
October 4th would be the end of it, and it would start on
Okay.
September 12th.
Okay, so come October 4th, they can't say, well, I had 30 days, I still have a few more days, so I don't have to come back.
Correct, this is exactly what was asked for.
This is an absolute. Okay, that was one question, and then I guess I can make a motion. I'm ready to move on, and then I want to get some consensus afterwards. So I'll move to approve, I'll move to authorize the leave without pay for city clerk.
So when?
As mentioned.
Thank you.
It was, the October 4th.
I'll second that if you press your motion button.
Yeah.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carrasone, seconded by Commissioner Lewis. Commissioner Carrasone?
Now, I'm just going to add a couple of things afterwards for consensus, and then we can get those on the record to
Commissioner
address.
Lewis, I have nobody here that wants to make comments, so I will entertain that motion.
Entertain a motion.
Yes, and then we'll move on to consensus. That passes unanimously. Commissioner Carrasone, do you have a
Okay.
consensus?
I would like consensus for us to, city attorney, how do we do this? To begin the past procedure of having all charter employees under the commission to submit timesheets to the mayor on a bi-weekly basis, to be approved by the mayor, and then copies distributed to the rest of the commission for, just for knowledge. What do you think? Because that's how it used to be. So,
Yeah, we'll end up, what we'll do is, with this direction, we would set the mayor, and whoever is the mayor, it would move every year, would then have access into execu-time, because that's how our timesheets are approved. So the mayor would then every 2 weeks approve a timesheet. And if I'm understood the second part of your request there, and then those timesheets would be sent out after approved to all 5 commissioners so that you would all have that information.
right, this way the rest of the commission understands if someone is missing a lot of time.
I think it's important, Commissioner, that you know that your exempt employees do not clock in and out
Right.
every day with those timesheets reflector. It looks like you clock in and out from 8 to 5, just as a
I was going to say,
a
how do I
standard way
manage
because
that?
they're exempt. But it does show when you're using your leave. So when you're using your personal leave or your sick leave.
Well, in the past, because I remember I did it for Patsy, they showed if they were here at 7 a.m. and didn't leave the commission meeting until 11 p.m., it was on there.
And that was an incorrect process that we did back then. If you start tracking employees' hours that are salaried employees, that's why I was trying to say the 8 to 5 thing. What shows up in our system is that they worked 8 hours that day as a salaried employee. It doesn't show that they got here at 7, it doesn't show that they got here at 8. They either worked a full day, which is considered 8 hours, or not.
Because remember, the purpose of keeping time is related to paying your employees. And your salaried employees are not eligible for overtime. So if I work 35 hours this week, I'm not eligible to be docked for 5 hours. If I work 75 hours this week, I'm not eligible to be paid for the additional 35 hours. That's part of what being designated as a salaried or exempt employee is.
But if you work 12, 13 hours today and you come in late tomorrow, I'm not going to hold that against you, but how do I know unless I see that somewhere?
I guess, Commissioner, for me, I think the only way to really do this would be on the annual evaluations. When it's brought up, Commissioners going to say, listen, I really feel like she isn't working, and then we got to discuss that out, or if he isn't working and not just
I
she.
just don't know how you do that, though.
It's in the evaluation is what would determine that.
And part of it is work product as well, right? You know whether or not, or hopefully you know whether or not an employee's going to work done.
If over time you keep getting a 2.2, at some point, somebody else is going to take that position. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I can't approve the consensus, however, I understand where you're going with it. Part of what I requested from the city manager was a breakdown of what days was she absent? What days did she come in late? What days did she leave early?
We don't even know that.
He can see that because she has to put in the time off.
I won't see that unless she submits the time off.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know
So how do we know if she was overpaid for the absences if the time off wasn't requested?
Wouldn't be by contract.
And unfortunately, and I know you're going to love this answer, you don't. It is a management function, and
How are we supposed to manage something that we have no way to manage?
I will be honest with you, it's the same way that I manage, for example, Julie. Julie works at a remote location. She doesn't work at City Hall. I don't know that she gets here at 8 o'clock, and I don't know if she leaves at 5 o'clock. I manage her. One is when I need her, is she there? And the work product that she accomplishes.
And trust.
And trust, because I cannot force her to, if I say you haven't worked 10 hours today, or you haven't worked 8 hours, you can't dock a salaried employee for hours. You can force them to use their accrued time off if they go to like a doctor's appointment or if they take an hour off. But the next step is, and sorry, Julie, you're just the easiest one to pick on today.
She's always here to pick on.
That's why it's so easy, because we know she's not the one we're talking about.
Say Julie works 6 hours tomorrow and she doesn't have any more accrued time off on the books, I can't dock her for those 2 hours. I still have to pay her for the full day as long as she showed up to work today. She could show up for 10 minutes and she gets paid for the whole day.
I think here's what I think I'm hearing from the board is when you leave for vacation, you send a memo. Hey, commissioners, I am going to be taking off from this date to this date. So-and-so is in charge. City attorney does the same thing. Periodically, we get them from Miss Katie. But then there's other times where it's like, where is she? Well, she's not here. Well, we didn't get notified of that. City attorney, is there a way based on the contract to say you have to inform us when you're going to be taking time off? Because then it's assumed you're using your accrued sick time or you're using your accrued vacation time. Because right now it sounds like there's no way to track it anyhow.
It's not addressed in the contract.
Okay.
So it's not a contractual issue. If someone is out of work for a day, there should be some record of that because they should have requested leave. However, if an exempt employee, a salaried employee, leaves work at 4 o'clock for a doctor's appointment, that doesn't mean they're necessarily putting in an hour of time off to go to the doctor because they might work when they get home, they might have come in early that day, they might work late tomorrow, and that's something that is allowable for exempt employees.
Sounds like a bigger conversation is.
Well, I think your other question about the memo, again, I agree with the city attorney, it's not a contractual issue, it's a management issue again. And there's nothing that says that you as a body, again, you specifically cannot, as we know what the charter says, one can't request, but as a body, you can put into place that when one of the charter officers is out of work for using time off or whatever you guys decide, that a memo similar to what the two of us send you is sent. I send it to you for a few reasons, not just so that you know when I'm not here, more so that you know who to go to. I can tell you I have a specific thought process I go through of when I send that memo, because if I'm out of the state, I may not be taking time off, I could be at a conference, but I can't readily respond to you, so I name somebody in charge. If there's nothing in my contract that says I have to do that, it's a professionalism thing in my mind or
Exactly.
a management issue.
So maybe we can get a consensus to instruct the charter officers to, and this is just part of the discussion follow-up based on his answer, is to have the charter officer send a memo to commission when they're taking 4 hours off so that we know if it's going to be personal time off, conference time off, and who's in charge in their absence.
Commissioner Luke?
My comments are somewhat similar that what has been said over with our charter officers. This is a management issue, and we can state what we want them to do. If we want them to let us know when they stayed 7 hours for a meeting over time, or if they had to go to an appointment, I mean, those two charter officers sitting down there do let us know when they're out of the office and who to go to, because they do pretty much report to us. So that needs to be, if we're going to manage all of them, that needs to be articulated to all of them, including the clerk, that this is going to be expected of them. I don't have a problem with receiving monthly, showing me the time that was taken off. No, you don't view it as though they're a time clock type of person, but it does let you keep up with how many requests of vacation, leave, whatever that is on that. And that is a monthly. I don't think I need it every 2 weeks, but whatever would be easy for those who are in control of the time cards, because I don't want to set something separate, but all commissioners should be looking at that. That is part of the evaluation that needs to be done yearly. But if you're receiving it monthly and you're seeing a pattern going on, you can bring it up to put them on a plan, an improvement plan or something. But you can't if you just leave it to the end of the year. So I would like to see at least a monthly report to all commissioners of the time off that's requested, but then make a managerial policy that they report to us when they're leaving.
idea.
City manager, do you have any, or city attorney, is there anything wrong with that you can see? I personally think that the process is, as we're doing this, the process is working now because we just took a 5-minute item and drug it on for 35 minutes because there's obviously issues with
Extremely
every
important.
one of
Yeah.
us, right? So even the process we have is working because we're all recognizing some patterns here. So, I just think you have a hard time at this level of management micromanaging. You should not have to micromanage. Nothing frustrates me more than having to micromanage at this level. So that being said, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know that that's necessary. I think the process is actually working.
Well, you don't have it going to all commissioners right now. You may have a commissioner whose ears are perked. Well, I haven't seen
That's
her,
right.
so they go and ask for it independently. But if it's automatically given to all of them, all are alerted at the same point in time, and we're all on the same page instead of one just being alerted to something.
Okay. Commissioner Carrison, you had a...
Yeah, I'm gonna revise my consensus, okay? Revise my consensus to have all charter officers report monthly time off, requested and otherwise, as well as times that they were early out of office. And to notify the commission as a whole when they will be leaving for an extended period of time, more than 2 hours, who will be in charge, and who we are to be seeing as their secondary person. That's the first one. So it's just general information
I
to,
just don't understand. So you're saying that you want all that given the first of every month for the month previous?
no, the monthly time off requested would be given on a monthly basis. And that the commission is basically notified if someone leaves early for more than 2 hours, by more than 2 hours.
By
Or
that-
if they
by that
have
officer.
not come in
10.
2 hours prior, right, to the start of the day. Or if they need an extensive time off, or if they have not shown up, or they're not coming to work. Anything beyond that 2-hour format, I think that the commission should know that they're leaving or not going to be there and who's going to be in charge.
But you have situations where the city attorney is off doing city attorney things. She's not here for 2 hours. She's off doing city attorney
But
things.
she's still on the clock. She's still here. It still can be reached by phone, still can be, she didn't take off to a doctor's appointment. She didn't go.
Yeah, I see what you're
to-
saying is personal.
Right, right.
Pete?
The one thing that
Commissioner
I'm hearing is you're basically wanting a summary of use of leave. If they're doing their job, they're doing their job, so whatever use of leave they're using on a monthly basis.
That's the monthly part.
In
yeah.
a 2-hour increment, that's what you're looking for.
Well, no, the use of leave would be the monthly part. But if they leave at, say, 12 noon, they go to lunch and they never come back, we need to know that too. Who is it? If we come in at 2 and we're looking for information from the clerk's department, we know theoretically that the deputy is who we have to go to, but what if they're both gone? And I don't know who I'm supposed to be going to. And I don't know why she's gone for 2 hours. I've been waiting 2 hours. I'm sitting here in the office waiting for her to come back from lunch. Well, wait a minute, she's not coming back from lunch. Those are the things we need to know about.
So Commissioner, so who monitors that?
Well, the commission should have that so that at the end,
Yeah,
when we
but what I'm
do
saying,
the
who monitors
evaluation.
That, do we call in every day at noon to see if she's here? That's what I'm saying. I think we're
Well,
really
some of us
just
know it
kind of.
already,
Well,
so.
I know, but that's kind of my point. We kind of know. So is it really necessary to have every day, to have the email, or is it? I kind of like with what Commissioner Luke said. You get a monthly report. They can. Well, yeah, but you're also doing the daily ones too. I'm saying everything is a monthly report. She just sends a report, says here, here's the time I took off this last month, took 2 hours here, I had a doctor's appointment there, I had this here. We can request in policy that if you're leaving, you send an email with the calendar update as what initially began. I mean,
Well, that's
we
what
were
I'm-
getting
yes.
this all the time, and then it just kind of quit. With a monthly report of, and then we can match that up with the calendar. But
I think
everything's
we're saying
done.
the same thing, which is kind of scary. The calendar thing is exactly what I'm talking
Okay, I
about.
thought
Leaving
you meant a separate
early,
spreadsheet.
leaving, no. I'm leaving early today at noon. You don't even have to give a reason because you're a
Right.
salary employee.
Yeah.
Leaving, not coming in till 2,
the office till
that
2.
kind of crap. And then the overall monthly sheet would be exactly what Commissioner Emmett was talking about, would be how much time of leave was requested, so that we have a general idea of that as well. Does that, city attorney, city manager, does that make sense?
I'm in agreement with it.
Does that make sense? I understand what you're saying with the monthly. Are you asking that your charter officers also keep a daily log and report that to you?
No. if
That was the
you're-
part I didn't understand.
See, here's the thing, you guys already do it, so it really doesn't matter. What happens is if you say something happens that you can't be here today, you'll send an email out overnight and saying, I'm not going to be in the office, Mr. Golan is going to be in charge, I apologize. Okay. There's been an emergency. And then if it's planned, we get the general calendar information and it'll say, not going to be in for this week and that week. So that's what I'm talking about, just making sure that everyone follows that same procedure.
Well, I have to tell you, that is not the process that I follow, just to be transparent about that. I don't notify you every single time I'm out of the office. I notify you when I'm out of the office and can't be contacted. So I might be taking a personal day off, but I'm local, and you can call me on my cell. I don't notify the entire board of that, every time. But if I take more than one day off, or if I'm going to be out of the area, I want you to know that.
I'm gonna move to Commissioner McDowell, but I
Maybe
think
we need to have this
we already kind of have a initial process, and it began everybody doing this, and for whatever reason, it just kind of faded out. Which is every time, somebody was gone for any period of time, they couldn't be contacted or anything, we knew about it. It was via, they would send a calendar invite, and then I would hit the maybe, so I knew it wasn't necessarily for me.
Yeah,
'cause that's
yeah,
the way
I hit
do it.
decline, I just knew, yeah.
Or a decline, and then, I think that in itself,
Right.
which is how Heather does it, how our city attorney, how our city manager does it. If it's necessary for us, they send it. If they're gone for personal reasons, they say, I'm out, they even send the memo, but I'm out, for
right.
personal reasons, contact so-and-so. It sounds like to me, we just need to get together on a policy for this, and I think what we have is working. We just need to say, here's the deal, you gotta do it.
That's what I was trying to get consensus to do.
That's why it slid off.
Do it.
Yeah.
Commissioner McDowell, I'm sorry.
I just real quick, I understand what we're all saying. I think the charter officers hear what we're saying. I really think that this is a level of professionalism. Bottom line, it's a professionalism. I am the boss, not I, we are the boss of the charter officers, and there should be a level of respect of saying, hey, I'm not going to be here. I am not going to be available. This is the person in charge. This is just common decency and professionalism. And the lack of it not being done just irritates me to no end.
And honestly, I would hate at this point, because this is the first time we've really had this discussion. I would hate, because to me, it's just going to denigrate the position, the level of position that it is to say we must set up a policy for every charter officer. I just don't, this is the first time we've had this conversation. I think everybody understands by decency and professionalism, what they should do. If Mrs. Wong is listening, she hears this. If she looks back on it, she'll hear this. I think everybody
It'll be in the
knows
minutes.
exactly what we're saying. It'll be in the minutes, so everybody will know what it is that we're looking for. And these things will be reflected every year. It'll get reflected upon your evaluation. And at some point, as I said, if you continue out of a 5-point system, you keep getting 2.2s, that's not going to last long. And that's what's going to happen.
And maybe just to,
So I don't think we need a consensus on
I think the
anything.
consensus that I would like to have is how much paid time off they're using every month. Because that is something that we do need to know and to be able to manage.
They only have so much.
But we don't even know when they're using it. We have no way of knowing when they're using paid time off.
That's where the
when-
calendar comes in. Because it doesn't matter, right? Whether they have off or whether it's paid, it's in the calendar, it's time off. And at some point, you use up your 2 weeks
But we don't know
vacation,
when
your
that
sick
is
day.
used up, is the point I'm trying to make. So if you send in a calendar request, hey, I'm not going to be in the afternoon, I'm not going to be in on this day, I'm not going to be in on that day, we don't know that it's going to be paid time off or just personal time off without pay.
Again, to me, that's going back to denigrating that level of position.
But it's a management thing that we have to be able to manage.
Can I make a suggestion? Can we, on October the 7th, when we have our little conversation about public records, can we just gather some information on maybe setting a policy on how, because I think there's other things that, we haven't really ironed out as far as charter officers, like the kind of like a discipline and complaint issue, and maybe just add that to the, an overall discussion about charter officers and their roles and accountability and then-
I'm good with doing that. Because you're trying to raise the professionalism of the position and have them be
Take ownership
professional
of who they
without
are.
it being a written policy.
Right.
But then we were talking about the timesheets being sent to us for oversight. I can agree that we need to be able to see those. We're talking about different reasons for seeing them, but I think if we just, it was sent to us, you have your oversight, you have your data, and then if you want to just have them raise their professionalism without it being in the policy, we can articulate that on the 7th.
So can we have consensus?
Consensus to bring this back on the 7th?
Well, consensus to iron out what we want to see as far as the procedure policy for charter officers as it relates to timesheets, duties, or, and I would, if there's anything else that we feel needs to be addressed as far as our charter officers'
Can we get that on the
accountability.
agenda? If I get that consensus, that'll be on the agenda so we remember to hit those things.
Yes, sir, it'll be on, I believe stated October
I'm a
7th.
yes. I'm a yes.
Commissioner Imich?
I have a second consensus.
Okay, so that is a consensus to do that. Commissioner Pearson?
The second consensus is to make sure that our assistant, or our deputy city clerk, is the point person for that October 7th meeting as far as public records.
Thank you, because I was going
Yeah.
to bring that forward too. I'm in agreement.
And that's it.
I would be in agreement because she solely is the one that worked
Yeah.
on that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Imich? Yes. Okay, so you have that consensus?
I'm done.
All right.
Let's do this
Great.
again.
I'm glad we pulled that so we could have this discussion.
All right.
We need a break.
Yeah, I was wanting to take a lunch break at 1.
That would be nice.
1?
Well, that's when I was
Okay.
wanting to
Yeah.
take a lunch break, like a full hour. Would you guys be all right? Can you wait another 50 minutes and get through one more item, or maybe 2?
Yes.
Are you good?
Let's finish out
That consent's done. I just wanted to hit a couple of more things. Because we do have a big agenda here, and I just want to kind of try to move as much as possible, and then we'll take an hour lunch break.
I guess I'd rather not take an hour lunch break, but.
Well, you always
okay.
complain about the half-hour ones.
No, I'd rather take like 15 minutes now, half hour, and then,
I can
because
do
just
that. If you
so
guys
that I
want,
can
let's
get
take-
up
Come back
and
at
move.
1 o'clock, take lunch, take break.
Okay,
and
let's
come
just
back at
take
1
lunch, we'll
o'clock.
come back at 1. That'll work.
Okay, that works.
So we're going to take a lunch, we'll be back here at 1.
I gotta stand up after
Yeah, I
a
would have
while.
saved us some time and
our mission statement is to provide exceptional public safety services in a safe, compassionate, and professional manner. All of our line personnel are highly trained, state of Florida certified firefighter, EMTs, and paramedics. We cover approximately 105 square miles of the city of Northport and 20 miles of interstate. Camaraderie is important because you start working as a group, you do it in training, and it all seems to come together when you get out on the fire ground, and you really need your partners. Everybody knows never to leave your partner, and they don't. They've been trained in it. We have 5 fire stations located throughout the city in various locations, and we are planning number 6 in West Villages area. We also have all of our fire stations are considered safe places and safe havens. Safe places are for youth who are at risk and are in need of help, and they can come walk into any fire station and get the help that they're looking for. Safe havens for newborns is a different program, different age group, where infants can be brought to a fire station without question. All of our fire stations now are hardened facilities so that we can stay in them during storms and everyone stays safe. So police departments is in there, utilities, public works, whoever we need to go out immediately after the storm, then they're there with us to go. A lot of questions that people ask are why we send an ambulance and a fire truck to an EMS call, and a lot of that is for manpower. There's a lot of things to do when somebody is having a cardiac incident. So we send the fire truck with them for the extra manpower and lifting assistance and extra help. The whole goal for fire rescue is everybody goes home safe.
Frank Lama, Solid Waste Manager for the City of Northport, back here again today with Let's Recycle Right Northport. Got a few items for you today. Last week we did notice in the tan lid container, shredded paper put in a plastic bag. Please, shredded paper does not belong in a plastic bag, okay? It belongs right here in a paper bag, please, and it belongs in a tan lid container. This right here, being in plastic, will be considered contamination and garbage. Let's talk about a candle, a glass candle. Yes, it is made of glass, but it is not recyclable right here in Northport. That's right, only glass jars and glass bottles are recyclable in the blue lid container. Let's also talk about the milk jug, water jug. Number 2, definitely recyclable, right? Here's the cap. If the cap is not attached, it will be garbage. So if you crush it down, put the cap on real nice and tight, this will make it through the process. This will be a number 2. Okay, so let's talk about the plastic ring. That's right, the plastic ring. This is a 12 holder. They have 6 holders out there. Please, this is not a recyclable material and needs to be placed inside your trash. So listen, put your comments below. We'll see you in a future video.
Makes me feel important that I'm doing something for the community. I like helping people and I love the work. We got 2.8 inches of rain last night. How I approach it is I got to release some of that water out that we got and get prepared for the next day because you know it's gonna rain again. Like I've been draining these for the last 2 weeks between 16 and 20 inches every day below the wall. And that one little rain, look what it did. For being here so long, you get experience, you get the feel of the water, how the water flows and all that. So if you've done it long enough, you get the feel. I could do this in my sleep because I'm so used to doing it. Yeah, I've been working for the city for 20 years. I'm from North Hills, Pennsylvania. I came down here to help my dad out when I graduated from high school. I started looking for like a future place I can work, retirement, and something's gonna be helpful for me in the long run and help people out. So I put in an application for the city and they hired me, which was good. Best thing that could ever happen. City's got 30 water control structures, 5 gated structures. I'm opening at least minimum 15 today. I got 3 kids, 2 boys and a daughter. And my oldest son gave me my first grandkid. He'll be 3. So I spent a lot of time with them. Because family's first. Oh, I'm a real sports fanatic, big hockey fan. Yeah, I was hoping my Penguins would win it this year, but I can't complain. They won the last 2 years. You can't win it all the time. Yesterday was 16 inches below. It's 10 inches above today. So what I'm doing here now is, when I open this one up, see how high it is? I'm draining it down. By the end of the day, this should be like 16 inches below the wall. And there's our ditch here, and there's like outfalls that come in. Once it gets a certain level, you'll see the water coming into the canals. And then when I get done, I gotta log it on the computer. What I do is I write the time I was here, when I inspected it, what I did, the water level, and the height. This was like 20.4 this morning, and it's almost up to 21. Plus, the water that I'm bringing down raised it a little bit, but you see how it's pushing the water over fast? Each one controls a gate. If you put it on auto, it works on the computer. And then manual, this is for gate 2. If I wanted to close it, I hit the blue button, I hold it in until the gates can completely close. If I want to open it, I do the vice versa, the other opposite. And there's one for each one. Oh, I love my job. I get to work with good people. And we can enjoy what we're doing when we're at work. That's how I was brought up by my dad. He was real caring about his work, and so was I. So like I do take it home. I look at the weather and everything, so I look at the bridge rating and all that. And that should be it. I'll just come back and clean them off.
Building Division is responsible for making sure that all the codes that the state has adopted in construction is adhered to. And basically what we do is we go and do our plan reviews when the customer brings a set of plans in that they want to construct a commercial project or a residential project. We'll review the plans to make sure that they comply with all amenable codes that the state has adopted. After we issue the permit, then we'll go out and do all the inspections to make sure that they're constructed according to the plans. We're responsible for the safe construction of all these buildings, and we look at all aspects of the construction, from footings, foundations, block walls, to roof construction, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, in both commercial and residential. So when we have a commercial project that comes in, we're looking at all aspects of that to make sure that it is a safe environment too. And it has to be designed to withstand the 160 mile an hour wind criteria that the state has mandated that we look at. Our job is life safety, is to making sure that the building is constructed in a safe manner that it will stand the hurricane's design wind loads that we have down here. And that's what our job is to make sure people are safe in their buildings, that they can walk into their building knowing that Northport has done the best possible job we can to make sure that their building is constructed in a manner that they feel safe in. They can go
Hey, there we go. We are back.
May I make a request, Mayor?
Yes, Commissioner Luke.
Could we move on the agenda 4D under general business, or on the cheat sheet, you may find it 4A on page 10. If we could move that up to the beginning of this portion. Amanda has been here. She would like to speak to this. It's in regards to the special events. And she's been sitting here the entire time, and I would like her to be able to speak, and we take care of this so she can go home. She has a family.
Okay. Commission, those in favor of moving that? Yes.
Can we just do all of them?
Yeah, I guess.
You know, it would, well, on the cheat sheet, it's A, B, C, and that's it. A, B, and C.
One of yours?
I'm not using the cheat sheet, I'm using the advertised, posted agenda.
I understand, but if you could give me your number for the cheat sheet so I know where it is, because I use that on my iPad, I don't use it to direct the
The cheat
meeting.
sheet is on page 9. The one that I would like to make, Mayor, is to see if we can move resolution number 2019 R17, which is on page 9 of the cheat sheet, item H, and that's the drainage easements. We have the applicant here, they've been sitting here also. So if we could move that right away too.
So we want to move general business A, B, C, D, and E, you said?
No, just A, B, and C,
A,
which are
B,
all the
and C.
special event
Okay,
requests.
A, B, and C, and then
H.
4H. Or
6H on
6H.
resolution for the vacation of easement.
I'm a yes.
Yes?
Yes.
All right, we are good then. Okay. So we're going to move on to general business. Discussion and possible action to award funds. This is the right one, Commissioner Luke. To award funds from the Special Event Assistance Program to Clara's Clubhouse. City Manager, will you please introduce the item?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, you pretty much stated exactly what it is. We have an event being put on by Clara's Clubhouse, Inc. They're requesting for up to $500 through the Special Event Assistance Program. That we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Do I have any public comment? Yes, I do. Ms. French?
Hi, thank you for having me. We are requesting the...
Name for the record,
I'm sorry, Amanda French.
Okay, go ahead.
We are requesting the $500 assistance from the Special Event Program. We're hosting a Special Needs Safety Expo here at the Mullen Center on the 21st of this month. And we're bringing in some of the biggest state agencies, local agencies, all that provide assistance and resources to the special needs community. So that's kind of it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see who I have here. Commissioner McDowell, floor is yours.
Yeah, just only because I don't quite remember. The special event, is that for nonprofits?
Let me look up the exact guideline language for you.
Yeah.
Because the purpose of the program is to encourage cultural, educational, environment, and recreational activities. So I don't see where it says, off the top of my head, restricted to nonprofits.
I just want to double check, that's all. Make sure we're following our policy.
For a motion?
Yep.
You are?
He did, didn't he?
I thought it was stated.
Yeah, he said it's not subject to that.
Oh, I thought you were still looking.
I'm sorry, I looked at the word nonprofit actually is not mentioned at all in
Thank
the
you.
resolution.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Luke.
All right, I'll move to award the funds from the Special Event Assistance Program to Clara's Clubhouse, Inc. for the Special Needs Safety Expo in the amount of $500.
Up to 500.
To $500. Thank you, ma'am.
Second.
Have a motion on the floor.
I was going to, but she said it out loud.
Doesn't
I have a
matter.
motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner Carrasone. Okay, let's take the vote. Do you want to say something? That
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Claire's Clubhouse is a fairly new organization. You are a nonprofit, aren't you? And it is aimed towards special needs children and families. I've attended some of their events. It's phenomenal. Some of the little toys in that for sensory disabilities is just incredible. That just comes from things around the house that you wouldn't think of. So very honored to have you in the community, meeting needs that are desperately needed, that are void in this community. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Carrasone, do you have something to it?
I ditto, because I think what they do is just spectacular, unique, and I think that anything we can do to help support what I believe is one of the most underserved areas of humanity, I'm all for it. Thank you very much for what you do.
Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I think this is great, and I appreciate that you've taken the initiative to address this. I sure hope that there'll be some plug for our Boundless Playground, which the city put in specifically for all abilities. And I hope that there's awareness to that. So thank you for what you do, and I will fully support this. Thank you.
Did we take the vote?
Not yet.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, good luck. I'll see you at the event.
Moving on, discussion and possible action to award funds from the Special Event Assistance Program for People for Trees. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Again, this is also, People for Trees are asking for up to $500 through the Special Event Assistance Program. I know they've been in front of you multiple times in the past. So with that, I'll turn it over to you all.
Okay. Do I have any commissioners that would like to address this? No?
Ready
Okay.
for a motion?
I'll wait for a motion.
Funds from the Special Event Assistance Program to People for Trees, Inc. Second. For the 10th Annual Tour de Northport event in the amount up to $500.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner Carrasone. Commissioner Luke, you have anything to that?
I think it's wonderful. They have come to ask for this. They have not really, to my knowledge, done so in the past. They have gone by themselves the whole way through. So being able to do this, I believe, shows the support that this organization and this event, what all it does for the city. So thank you, People for Trees, and Alice White.
Commissioner Carrasone?
Nope.
All right, Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, I just want to, after speaking with Ms. White about their tour to Northport that they hold all the time, she had expressed a little bit of concern about the safety aspect for the bikers crossing the more heavily traveled streets and arterials and collectors. I just want to see if by chance are the police present for any of the flow of traffic to stop, or is that, I don't know if the request had been made, maybe CSAs or VSAs.
I can ask the police chief to come up here and say if he's aware of that they've submitted for them yet or not. Answer to the question, yes, we have police allocated for the event, and that's what the money is for.
Thank you, it's for making sure.
We tried to get him a little exercise. He was, lunch was setting in.
That passes unanimously, that carries. All right, moving on. Discussion and possible action to award funds from the Special Events Assistant Program to Awaken Church to cover the cost of this and city fees. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, Special Event Assistance Program, they are requesting up to $500. I did want to let you know that both the pastor and the applicant, the pastor of the church and the applicant was actually our former fire chief, Bill Taff. They both contacted us to send their sincere apologies. They got called away, one for a family emergency and one for, I believe, to do pastoral duties, probably the best way to put it. So they regret not being able to be here, but appreciate your consideration of this.
I'll make a motion, Mayor.
All right.
Make a motion to approve the funds for the Special Event Assistance Program to Awaken Church for the amount up to $500. Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Liu. Commissioner Liu? Okay, let's take the vote.
September 21st is going to be a busy day in our community.
Goodness, I think I got 6 things on my calendar.
All right. And that carries.
Back to H.
Move on to 4H. But I have to find it.
I know, right?
Resolution 2019 R17, correct? Yep. All right. This is a quasi judicial hearing. I need a motion to direct the clerk to read the resolution by title only.
So moved.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Harrison, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Let's take a vote. And that carries.
Resolution of the City of Northport, Florida, vacating utility and drainage easements for lots 18, 19, 20, and 21, lot 736, 12th addition to Port Charlotte subdivision, providing for findings, providing for vacation of easements, providing for filing of approved documents, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Clerk, will you please swear in those wishing to provide testimony?
Can everyone wishing to provide testimony please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to provide is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge, so help you God?
Thank you. Okay. Let's disclose our ex parte communications. Commissioner Litt.
I had agenda briefing, but there was no detail on this topic.
Commissioner McDowell.
I had sent an email, which I didn't realize this was quasi, so I will forward it to the clerk for the record, just asking about the interior lot lines, and then I just met the applicant to see about moving this item up in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. I, too, had an agenda briefing. I believe both assistant city managers were there, the city attorney, city manager, and myself, and there was just kind of the title was read to me, but nothing really discussed. Commissioner Carrison?
None.
Commissioner Emmerich?
I had the agenda briefing and this was not discussed.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Let's see where we're at, sorry. All right, I guess we're ready for presentation from the applicant. Ma'am. Ma'am, you have 20 minutes.
Oh,
I know, how about that? I'll take every minute of it.
my name is Kiki Stengel, and my partner Michael Schulke. We're both here today to request a partial vacation of easement on our property located on block 736, lots 18, 19, 20, and 21, which encompasses 4 quarter-acre lots, making 1 acre. It happens to be at the end of the block, so we are requesting to put our home, build a residence in the middle of those 4 combined lots. And for that reason, we're requesting the partial vacation of easement. We went to the planning and zoning meeting on August 1st, and at that time, they recommended approval. So we're here today to ask for your final approval.
Wonderful, thank you. City staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you. For the record, Sherry Willette Grondin, Neighborhood Development Services. I have been sworn. The aerial on the site shows the subject parcels, 18, 19, 20, and 21. The property owners, as stated for the record, are requesting a partial vacation of the rear 10-foot easements for the property in order to construct a single-family residence. At this time, there are no building permits. As the applicant has stated, the purpose is to combine the 4 lots as one building site. A notice of intent was published by the property owners for 2 consecutive weeks on June 27th and 24th, pursuant with Florida statutes, Chapter 177.10, subsection 4. The Planning and Zoning Advisory Board at their August 1st meeting voted unanimously to recommend that the commission would approve the accompanying resolution, 2019-R-17, and also the city attorney has approved and reviewed the accompanying resolution as to form and correctness. Staff has provided the information concerning the easement vacation to all utility agencies. Staff has received no issues and also that they would approve it. And based on the responses received, staff has found that to partially vacate the 10-foot utility and drainage easements do meet the following. It is a vacation of a public easement. The easement is not needed to provide city service to any property. No public utilities or city facilities are located or planned to be located in the area. In addition, the easement is not necessary to any logical extension of public utility service, sanitary sewer service, drainage, or other city services to any property in the future, or an alternative and equally acceptable easement of such extension has been dedicated to the city as stated in the resolution. Staff is recommending that the commission would approve the resolution number 2019-R19 and the partial vacation of easements. Thank you.
Thank you. I would assume you do not want to rebut that testimony, or do you?
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will move on to Commissioners. Commissioner McDowell, the floor is yours.
Just have one little question.
Pardon me, Mr. Mayor, did we announce for the record whether or not there was any public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, do we have any public comment?
No, I do not.
Okay, there is no public comment. Sorry, thank you very much. Okay, Commissioner McDowell, the floor is yours.
Do you have a picture of the portion that they're requesting to be vacated?
Yes.
Can you bring that up,
Yes.
please?
Absolutely. This is also for the record in the staff report as
Right.
well.
Okay.
Picture, here it is.
So the part where you have your cursor, that
Yes.
part there is what is being vacated.
That is correct.
Why are they not vacating the stuff up from there to the lot? Yes.
To up here. I could have the applicant answer that.
There's a very simple reason. They don't want to approve an entirety of vacating the easement.
Why?
Who is they?
Yeah, you can.
Staff.
So originally, we applied for a relocation of easement to move it to the back of the property. And we were told that there is a law, or an ordinance that states that they shall not be relocated. These 10-foot easements shall not be relocated under the ordinance. So instead of trying to get the ordinance changed, it was recommended that we do a partial vacation of the easement in this fashion. Our home, which I have a picture of here, is quite large, and it involves a residence and a 4-car garage, which the 4-car garage will face Milford, and the front of the residence will face Leesburg. And so the home sits in the middle of the property. And that's the reason we bought the whole acre to put this home there. And so with recommendations of how to get past this, we bought the property back in November. So we've been kind of trying to deal with, getting this moving for that almost a year now. So we just applied for what we were told would satisfy everybody. It would be a complete vacation, and we would get the part that we need to put the house.
Thank you, ma'am. City staff?
Yes, I'd like to provide clarification. There was actually 2 conversations when we first met with the applicant and the builder. Initially, they brought to the city a request to relocate the easements pursuant to the ULDC Chapter 53267D, which explains the process for relocating easements. The purpose of the relocating easements are for the 6-foot easements that do not have the plat language. These are the side 6-foot easements. Certain plats in the city of Northport have that automatic language for the 6-foot easements to go to the outside of the property if there are 2 or more lots combined for a building structure. The provision in the code for the 10-foot easements, if they are part of a line or a corridor of easements, shall not be relocated, and that's in the code. So the other option that the applicant had, so they could construct their home across the easements, were to partially vacate them. And also for clarity, the builder is not here, but he had only wanted the portion, or for the applicant to vacate only the portion where the house would be located, not the complete corridor. As Vice Mayor McDowell had stated, where the cursor is, they only wanted the portion, the 10-foot, where the house would actually be located. And I have
Okay, thank you.
So I'm seeing that, looking at where the house is going to go. And this part, the lower part of the easement, if you could.
Yeah, I'm going to pull that up for you, Vice Mayor. Maybe the site plan will help.
There we go.
So
Let me see if I can.
this line where it says Leesburg, where the R and the G, it looks like that little line there is going up as the, take your cursor and go up that line where it says, I think it says infilled.
Right in the middle.
The platted
Yes.
line?
Yeah.
Okay, I think a
So
visual.
that's the garage
Okay,
that
so
the
this
line
is
is
the part,
going through.
this is the part that's being vacated.
Yes, I have another overlay I can put on there. It's in the staff report, which shows the colored easements and then the house location. Let me see, somehow it got deleted from the desktop.
Here's my concern, staff.
Still like to see it.
Yeah, I'm going to pull it up.
And because I have limited amount of time, I want to make sure that I can use it correctly. I'm concerned that when they go to build this house, because they don't have the plans already done yet, is my understanding. You don't
No,
have-
they're done.
The plans are done?
Yeah, we're going to file for the permit as soon as I leave this room. Or as soon as my builder's going to bring it. They said they needed a few days to record it once it was approved. So we're ready to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Could they have just vacated the yellow part of it up to where the easement is that they can't?
If they, I will ask the Director of Public Works to address that.
Juliana Belia, Public Works Director, and I have been sworn. We worked with Sherry and through Sherry with the applicant and the builder. And typically on the rear easements, we generally don't like to vacate the entire easement. But we did, I had field work conducted. We checked the as-built and our drainage system and how it runs through here and everything. And it was acceptable to us in our operation to allow the vacation for just where the home is being located. But typically, we generally don't vacate the rear easements because most of the time, there's some form of drainage going through there. So in this particular case, it was acceptable and we've agreed to it, but only for where the house is being constructed.
So this drainage that you spoke about, Ms. Belia,
Yes.
is it drainage that the city maintains?
No, the way the applicant is required to maintain their drainage on the property. They're also required when they construct the home, typically on a regular lot that's not on a waterway and it's not on a drainage ditch. The lot is designed so that the water goes toward the back, up into the sides, so within or along that easement, and down into the front swale. When you have a waterway lot, half of it, the front part of it goes into the front swale, and the other part goes into our drainage area. So in this particular case, there's enough room because they have 4 lots that they can accommodate that drainage system to work. But it's still nice to have some easement left in case there's a necessity for us. But right now, we don't really have anything. You know what I mean? But we would prefer, because most typically, this is a unique situation because they have 4 lots. So they have the luxury of being able to have land to work with to still meet our drainage requirements and still maintain that last half of that rear easement. So it's just in this circumstance, we can allow it from our department. But in answer to your question, the homeowner is required to build a house so that it drains properly into our system, either into the front swale in this case, or into a waterway or drainage ditch when you have that. So, but in the end, we're getting the water in our swale, which is then our responsibility for our department.
Commissioner Pearson.
So when you're talking about this easement, you keep saying rear easement, but technically it's really going to be the middle easement because of the 4 properties, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you say back, your back of property, I am always thinking it's the, let's just say, left to right being the back easement, not what's centered in the middle of an acre property.
Yes.
That's kind of how I thought of it.
Well, because it's for the 4 lots, we have to go exactly how it's platted for the rear easement. Not necessarily the rear setback of the home or the rear of the home, but actually where the easement runs. Right.
Well, what's the impacts if the entire property is vacated, this easement, yellow and blue? Because I don't understand how you can utilize the yellow in any future planning.
What we would need to do is, Ms. Willette Grondin would have to take that back to all the utility companies and request that, because she's only asked for, as the builder had requested, the portion of the easement where the home is located.
Come back after the fact and get the rest of that done?
If they want,
Right?
to, yes,
Okay.
they can. It would be.
Okay.
You have to do another resolution, right?
Yes.
I gotcha, yeah. Okay, because I still don't understand what the use in it is, because it's not gonna go anywhere, and I'm just not sure what the impacts of that, but that'll be up to the applicant. Last question, were the lot lines dissolved throughout all 4 parcels, correct?
So my understanding is the 2 that run left to right through the middle are those 6-foot, and they automatically move on their own because they consider those side lot lines, even though we're making it look the way you said. And so those automatically move on their own. And
Yeah, in this particular subdivision plat, there's language in the certificate of dedication instrument that the side lot line easements, when you build on more than one building site of a lot, they automatically revert to the outer lot lines.
Right.
But it didn't mention or it doesn't state that for what would have been the back of the property had you built, on the sides. So, I would have rather had the whole thing, but for just the ease of speediness right now, I just need that, and then I come back.
So I have 2 questions. Okay, the lot line all these lot lines are dissolved though, right? It's 1 parcel, 1 acre parcel. When you get your taxes, it's 1 parcel.
It is 1 parcel on the taxes already.
Thank you. Okay, that's, all right. Now, to road and drainage, this, I don't know how many foot this would be. What is that, 49 feet? The yellow, let's talk the yellow. What is that, by 10?
Well, it's yes, ma'am,
49 by
49.
54.83.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so do they get a reduction in their drainage fee or assessment fee because of the fact that they have an easement there that
No, ma'am,
is-
they do not.
They do not. Okay,
No,
so
ma'am.
then I would have supported the entire lot line being dissolved then.
Commissioner Luke.
Easement.
Yeah, Commissioner Luke. Your floor.
Absolutely love this plan. I haven't seen the house plan, but I love what you're doing with the
Thank
property.
you.
I wish more people would
Well.
do this. The location on these roads, phenomenal. I am in total agreement with what has been stated to this point. I do not logically see where there should be any type of 10-foot easement in that yellow area. It's not logical. The easement for drainage is supposed to be sloping it so that the water drains to that area. And my goodness, go to that area, it's right there where their house and the garage is. So
Yeah.
to me, it is illogical that you would leave that partial there. Because then, question to staff, is it not upon them, I believe I just heard, to slope everything so that the water would drain out to the outer area?
Generally,
They're going to have to fill in that area that we're just leaving undone. Now, I don't know as we can change what's being brought before us, but to me, you get rid of that entire thing because it's changing the entire scope. And if they have already gone to the point of removing the lot lines, why are we trying to pretend that they're still there? To me, this should be removed, logically, you remove the whole entire thing. And I see the city attorney has a confused look on her face.
I think she's gonna, she's gonna look into it. So to clarify, the question is, can we, as it's presented, go back and amend it?
Remove without having them to come back with another resolution, can
Another
we?
vacation of easement cost.
Yeah.
They already vacated
Yeah,
the,
but there'll be another cost if we don't do
I
it all at one
know.
time now.
I know.
But it has to go, excuse me, commissioners, but it would have to go to review to the agencies, FPL, utilities. I don't know. They have only reviewed the portion that was presented. I don't know if they have future for that other portion. So they would have to review its in entirety.
That's fine, they can go ahead and review it because it's the same thing as the drainage. How are they, when the lot line has been removed, how are they standing to have
Well,
the
even though the
ability?
lot line
What are
is
they gonna do with
removed,
it?
Commissioner, the easement by plat is still there unless it is vacated. So I will still have the right, if I need to get in there to conduct some type of an operation for drainage, for example. Many people, when they build their homes, they use that 10-foot drainage easement to accommodate the drainage because the lots are typically 80 by 125. In this case, they have the luxury of having a lot more property to work with. Let's say they put something else on there. Let's say they make an addition or something like that. I mean, they may use that area for the drainage. I don't know. I'm just saying in the future. Another another utility company may have a need for that they want it to be retained. We wouldn't know unless we, resubmit to them. Sherry would have to go back to them and ask them. We generally, since I've worked here, we never vacate a rear easement because there's always some utility or drainage entity that needs it for a reason. That's why it's there. So although you're going to vacate the lot lines, that easement's going to stay there unless you vacate it also.
I don't have a problem in doing that either, because the formation, you have basically replatted it at this point in time, and the drainage does have to be removed. So I don't have a problem going back and asking the other entities if they need it, because this is a unique situation. I'll go ahead and...
I think, City Attorney, did you have something? The question she asked about whether or not we can...
So the question is, can we amend this to include changing it for the full, and of course, I think we'd have to do pending utility approval.
And if the applicant would want it.
Yeah.
City Attorney. City Attorney.
Okay. My suggestion would be to continue the resolution rather than amend it for several reasons. One is within the resolution itself, you have survey language describing the meets and bounds related to this partial vacation easement. That's not something that we can just change on the fly without the expert, language. The second would be this Exhibit D sketch, it's similar to the one that's on the screen here, showing the portion of the easements to be vacated would have to be redrawn. That's a part of the resolution that's incorporated into the resolution. And in addition, they would have to check with the utilities too. So my suggestion would be to continue it so that the resolution has the correct legal documentation and language required. That's not legal from my standpoint. It has to be, presented from someone with a survey knowledge.
Thank you, City Attorney. So the question would really be, if you want to have that, and we are to continue this, you're going to be looking at further down the road. So the question is, do you want us to do that, or do you want to, or Or do you want us to vote on this the way it is, and then you come back later on?
Okay, the short answer is I want you to vote on this because I've been waiting for so long and I can't wait anymore. I mean, this is becoming monetarily not sustainable to build this home. The other thing I would say is just because normally you don't do something, you don't lead a citizen down this path for this many months because quite honestly, I was going to come back anyway and get the rest of it. I wanted to put, I'm building a pool there, and this side of my house has no privacy on the road, so I wanted to put like a concrete wall, but I can't do that because I can't leave 1 foot off of the back of my house. I could put plants there, I can put anything that can be removed, and I understand that. But at this point, I need to have this so I can move forward. And yes, it's going to cost me another $750 or whatever, but at that point, I'm going to be living down the street and not in the villages in a rental house 3 hours from here. You know, so I appreciate your looking at it from the way I looked at it originally, but at this point, Sherry's been extremely helpful just getting to this point, and
Thank you.
we're ready to go. So
Thank you. So
Thank
I'm going to go over here to Commissioner McDowell, but before I do it, it looks like that we're just going to vote on the way as it is presented right now. Commissioner McDowell.
Now, as long as the applicant fully understands they will have to pay for another vacation of easement on that section, I do not understand why it wasn't done to begin with, regardless of what the builder wanted. It's just common sense, because the utilities aren't going to have any need for that small amount of land. So I'll go ahead with the applicant's wishes at this time, and we'll see you again in a few months, and good luck on building your house.
Yeah, question for the applicant. Are you saying it took 9 months for you to get to this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Holy moly.
And money.
Huh?
Well, because we were always willing to move those 10 foot, to add more space on the back of what's going to be the back of our property, but because of the wording in the ordinance, it says they shall not be relocated, shall not be relocated. But you can remove them.
I'm just trying to figure out why it would take 9 months.
Well, we were here in August, well, backing up, when we started with the build, we bought the property in November, and then we started looking for the builder, and every time we went to a builder, they had a different story, but we signed a contract with the builder in March. And we did submit a relocation originally, and that was on, Sherry probably knows what, May?
I have the
So
dates.
May, June, July, August, September, 5 months.
Still 5 months.
5
months for one.
We, just for the record, we had talked about the relocation. We received the email from the builder, Mikhail Margitech, on May 17th about the relocation of easement, the 10-foot easement. We had relayed the information that pursuant to the ULDC that it couldn't be relocated. We received the official application, which is in the packet, June 14th. And then
For the vacation.
That is
Or
correct.
the partial vacation, but we started with we sent the email, or the builder sent the email, and it was sent back saying,
You can't do it. Yeah.
no, we're not going to do it.
All right, I get it now.
Commissioner Luke, your follow-up.
Just one final question, and this would be probably to staff. So in that yellow strip, if she wanted to build a pool or put a shed there or any kind of mother-in-law or whatever, she'd have to come back and ask for that vacate anyhow, correct?
That is correct. And
Okay.
also, we can only go by what the applicant is requesting as well.
Well, technically, they requested more, so let's not go there.
And staff, I know you're limited to what the codes tell you to do too, so no fault can go there. You're abiding by what you were told to do, so thank you, everybody.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion, yep.
You have to close and...
Oh, yeah, let me close the meeting. It's closed. Any closing arguments, applicant?
Uh-oh, I just got a login error.
Uh-oh.
No, I don't have anything further.
All right, okay, staff, any closing argument?
No, staff has nothing, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2019 R17 as presented, vacating the portion of the rear platted 10-foot utility and drainage easement for lots 18, 19, 20, and 21 in Block 736.
Second.
Floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Liu. Anything to that, Vice Mayor?
We'll see you in a few months. Good luck with building your house.
Commissioner Liu?
You need to hold an open house, invite us all.
Oh, don't worry, we will.
Right. Let's take the vote.
And thank you, staff.
Let's take the vote. And that passes, it carries. All right, so now I'm moving back, but I'm all jumbled up here, so give me 2 seconds, guys.
Thank you for your patience.
Is a public hearing 6A.
6A.
Yeah.
Ordinance number 2019-18, an ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport. City Clerk, will you please read ordinance by title only?
Ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, Appendix A, city fee structure to change certain fire, parks, and recreation, facility rental, and utilities fees, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the annual citywide fee ordinance we bring to you all. We had discussion at the first reading, and since this is the second reading, I'll just ask if you have any questions. I'm sorry, hold on. One more thing is you'll notice there are two ordinance A and B attached with backup material. It's because we ran into some issues with sales tax and the way that we have to collect it and present it. We can't just write in there, for instance, I can tell you the first time something like this came up was when we had Movie Under the Stars, and we charged everybody $1 for admissions. And then Department of Revenue looked at it and said, well, you know, that's taxable. And we wanted to say, well, the dollar includes the tax. And they say you have to display it as 93 cents plus 7 cents of sales tax equals $1. So with that, we've found that some of the fees associated with Parks and Rec as well need to have sales tax collected for them. The question is, do you want, for instance, if you charge $7 admission to the Aquatic Center, do you want that to be inclusive of tax, or do you want it to be $7.49? We provided you with both options as ordinances. We need to know which direction you all want to go.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. Commissioner Lick, the floor is yours.
I am definitely in favor of showing the difference. I mean, it's more clear for the law. But the only question that I really have on the thing itself, and maybe Ms. Sandy can answer this, it's in regards to War Mineral Springs. I believe I saw that if it says, if the city closes Warm Mineral Springs due to facility issues, construction, or inclement weather, patrons in the facility at the time of the closure will receive an admission voucher good for one entry to the springs within 30 days of the closure.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that new?
Yes.
I thought so.
Right now, we pretty much have a no refund policy. So
Correct.
they could walk in there, 20 minutes later, lightning could strike, or an alligator could show up in the springs. And they don't get a refund, and that's not very popular.
I attend, and that has happened to me. I have gone in, I've been in 20 minutes, and here comes the storm, and they have us leave. So I used one of my punches on my ticket. So having a ticket now, and I'm asked to be removed, or, to remove myself from the water, I'm still good for my punch. I mean, I get a voucher so that, because during the rainy season, you can get kicked out of that water every single day. So is my one punch going to be good for 30 days, 20 minutes each of swimming before I'm kicked out for the weather?
I'll ask Sandy to come on up, and she can explain how they intended for this to happen.
Thank you.
I can tell you that's You hit the nail on the head. That is exactly what's happened, is people have, I think the most recent one was actually the alligator in the water. It's always highly popular, but the alligators, we've yet to be able to train them.
In rainy season, I am asked to leave most of the time because the storms brew in the afternoon. And so I get there, I'm in for a little bit of time, and frankly, I don't care. I see the clouds rolling in, and I still want to go ahead and jump in for a while. So I do, but I've never got my punch back. And I'm wondering if that could actually become a misuse of my 30-day card.
They are on their way.
Thank you. Now, the other issues, I can see that, but when God brews up a storm, I don't know if we have any.
Just like the alligator, he doesn't ask for our input.
Right.
Sandy Funheller, Director of Parks and Recreation. The intent behind this was when the city and National State Park concessions closed the facility. So sometimes it rains and the guests just go in for, maybe 30 minutes. They're not asked to leave the facility at that time. So that would not be the situation we're talking about. We're talking about when we actually close and send everybody home.
Okay, when the entire facility is closed, that makes
Correct.
more sense. Okay, because it says closes. So, all right, thank you for the clarity.
Thank you.
Commissioner McDowell, 8 minutes, floor is yours.
So I think it's the wording that then, because I had a very similar concern, because I've been to Warm Mineral Springs when the weather was inclement. And it was my choice to stay and hope that it passes as quickly as it came, or to leave. So if it's only when the facility closes for the day or closes for a few days, but this, because of saying inclement weather, it's not going to close for the day. They're going to just close until the time allows them to come back in.
Yes. That's what it says, if we close it. If we don't close it, then we're not going to issue vouchers for people to come back just because it started raining for 20 minutes.
Okay.
Was it closed during the Hurricane Annie at all?
No, wasn't. I thought we did close it the Saturday. No, okay, no, we did not.
In Irma, not
Irma?
not this false one.
Yeah, Irma.
See, that is a closure of the entire facility. I've been in there when it rains. Actually, I love being there when it rains. But when the lightning strikes, that's when you're out of the water. But they normally don't close it unless it's toward the end of the day and they don't see any hope of anybody going back in. So maybe we need to verify with the management company how they articulate that to the people, because I've seen the whole group removed when there's less than an hour left because they're closing the place, the storm's in, it's not going to be gone in time to open back up.
Maybe the language could be changed to say patrons of the facility at the time of the facility closure. Because
I like that.
I think it clarifies it a little bit better, because you can close the springs because of inclement weather, and everybody then just sits there and decides, hey, I'm going to sit around and wait, or I'm going to go home because, you know what, I don't feel like sitting around waiting. But I don't want them to think that they're going to get a voucher because they chose to leave, even though the facility isn't closed. Right now, the water's closed because of weather. I just see a difference in it. So, yeah.
McPherson, floor is yours.
City manager, which one is it that does not include the tax, or that does include the taxes? I guess what I'm trying to say is,
Tax.
yeah, it's with the tax that you don't have an additional monetary hit.
Appendix A1.
A1. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Is that it?
Yep.
Commissioner McDowell, your follow-up, you have 3 minutes, the floor is
Yeah, I
yours.
just want to make sure from past practice, city manager, if we include the sales tax, let's say the charge is $1, are we remitting that 7 cents to
Oh,
the
yeah.
department? Okay.
Yeah, we remit what we collect. We just,
I'm
we've run into some
sorry.
issues. Sometimes the rules change,
I
sometimes.
just want to make sure. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we always remit what we collect on everything you're required to collect.
Okay, so the discussion is, do we collect $1, but only make 93 cents because the 7 cents has to go to the Department of Revenue? Correct. As opposed to $1.07.
Let's
So
say
we
it
still get
all
the-
started under Movie with the Stars. The idea was to have a kid show up, bring $1, not $1.07.
Correct.
Because then, you say that's kind of a nightmare, hand everybody 93 cents back.
Exactly. I just wanted to get a better understanding how past practice was with the sales tax.
Yep,
Okay, and making sure that we were collecting and remitting.
yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor. I'll make a motion if you're ready.
Okay, ready for the motion? Public hearing is closed.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2019-18, modifying the citywide fee schedule, using Appendix A1 to include sales tax in the total amount, and making a change to the Warren Middle Springs language to say at the time of the facility closure.
I'll second.
Motion on the floor by Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Vice Mayor, you have 3 minutes on the floor for your statement.
I'm good.
Okay. Commissioner Luke?
Nothing.
Have nobody else, so let's take the vote. And that motion carries. Okay, we're moving on to ordinance number 2019-31. City Clerk, will you please read ordinance by title only?
An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the code of the City of Northport, Florida, Chapter 78, Utilities, Article 2, Water and Wastewater Utility, to adjust capacity fees and provide requirements related to reclaimed water charges and wastewater system rate schedules, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
City Manager, present the item.
This one also is second reading. This is related to water, wastewater utility fees and capacity fees. You had a whole presentation at a commission meeting as well as the first reading. This is the second reading. We'll see if you have any questions.
Okay.
You can see we have half the utilities department here to answer them.
All right. Commissioner McDowell, it is your floor. You have 8 minutes.
I understand that these rates are going to go up. Here we go again with the numbers, 4 or 2%, averaging to 3% each year for the next 3 fiscal years, starting October 1st. Are we notifying the citizens each year of this increase, not just fiscal year 1920, but are we going to notify them in 2021 and 21-22?
Okay, thank you. For the record, Rick Newkirk, Utilities Director.
Welcome back.
Thank you, ma'am. Today with us, once again, I have Brian Matz from GovRate, who was our rate consultant during this whole thing. I've got the Assistant Utilities Director, Jennifer DeRosa, and Michelle Tipp, the Business Manager. And I will turn that question over to Jennifer to let her answer that one.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jennifer Droscher, Assistant Utilities Director. Yes, that is how we notify our customers every year, every time that there is a rate increase. We did not do it last year because there was no rate increase, but every year that there is, we definitely notify them. We send every single customer a notice with their bill, or we put it in the e-bill notification as well.
So if by chance the rates don't get changed again in fiscal year, I think it's 21-22, then it'll go to CPI. Will they be notified if there's any change in CPI?
Yes, ma'am, and I do have to just make one clarification that this is actually related to the next item, or the resolution item. So, but the answer is yes.
All right. That's all I have, Mayor.
Commissioner Carasone, the floor is yours. You have 8 minutes.
Okay, we're talking about the rate schedule right now, correct? And what is the actual fiscal impact to the individual who purchases the water? I think you have it as like $2 and something per so many gallons, or?
I'm so sorry. Again, the rates are not in this ordinance. This ordinance covers only the capacity fees and a few changes to the wastewater rate schedule to include the flat rate. So this is not about our rates
So this is
yet.
about the flat rate then?
Flat rate for wastewater.
Okay, didn't that go up?
It's actually a new fee that we are implementing. In the event that we have a customer that it does not have a way to measure how much water they're using, we are implementing a flat rate on the wastewater side.
I don't know, how did I miss that? And now my Granicus is, I'm telling you. All right, move on. I'm not voting for it. Go ahead.
I have nobody else. So I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve ordinance number 2019-31 as presented.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Commissioner Luke, you have 3 minutes to make your statement.
The only thing that I'll state is that in reviewing all of these things, back when it was first presented to the standard user, there was only a couple dollars difference in their overall thing. So, thank you.
Commissioner McDowell?
I have nothing to it. I'll
Okay.
save it for the rates part.
All right. And I have nobody else, so let's take the vote. And that carries with Commissioner Carasone dissenting. Commissioner Carasone?
Yep, no more increases. Done, finished.
Okay. All right, moving on to ordinance number 2019-27. I need a motion to direct the clerk to read the ordinance by title only.
So moved.
Need a second? I have a motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Let's take the vote.
Oh, hold on. Or not.
2019-27. Ready to take the vote.
Buzzing, you're driving me nuts.
Just now.
Buzzing a minute ago.
Are they ready to take the vote?
Ready for the vote?
For like 20
We had
was
Commissioner
McDowell and Luke.
McDowell, I think,
I
was
made
the
the
motion
motion.
carrier, and then Commissioner Luke was the seconder. Commissioner Luke.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that passes. Oh, it hadn't come out. I just figured it would. And that passes. I was prophesying. Okay.
An ordinance of the City of Northport, Florida, amending the Unified Land Development Code, Chapter 1, General Provisions, Article 2, Administration of Unified Land Development Code, Section 1-22, Fees, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, please present the item.
Thank you, Mayor. I have staff here that can do a presentation, but the idea behind this was back in November, after you'd had a couple of situations where people had come in for vacation of easement, and they were issued a valid permit that allowed them to build something, for instance, like a shed or a pool within the easement. Commission wanted to waive or, in those cases, refund the fee, and directed staff to bring forward a process to where those fees could be delayed, not paid up front, with approval of the city manager on a case-by-case basis. And then when it came to the actual vacation, commission could then make the decision of whether they would waive those fees altogether or make them, the individual pay it at that point in time in order to receive their vacation of easement. I believe we made some changes after you guys, I think, saw a draft of this. We believe we've got something that covers the intent of what the commission wanted, but we're here to answer any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Luke, you have 8 minutes for your floor.
Appreciate the work being done on this. My question goes to city attorney. Is there enough protection within this that a lawsuit would not occur, somebody claiming that the city manager's judgment was discriminatory against them? And coupling with that, in the fifth whereas, it talks about involving encroachment structures built pursuant to improperly issued building permits. So is that the only way that the city manager can, postpone this payment is if it's improperly issued building permit? I just want to make sure somebody's not going to come back and say, oh, he has his favorites, he picked them over me.
So first, there is absolutely no language that you could ever write into anything that will prevent a lawsuit from occurring. People file lawsuits, baseless lawsuits all the time. Second, the city manager, under this, as the ordinance is currently presented, it does not make the final decision. The city commission makes the final decision. I guess the manager weighs in on when the fee would be paid, because under the ordinance, you have the authority to refund a fee, if I'm recalling that correctly. So, someone could allege that, but regardless of who makes the decision on the fee, whether it's the city manager or the commission, certainly, anytime you're applying any kind of practice or policy, we have to be careful to apply it in an equal fashion. Otherwise, someone could make a complaint. So that's always a potential with the application of any kind of practice or policy across the board.
That's why I thought in that direction. But is that fifth whereas, is it limiting him to improperly issued building permit to postpone it for the commission then to make the decision?
With respect to your second question, the whereas clause itself does not provide that authority. It's in the language, the proposed language of the code, beginning at line 95, which is on page 3, stating that the city manager will review the application to defer and determine whether, based on the information submitted, the vacation request is based upon a structural encroachment into the easement due to a building permit issued contrary to this code. So the relief herein is specific to a very narrow situation wherein it appears, based on what he would know at that time and based upon what you all would review, that this was the error of a city employee who issued a building permit outside of the employee's authorization, and the employee should not have done so.
Thank you very much for that. That eases my mind to any of the questions that I have, Mayor. I will release the floor.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell, you had your...
I had it on, but I meant to hit the motion light, so whenever anybody's ready.
I have nothing else, so let's take a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, to move ordinance number 2019, to continue ordinance number 2019-27 to a future meeting at the city manager's discretion.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by the Vice Mayor, seconded by Commissioner Liu. Anything to that, Vice Mayor? You have...
Thank you for bringing this forward. I know this was a commission directive for a very long time, and I'm glad to see that it's been done. So thank you very much for this.
Commissioner Luke, you are the second.
I've already stated mine. Thank you.
All right, let's take the vote. I have nobody else. And that motion carries. Moving on to ordinance number 2019-38. I need a motion to direct the city clerk to read ordinance by title only.
So moved.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Vice Mayor McDowell. Let's take the vote. And that motion carries. City clerk.
Northport, Florida, repealing Section 50-6 of the Code of the City of Northport, Florida, entitled Smoking, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, providing for codification, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager, present the item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to turn this one over to the city attorney. This was her fun.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an ordinance repealing a provision of the code which purports to regulate smoking in the skate park area. Several years ago, the Florida legislature adopted a Florida statute very clearly regulating smoking and preempting the city's ability to regulate smoking. And this provision has been in our code for many years, just kind of hanging out there. It is not, my understanding, it's not, the city manager has not been enforcing the provision, understanding that it was contrary to state statute, but we're just looking to clean up the code, and the timing of that's important. In the 2019 legislature, there was a law passed that would allow someone to find an instance where preemption had been violated, and if certain parameters were met, then the city would potentially have to pay attorney's fees if challenged. So it's a good time to clean up our code, and since we knew this was an area necessary for cleanup, we brought it to you for your review.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell, you have 8 minutes. Floor is yours.
So, I'm sorry?
I'm going to throw this computer out the window.
Floor is
Just
yours.
giving you a warning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So does that mean that at Narramore Park, at the kids' soccer fields, they're going to be allowed to smoke?
I'm not aware of what is currently being done at Miramar Fields. What I can tell you is the city can't regulate smoking there.
So if we have a sign that says no smoking per city code, whatever code that is, 50-6, can it then say no smoking per Florida state statute, whatever it says?
I'd have to review the statutes and the location to see if it was regulated, if it were regulated under state law or not.
And I appreciate you giving me the Attorney General's opinions on that original question that I posed.
Okay, I have nobody else, so I'll entertain a motion.
Move to continue ordinance number 2019-38 for second reading on September 24th.
Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Vice Mayor McDowell. Commissioner Luke, do you have anything to that?
Nothing to this except thank you to the city attorney for correcting this, but shame, shame, naughty, naughty on the state.
Shame, shame, naughty, naughty.
This is again, home rule being taken from us. And smoking around the children and stuff. I mean, we know everything about secondhand smoke and the minds of children that see and perceive and copy. I remember my little cousins picking up cigarette butts that were left behind, trying to imitate the aunts and the uncles. And I mean, the state has got to quit this preempting our home rule. That's it.
Commissioner McDowell?
Ditto, 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 ditto. Shame, shame on the state for having us even taking away this ability for us to regulate our own parks. It's just ridiculous.
You have something?
Yeah, I got
Mr.
someone.
Carson.
Are you kidding me? This is just nonsense.
Exactly.
First of all, I agree that home rule has been taken away, but this is actually based off a Supreme Court decision. So it goes far beyond
Farther
the
than that,
legislative
state, yeah.
and the state authority. This was a biggie, and I personally agree with it. I agree that you should not be telling us what we can and cannot do in the open air, in the open space. And I got news for you. Most of my children who saw people smoke relentlessly, between that and the advertisement that was required by, once again, another case law decision, that because of those two things, you have seen the reduction in smoking in youth immensely. In fact, at this point in time, I can tell you that as a smoker, you are pretty much just put the scarlet letter on your head and damned. So I think it's nonsense. I think that the more exposure that kids get to it, I think that they see that it's something they don't want to do. And that's just my belief system, because neither one of my children smoke because they find it so disgusting from what they saw their parents doing in the past. So, you know, it's a double-edged sword. And my concern is you keep doing these things where you keep taking away people's rights to do things on their own open air, open space. Now, do I believe that you should be smoking in a select group underneath a bleacher with a bunch of people? No, you should respect others, you know, that you should not be around them. But to totally say you're not allowed to smoke when you're 1,000 feet away from someone else is nonsense. And so I get it. If this is just because my stupid computer won't pull up, because I probably need a cigarette, and I'm getting itchy, I assume this is just a cleanup. We're not giving any authority other than what, exists to the state. And then I'm okay with it. But in the long term, I think that this is going to be a lot bigger issue than just home rule. I got news for you, because when it starts here, it just keeps going.
City Attorney?
No, Commissioner, we're not providing anybody any authority. All we are doing is pulling this out of our code.
Thank you. Thank you. I know I had notes in here, but I can't find anything.
Yeah, I will say society's changed since the old
Oh my
Winston
gosh,
commercials of the women saying, "You've come a long way, baby." Things have really changed a lot since then, and the stigma towards smoking has changed because
Now it's a jewel. And I will challenge the stats.
I'm with you on
The
that one.
stats that SWAT presents shows definitely that the youth are using that jewel, which
absolutely
has the nicotine and everything in it. So no, it's not going down, it's switching. And they're aiming their advertisement for that toward the electronic cigarette.
and you are right. That is a whole nother
that's
story
totally
there.
different ballgame.
The tobacco industry.
It is, and on a related but unrelated note, we will be bringing that back to you, I believe on September 24th. We've met with the students. We were waiting till they got back in session. So we'll be talking about that soon.
Vape pen is a big concern too, because now we're talking about health concerns, major health concerns that are actually verifiable, unlike others.
In just less than a decade worth of studies. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay, let us take the vote, please.
Yeah, see, I don't have it.
And that carries. That motion carries. Resolution number 219R15. City Clerk, please read resolution by title only.
In Northport, Florida, accepting ownership of a donated parcel of real property located on Maddox Circle and described as Lot 4, Block 1998, 9th addition to the Port Charlotte subdivision. Parcel identification number 114-619-9804, providing for filing of documents, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Clerk, City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a situation where somebody wants to donate their parcel to the city, and this is the process in which we can accept it.
All right.
2 items after this one also.
Mr. Luke, the floor is yours.
2 questions. When I was looking at the map, it looks like this is sitting on a creek or something like that. What's it sitting on? I mean, is that the Myakkahatchee?
Hard to see.
It is difficult to tell. I'll see if I can't pull it up on a real map.
I didn't see it being labeled, but it did show some kind of waterway running alongside it.
I meant to ask for a map too, so.
I mean, because whatever property lies along any of those waterways, that is phenomenal. But those were lots that we were even wanting to start with.
It looks like it's just a drainage waterway.
Oh, it's in our canal?
I believe so.
What's the street? Oh, man.
Okay.
Between Maddox and Snowdrop Street.
So it's in our canal. And then my second question is, do we thank these people? I mean, is there something sent to them do we thank these folks? I mean, what do we do when we accept it?
We send them a letter accepting the piece of land. Typically, they're donating the land because they don't want to have to pay the property tax on it anymore.
Right.
So it's a win for them as well. But yes, we send them a letter once it is accepted.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
I have nothing else. I'll entertain a motion.
Motion, Mayor? To accept Resolution 2019-R-15 for the ownership of the donated parcel ID number 114-619-9804.
Second.
I have a motion on the floor by Vice Mayor McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Lick. Let's take the vote.
That didn't sound good back there.
And that motion carries. We're going to move on to Resolution 2019-R23. City Clerk, please read resolution by title only.
Resolution of the City of Northport, Florida, accepting ownership of a donated parcel of real property located on Hermosa Circle and described as Lot 26, Block 612, 14th addition to the Port Charlotte subdivision. Parcel identification number 097-006-1226, providing for filing of documents, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Wonderful, thank you. City Manager?
Thank you. As I stated, this one is also for the donation of a piece of land. This one does not appear to be on any kind of waterway, but
Okay, I do not see any commenters here, so let's take a motion.
I'll make a motion, Mayor, to approve resolution number 2019 R-23, accepting ownership of the donated parcel, ID number 0970061226.
Second.
A motion on the floor by Vice Mayor McDowell, seconded by Commissioner Liu. Take the vote.
Can I talk to that? I just looked it up, the Hermosa Circle just happens to be kind of in that area that the environmental folks wanted us to get those properties. So just kind of an FYI.
That's cool.
It is cool. Okay, that's it.
And that motion carries. Moving on, Resolution 2019 R-16. City Clerk, please read resolution by title only.
A resolution of the City of Northport, Florida, adopting utility rate and water system rate schedules, including fire protection service rates, guaranteed revenue charges, reclaimed water rates, water system rates and fees, wastewater rates and fees, and adoption of automatic increases, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager.
thank you, Mayor. Again, we have our Utilities Department coming up in case you have any questions, but this is, again, to adopt water rates. I think some of these are the ones you were actually talking about on the last one, but this is the resolution where they're addressed. We've had presentations, we've had meetings. We'll open it up for questions at this point.
Good afternoon, Rick Newkirk, Utility Director. Once again, you know the staff that I've brought with us today to answer any questions. I think a few of them had some of the questions that was going to be on the first flat rate that really will pertain to this one right here. So we're ready to give it to you whenever you're ready.
Commissioner Carrison, the floor is yours.
Okay, didn't you guys reduce the, let me try to find the correct verbiage. The billing is based off of a combined system, and it goes through the average single-family residence, and it goes per gallon or per X amount of gallons. What is it? The basis of which the cost is,
I believe that's 3,000 gallons.
right?
The volume, for the record, Brian Mance from GovRates, and the billing, the volumetric rate is based on per 1,000 gallons.
Per 1,000.
Per
Now,
1,000
wasn't that
gallons.
reduced?
No.
It wasn't.
The rate adjustments are, for the water system, it's 4% across the board for both the flat base charge and the volumetric rate. And on the wastewater side, it's 2% across the board or uniform.
Okay, but it's per 1,000 gallons, right?
The volumetric rate is per 1,000 gallons.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is you've got an average family of 4 who uses how much per home? What would an average family of 4?
The average
16,000?
single-family residential home in the city uses 3,000 gallons
A month?
a month.
Okay. Let's just say 3,000 a month, so you're saying that for the water side of things, they should only have a $16 bill? I mean, how much is it? $2.70 per?
An extra $2.70 per month.
An extra $2.70 per
Yes.
month. Okay. And then the following year will be an extra $2.80 a month, correct?
Yes.
And then next year, an extra $2.80 a month, correct?
Yes, 220, 227, and 231.
Per 1,000 gallons.
No, that's the entire
Per
bill
household.
for 3,000 gallons of usage per month.
Okay, so you're saying that it's in addition $2.20, period, if they use 3,000 gallons?
That's
Is that what
correct.
you're saying? So that is
The
not how I
combined, that's for
understood.
both water and wastewater service.
Okay, well, what if they only have water?
If we only have water service, it's an extra $1. Oh, is it? Okay. The monthly increase for water, if they only had water service, it'd be an extra $1.23 per month for the entire bill, $1.29 in 2021, and $1.32 in 2022, if only water service.
Okay, so if you go to slide 2, you'll see that it says that there's a difference of $29 in water, a difference of $164 in wastewater.
Those are guaranteed revenue charges, which are charged to new development for paying a proportion of the utility's fixed charges prior to connecting to the system. Those are charges to
Capacity
develop,
fees?
not to development. No, those are different than capacity fees. They are intended to recover the operating costs associated with maintaining the system in a ready-to-serve condition prior to a growth actually connecting to the system. It helps spread the fixed costs over more customers, and it helps to reduce monthly user rates.
Mostly commercial is what you're trying to get at, right? Or no, because the commercial has a capacity fee and an impact fee, essentially. Well, it's not called an impact fee, it's called a
Capacity fee.
capacity fee, but it's based off of what their actual type of development is going to be, correct?
Right,
So
the
that
type-
can
yeah,
be
the
all
type of-
over the board. Where did I read then where you were going to reduce the number of is it ERUs then? We don't have, maybe that was under the other one that.
That was under the ordinance.
The one where the stupid computer wouldn't work. Okay. Well, I voted against that anyway, so it's okay. All right, and then, so when we talk about existing and proposed private fire protection rates fee schedule, this money goes to the water department, not to the fire department, correct?
It goes to the water department, and this is another type of fee that helps to reduce the monthly user rates.
Okay.
It's an other revenue of the system.
Right, because I noticed we go from, for a hydrant, it's 902 to 938, and I don't, so what, these places are paying $938 a year, a month? Who? Large-scale buildings, multifamily buildings? Like, this is the first time I've seen this presented like this, so you're gonna have to bear with me.
Sure, no problem. Jennifer Droscher, Assistant Utilities Director. Yes, this is for anywhere that we have a fire protection to the building or a hydrant that we maintain for them. So yes, it is an annual fee, and they get billed for that in October, I believe, and then it's in advance.
It's annual, okay. So
Only once a
now,
year.
the hydrants that are placed all over the city, though, those are ours, and nobody pays for those. They're spread out throughout the entire, continent. Okay, gotcha. All right, then I'm good. I'm good, but I'm not, but you get what I mean.
Okay. Commissioner McDowell, the floor is yours.
Yeah, so reviewing the PowerPoint from the presentation in June, I go to page 3 and it says 12 additional personnel above what was budgeted in fiscal year 2020, which is the one we're getting ready to approve. There'll be 12 additional personnel spread out over the next 9 years.
10 year, right, through 2029. So, and you would imagine as the city grows, you're going to need additional personnel.
Possibly. I would hope that in the next, 3 to 5 years, there might be some improvements in efficiencies. Who knows what it's going to look like. But there could be improved efficiencies to help maybe not have to have as many personnel. So if by chance that grandiose idea of mine of not having to have the personnel because of increased efficiencies, how do we account then for not having to hire the personnel? How do the utilities department then not have to pay for something they're not going to have? Do you understand what I'm getting at? So for the next 3 years, we're figuring we're going to have additional personnel. But what if we don't? Is there a reduction in the amount of money collected because you're not having that expense?
They never take it away.
Okay, so we do have in our future plans to do another rate analysis. Typically, they're done every 3 to 5 years, depending on what we see in the economy. So at that time, we would then revisit what our staffing levels are and what our needs are for the future. And that could, you're right, it could come down. Back in the late 2000s when we experienced the tremendous economic situation we were in, definitely our personnel numbers did come down. So that can happen, and we would plan accordingly with a future rate increase.
And I can say that as a rate consultant, there have been times when I've come in and I've recommended rate decreases. So it just depends upon how conditions change over time.
So looking at the chart of increases over time, in 2009 and 2010, there was a 7.5% increase based on the water analysis, but maybe did you have that many personnel that you had to hire? I know this is going back 10 years and it's hard to say, but if you don't have the personnel needs because of increased efficiencies, how are you going to adjust the rate increases if we blanketly approve a 4 or 2% increase across the board for the next 3 years? What if there's efficiencies that you find? What if there's ways that you can cut your budget? And we're blanketly approving this 4% increase across the board until 2022. 2021, sorry.
I think that was because of the expansion of the water facility, wasn't it, in 2010?
RO.
With the infrastructure.
That was part of you're talking about the RO plant? That was a percentage of it, yes.
I guess I understand the need for a rate increase because of everything that's going on. And gosh knows the Peace River assessments are going up too whenever we have to use the Peace River Water Supply Authority. And that's a huge increase. But to just blanket approve something for 3 years when, I don't know, I have to take a little pause on that.
Yeah, I mean, we do the best we can with planning. Our budget is a plan. We try to estimate what we think our budget is going to be and our projected, you have to plan for the future. So you have to make some assumptions, just like you all do in the spring for our annual budget. We make those similar assumptions for the next 5 years so that we can try to have a good estimate for what we're going to need. These are not 20% increases like they're seeing down in other parts of the state, like 95% increases in some other.
A few months ago, I had to present a 94% adjustment. And the nature of these adjustments are really, as we talked about, they're about 3% per year, which is inflationary. And I mean, inflation is a part of life, even during recessionary times. And so permanent increases in costs, whether they're from additional personnel or from increases in Peace River costs, they eventually have to be passed through to the customer. And it's considered utility best management practices to do this incrementally over time to prevent future rate shock. And like I said, a few months ago, I had to present a 94% rate adjustment to a community that hadn't been proactive in annually increasing their rates.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm finished.
Okay, well, I see nothing else, so I close the public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve resolution number 2019-R-16 as presented.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner Emmerich. Commissioner Luke, do you have anything to that?
I appreciate the study, and we do have to prepare for the future. And it's a plan, just like any other methodology or plan, but if there's something huge that comes up and needs to be addressed or changed, we do that. That is just part of budgeting, that is part of planning, that is part of what you do within a city, a company, or a home. So I don't hesitate planning for the future. The increments that you have brought forward are logical. They're small. They're preparing for the future in these small bites so that you don't get a few years down the road and have that ginormous 90-some% because you haven't been addressing what you needed to at this point in time. So I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Emmerich? Okay. Commissioner Carusone?
I'd like to make an amendment. I don't know if it's going to fly or not, but I'd like to move that this resolution's effective date is October 1st, 2020.
I'll second just for discussion to see where you're going with that.
I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Carusone, seconded by Vice Mayor McDowell.
It's an amendment.
Or, I'm sorry, it's an amendment. Sorry, an amendment. Commissioner Carusone?
Yeah, the effective date gives us a year to really look at and evaluate what we're doing in the department. Is there efficiencies that we can handle? We've already approved the increases to the fees in the schedule side of things, but I think that you're going to have additional revenues within the next year, especially with that new revenue fee for the reuse water. And I think that at the end of the year, there may be a reduction in that can be spread over a 3 to 5 year time span versus just carte blanche keeping it this way. Because I feel like we're going to reduce it next year and come back the year after and have to raise it. So I'm a little worried about that.
Are you talking about hitting that second year increase, though?
Yes.
So it'd be the second year, it wouldn't be?
Second year increase, right, and then they'd reevaluate it during the next year to see if there's any, because I think the revenue increase in the reuse as well as, what's the answer over there?
Well,
$1 in revenue would be lost in this upcoming year's budget, which.
How much? I'm sorry.
$500,000.
Close to $500 million.
And all the inflation for the upcoming year would then have to be eventually passed through in a future year. So it's, I mean, it would basically, the need is still going to be there, but you would just be
pushing it all.
But the savings and the additional revenue that comes in will offset those costs, correct?
To some extent, but not to the tune of $500,000. I mean, that's going to be a big chunk. That would be a big chunk of change to absorb by any fee increases.
Like 500,000 is a drop in the bucket when you look at the size of our.
And I do think it's important to note that rates have not been adjusted since October 1st of 2017. So this is the first adjustment in 2 years.
2 years.
Commissioner McDowell, you had something?
Yeah, I wanted to hear staff weigh in on that idea. And I appreciate the amendment, Commissioner Carusone. I'm with you on the rates. I don't know if I can approve the effective date part and hearing from you guys on that. I just seconded it for discussion. I'd like to make another amendment after this before we go to the motion, but as of now, I always believe there is ways to reduce if you really, really want to look hard enough. But to put this out for another year at this late stage, I don't know if it's practical. I don't know.
Commissioner Luke, you had something to the amendment?
This was something that was planned. We brought the consultant in. It all went through. It's all fitting hand in glove. Each segment of this, because it's in the various forms, have to flow together for it to be successful. So postponing it, I don't believe it's really going to help. It's going to throw the whole thing out, and I don't want another consultant fee being thrown out and we have to do it again. So I cannot favor postponing it because I believe it all needs to work together. If something comes up in the future, we address it in the future, but to get through this year the way it's budgeted and planned, I believe it needs to stay intact as a whole. Thank you.
Commissioner Carrison?
Yeah, just, I look at all these fees that are affiliated with the utilities department, and really, I've been hawking about for the last 3 years, the late fee, and the administration fee, and all these fees, and it's unaffordable. And now we're talking about another fee increase, and we just raised the taxes, and I guess I'm just looking over it and saying 500,000 should be an easy fix compared to the millions we were looking at in all these other increases. And I get that the utilities department is an enterprise fund, and this is the only way that they get, their support. And I get that they have capacity fees that can only be used for certain things. I get it, but they were also the last to get that raise in 2017, only 2 years ago. They've been consistently increasing, and not for nothing, but the study, I know how they work. It's whatever you want it to work as, that's how it's going to work. I just think that there's an awful lot of fees affiliated with the department. And we're killing our people, and that's why I just can't support any kind of increase. I just can't.
Commissioner McGinn?
Yeah, I'm looking at the chart that I have with the increases in the past few years. In fiscal year 18-19, there was a 0 increase in water rates and sewer rates, correct?
What was that?
A 0 increase.
In what?
In 18-19.
Oh, 18-19, right.
There was a 0 increase. In 17-18, it was a 1.9 for water and sewer, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then in 16-17, it was a 3.5 for water and a 1.5 for sewer.
Mm-hmm.
Help me understand this large of a 4% increase. Just refresh my memory. I know we talked about it, but that was months ago. We had a month off, and so refresh my memory, if you don't mind.
On the water side, it's a matter of simply isolating a lot happens from year to year, and capital needs change on a regular basis. Operating expenses increase on a regular basis. You have new changes in the rates charged by Peace River. So with each rate study, we have to start fresh and see where we're at the time, and make recommendations accordingly, and also considering utility best management practices. We want to make sure that we set appropriate financial targets and meet them without significantly exceeding them. So it is a balancing act, and we do take a hard look at putting together these recommendations. There's a lot of discussion in trying to come up with something reasonable.
How much is in your fund balance right now in utilities? And I don't know if that's what y'all call it, so.
Once
reserves, whatever you.
Once we build our building, it'll probably be 0. No, not 0. But we will have the required 20% that we would need for our, I think it's about $3.5 million, somewhere in that vicinity. Excuse me?
Your bond covenant.
And to meet our bond covenants, thank you. We do have quite a significant amount of fund balance right now, but we are planning on building our new building in the coming maybe 24 months, 24 to 36 months.
Do you guys have the, and help me, we call it like the economic stability where it's the 5 and the 10%?
Theirs doesn't fall into that. They have, first of all, they have retained earnings.
I'm sorry.
They have what's called, their fund balance is not actually called fund balance. The reason it's called something else is because it also includes the value of the pipes in the ground, the buildings. It's a totally separate animal.
Okay. Let's go ahead and vote on the amendment to push these increases out to 2021. And that motion fails 1-4 with.
I'd like to see about making an amendment. If I could, Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment that instead of across the board in fiscal year 2021 and in fiscal year 21-22, that it's an automatic 4%, 2% increase, that we revisit it as a board, let's say in March. Is that when you guys do your budgets?
Everybody starts the budget process in March. The question I have, if this is the direction you're going to go, is we're going to need the consultant to come in because these are all based on projections and they break it out. It's, you want to know how long they were here working on this. So we will need to bring somebody back to help us on this if you want to readjust these again next year.
Can we as a body say, instead of this 4%, can we go to CPI?
You as a body can say whatever you'd like.
Would that require a consultant to come back in?
No, it won't. I mean, going to CPI does not require us to have a consultant come back in. The question is whether or not the revenue will be sufficient to go and to do an analysis.
Well, I would think that's an easy fix. I mean, if your budget is, and I'm using numbers, if your budget's $100,000 and the CPI adjusts, 2%, well, then you add 2% onto your budget, and that's what you got to work with in March, correct?
That's what we would have to. That's what we would have to do. The reason that they have a consultant come in is their rates. CPI picks a basket of items and figures out what the cost of those are for this year and the cost of those for next year. That basket of items may not be the same basket of items that the utilities uses to run. The construction changes from year to year are different than just the generic CPI.
I'm going back to this totality thing that's happening this year, and I'm trying to look at the whole big picture. And I understand that utilities only, and I say that very gently, it's the customers that use utilities. Okay, so I'll make the amendment and see how it flies. Based on the additional information, and I appreciate the leeway, Mayor. So I'll make an amendment to have staff come back with a conversation in February to discuss CPI versus the methodology or the analysis recommended by the consultant.
I have a second. Motion dies for lack of a second. Let's go ahead and go to the main motion. Take the vote.
Can I just say the reason why I didn't support it is because I think it's going to be extra cost for the consultant and to come back and.
They said that.
What is this?
The main motion.
As is.
As is.
And it's being voted on as presented.
This is showing Debbie McDowell and no seconder, and that's not the case.
Because I thought I made the motion and she seconded.
Yeah, that was for the amendment that I made.
Yeah, let's fix that. Make sure it's recorded right here.
That's what threw me off.
Yeah.
So it was Commissioner Emmerich seconded.
Yes.
Oh, wait, what?
Luke and then Commissioner Emmerich seconded. There we go. I will take it up. And that motion passes 3-2 with Commissioner McDowell and Commissioner Carasone dissenting. Commissioner McDowell?
Yeah, I was looking for a compromise for future years, and I understand the need for this year. So that's the reason why I couldn't support it. Thank you.
Commissioner Carasone?
No, I think I've been clear.
Okay. And we are going to move on. Resolution 2019-R19. City Clerk, please read resolution by title only.
Port Florida, approving the expenditure of forfeiture funds for costs related to police departments forming chapter of the Do the Right Thing program, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing an effective date.
Thank you. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, the police department is working their way down here. This was directed to bring forward by the commission back in July to work with the Kiwanis and create a chapter of the Do the Right Thing program. We've worked closely with the Kiwanis as well as the city attorney's office to get this resolution drafted, and we're here to answer any questions.
Okay. Commissioner Luke, the floor is yours.
This has no bearing upon thinking that the program is worthy and everything, but because of the various boards and things that I deal with, my ears perked up when I read the part about the Kiwanis money, like commingling with city forfeiture funds, and everything that the city does has to be transparent. And so I'm wondering what kind of precautions would go on, because, and it was in regards to having an event, a yearly event, so that there's a dinner or something and awards are handed out. And it was talked about that the Kiwanis would be fundraising for that as well as the expenditure from the city. So wondering how is that going to be kept separate so that we don't have an issue with transparency between public and private? That was my only question toward it, just protecting ourselves.
The initial forfeiture funds, Todd Garrison, Chief of Police for the record, the initial forfeiture funds are totally separate, and that takes care of the registration and the awards and stuff. The awards banquet that the 501(c) will be totally separate, and they'll be working with corporate sponsors to bring funds in strictly for that.
Okay, so your allocation of forfeiture funds, and that's all it is to purchase or to obtain the
startup materials,
the charter for it, but you're not putting any other monies or forfeiture monies into the program after that initial startup?
That's correct.
Okay, that clarifies it.
There's no commingling after this initial startup.
Perfect, that's what I needed to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner McDowell, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I think it's a great program. I love the concept. Where I have to stop is the fact that it's going to be the Kiwanis with the city. And I have just a couple questions on that. What other nonprofit, city manager, have we as the city partnered with and funded for them their startup costs and incremental costs?
I don't know of any that we've done that specific activity with. I know that
Maybe not that specific do the right thing kind of activity, but something.
or as funding startup costs or chapter costs. I'm off the top of my head, I don't know. I know that the most recent activity that we've helped with, like providing space for them to do things, was Holly's Hope, and we've done quite a bit as far as providing them with space.
Well, doesn't Neighborhood Watch get forfeiture funds?
Yes, I just, what I was going to say is I don't know that we actually paid to start them up or not, because that's been around since before I started here.
For youth.
So we've helped multiple organizations. We're currently providing space to Teen Court, free of charge, to use building right on the other side of one of these walls. And like I said, Drug Free Youth, Teen Court, Neighborhood Watch. We provided space at other facilities for people to use. We've had joint ventures for like use of logos with the Chamber of Commerce. We have partnered in one form or another with a bunch of nonprofits. This specific way, I don't know of any, but I know we partner with the organizations all the time.
I know that Sarasota County Sheriff's Department has a Do the Right Thing program that can't we participate in? I mean, we're in the county.
Scott Miranda, Northport PD. The Sarasota County's chapter has been active for several years now. That's why we're starting up our own. We used to inactive. We used to partner with them several years ago, and then it went inactive, and we haven't done the Do the Right Thing program since I believe it was 2010 was the last year that we did anything with Do the Right Thing.
Did I hear that the Sheriff's Department is active?
Inactive.
It's inactive.
It's kind of like parking the car.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I haven't heard that accent for a very long time.
I can interpret.
Translating New York to Florida English?
I haven't heard the accent, so I'm out of touch with it.
The other thing, Vice Mayor, is, with that program, our kids have to leave our community to drive all the way up into Sarasota to attend these functions. And I think we're at a position that we want to start doing our stuff here in Northport and stop relying on other people off this island, so.
Okay, so who?
Hammer.
I was about to grab the hammer for the clapping.
And I'll share with you that, my staff, they wear multiple hats. And this is a huge endeavor. And this is critically important for the youth of our community. And we need help. And we have an organization that's willing to step up and help us get this program up and running. No bones about it. This is the Northport Police Department Do the Right Thing program. This is not the Kiwanis Do the Right Thing.
But that's what I wanted to get clarification on, because I've been hearing Kiwanis, the backup material says Kiwanis.
They're going to be the organization that's going to put the legwork in to go out and get corporate sponsors and solicit funds. They have the time, effort, and resources that they can do that under our umbrella. But we need help to get there, because this program failed before because the person who was running it, who was not part of the police department, I don't have a lot of the history, but she didn't do it anymore. And then it fell on a member of the police department, and it was just too much for that person to do in addition to all their other duties. So it's a good program to partner with our local community people, and it's all about the youth.
Well, I get it, it's all about the youth, I understand that. I just have to always kind of sit back and question when I see, like Commissioner Luke had mentioned, the commingling of funds and the commingling of the programs with the different entities, one being governmental, one being nonprofit. So I just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that things are being done up on the up and up.
I can assure you, because I've stated in front of this board before, I do not want to go to jail. So I will make sure that our forfeiture funds follow, our statute.
So every year, are you going to be coming back to us and asking for additional money for the next budget for these forfeiture funds? Or is this going to be part of your actual budget then next year, instead of using forfeiture funds to continue the program? I'm just looking at the future, how's that going to work?
If the future, I can't guarantee what we're going to have in forfeiture funds. However, because this program does fit the definition that we can use forfeiture funds in, I would use forfeiture funds as long as I possibly can, instead of dipping into the general fund and putting it on the taxpayers.
Definitely.
Thank you for that clarification. I just wanted to learn more about the little bit of the details. That's where all the devil's in those details, and I appreciate your time in explaining that. Thank you.
Commissioner Garrison, the floor is yours.
So, I'm sorry, but everything in this city is because of Kiwanis. They started the 4th of July parade. They started the Easter egg basket hunt. They started the Easter breakfast with the bunny. They started the Christmas parade. They started the 4th of July parade. They were organizing the neighborhood, the
Fishing tournament.
Fishing tournament. Everything that the movie Under the Stars, Kiwanis. Every single thing this city and Parks and Recs does was initiated by Kiwanis in partnership for the last 20 years. So it irks me to believe that people don't understand there's a partnership between Kiwanis and the city. Not just Kiwanis, but the Boys and Girls Club, Sarasota County on Substance Abuse, Big Brothers Big Sisters, just about every single nonprofit organization there is within Sarasota County has at one time or another been in partnership with this government, because that's the type of government it is. We believe in our kids. And I can tell you right now that if there was ever a time to get our law enforcement to have positive interaction with our children, today is it. It should have took place 15 years ago, because I've been saying this over and over again. Our kids, and now adults, are losing respect for adults and law enforcement officers, and it is putting their lives in danger. It's putting the children's lives in danger. And until we change that social belief and that social ability to say our law enforcement officers are all bad, until we change that perception, we are going to go nowhere but downhill. And this is not something that I see as a feel-good effort. I see this as essential to the health, welfare, and safety to our community, to make sure that our children are learning that police officers are not what they're seeing on Facebook or Instagram. This is essential. That's it. And yes, I get heated over this one.
I would say if there's anything a government should partner with, it is a nonprofit. It is your churches, it is your All Faiths Food Bank, it is your, New Hope gives out food. These are things, if you want costs to go down in government, you want to get rid of some of the social, we got so many organizations out here doing social services. And they do it without the bureaucracy of government. So the costs are way less, and they can do so much more with a third of what it takes us to do anything with, because we've got to staff everything with 47 people, and so I'm all for anything that we can do, with these nonprofits. We just recently are trying to, we've been partnering with Serve Northport. It's a whole new organization, that wants to come and get volunteers to help in our Parks and Rec department, fix up these parks and do these things. If we're going to partner with anything, it's with organizations like this that I believe really bring the strength and the heart and the community into a city. Commissioner Emmerich, the floor is yours, sir. 8 minutes.
Thank you, Chief. I think you did very well. One thing I don't know if it was mentioned, but the Do the Right Thing is a national organization.
It is a national program, yes.
Yes, and we're getting back into it. We were into it at one point, and now we're getting back into it with our community.
That is correct.
But one of the biggest things that was brought up was about money expenditures that we're taking from our criminals, like on an ongoing expense. If we were to do this, was that like $500 a year to keep this going, or?
$500 is the initial cost to get our charter started here in Northport. Charter.
Like clam chowder?
Yeah.
And then the additional money that would be asking for is to buy all the stuff from Do the Right Thing, because it is proprietary, so we have to buy the Do the Right Thing swag bags, pencils, and all that. So that's what the additional money would be for every year.
Right, no, and I understand that, but it's still at a very minimal, and we're taking it from the bad guys to give and inside our youth to be good guys.
Correct.
So,
And I think
I got no issues with that
community
whatsoever.
support behind this in the long run. I think you're going to see.
Right, and I think you're going to see the Kiwanis step up to the plate and probably raise you a few $100s on events going forward, because they have a lot of volunteers in town that would welcome the challenge and go out there and help y'all.
Right.
And I think there's a few sitting right up here too.
Amen, brother.
Just saying.
Okay,
That's all I had, sir. Thank you.
Commissioner McDowell, you have your 3-minute follow-up. Go after it.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's clear. My questions were just to make sure the devil's in the details. That's all it was. I firmly believe that this is a great program, and I love the direction that the police department is going with interacting with our youth and our adults and showing positiveness in the city. Absolutely, that is what this department has done that I have not seen for years, and you are to be commended.
Have a great team, ma'am.
You have, exactly, you have a great team, you have a great mindset, and you are changing the culture right here in the city of Northport. And I appreciate everything you're doing with the interaction with the community, with police, pizza with the police, and donuts with the donut thing that you guys do. And
Donuts
even
with
just
dogs? I don't know.
Recently, you were doing the, catching the kids doing the right thing, where you would pass out, I think it was what, free Frosty or free McDonald's or whatever that was. And just even playing basketball, when you see the kids are out playing basketball. I mean, Jiminy Christmas, this is the way you change the culture of society. And I am so grateful for that. Now, Commissioner Carasone had brought up about the interaction with the police force, and I agree with it. When these awards are being passed out, is it Kiwanis passing it out, or is it the police department passing it out, or is it together?
It will be the police department passing it out with the Kiwanis there. It'll
Thank
be
you,
in
because I want to make sure, if this is the sole purpose, that the police department is there passing out these awards. And I am grateful for the interaction and the way that this is going to be done. And I am grateful that it was brought to us. So continue with the good work, continue with this community policing, and continue changing the perception of the police department out there. Maybe someday we'll get people that are pounding on the door saying, I want to be a cop. So thank you for that.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
To approve resolution number 2019-R-19 as presented.
Second.
Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner Carasone. Commissioner Luke, you have anything to that?
No, just ditto of what everybody's saying about the goodness of the program. What I brought up, I just need to clarify that there wasn't going to be a non-transparent form of money trail, because I've seen lawsuits occur because of that. So make sure the program was protected, that we're protected. So thank you very much.
Carasone, you have 3 minutes.
Oh, I think I already gave my all.
I have
God
nothing
bless.
else. Let's take the vote.
All right, and I need a break. I really do.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
That passes. So let us take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back.
Oh my God, I gotta stand up.
Right.
It's because I was being. It's for Commissioner.
Okay, we are back. Moving on to item 190914. Discussion of possible action regarding commission travel and education policy. City Manager, please introduce this item.
Thank you, Mayor. During the budget process, we had conversations about travel and training budgets for the commission. We discussed whether or not they could be combined into one account, at which point I let you know that the state says that we can't. But you asked me to put together a policy to where we would look at the two combined, but each commissioner would be held to the total of those and not allowed to go over. I did my best to draft said policy. It is in front of you right now. If you agree with it or you tweak it and tell us what changes you want to make, we will bring it back to you as a resolution for adoption and inclusion in the commission handbook.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no public comment on this, so I will move over to Commissioner Luke. The floor is yours.
I appreciate what you had written. For some reason, I am not seeing it right now.
Neither am I.
Yeah, I don't even remember seeing it to begin with.
It like disappeared. I'm
I
not
don't
seeing it
remember
in the
seeing it at
backup.
all.
No, there was only a policy attached to
Yeah.
the,
Commission
the other
handbook.
uniform. The next item had it.
Now, we did receive an email that had information in it.
That might be what I'm.
Yeah, it was in
what
an
I'm
email that
thinking
had,
of.
that had the breakdowns of everything.
Right.
We received that in an email.
Email of everybody's stuff.
Travel, but I don't remember seeing a drafted.
You know,
policy.
it might
Because this
just
is as
be-
simple as, you have the commission handbook that has a travel and policy. I got the two combined in my head
Right.
and worked on both. If you look at the end of the staff summary, this one's literally as simple as adding that statement to the end where individual commissioners will be limited to incurring expenses related to travel in the amount of the two travel and training accounts in any given year. Request for additional funding in the year may be approved by a majority of the city commission.
I knew I had read it somewhere in the backup. So I think that covered it. I mean, during the budget process, we talked about increasing the expenditures for the commission. And I don't know how it had been done in the past, but currently it was being interpreted that there's this line item. And if one goes over, you take from the line item, and it's kind of exchanged, but it stays within that line item. And for more accountability, I know I spoke up at that point in time and said the only way I really wanted to see the increase was if it was then kept divided among the commissioners to have a form of accountability to them, instead of just combining everybody and pulling from the line item. I think, especially here lately, accountability to commissioners is being examined by the public, and I think this is one avenue that we can actually do that shows that we are trying to work with integrity and within those times of, or those types of expenditures. Along that line, because that covers that, I think there needs to be an articulation of what we turn in on our expenses also. I mean, I'm on boards outside of boards that I sit on for the city, and I shouldn't have reimbursement for what I do on a individual basis on a board. It shouldn't be coming out of my expense as a commissioner. So I believe there needs to be accountability to that also.
Commissioner Luke, can I just ask, do you mean, or are you talking about the city sanctioned boards, or are you talking about
Yes.
boards outside of the city sanctioned boards?
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. I'm going to use Boys and Girls Club. I sit on their board also, so I travel up to Sarasota in order to attend those meetings. And I shouldn't be turning something in for that. Also, I don't believe, I mean, we get invited to a lot of stuff as a commissioner. And I don't want that removed because it is vitally important to the public and to, other organizations within the city that their representatives attend their functions and stuff. So I have no problem with doing that, but it needs to be an invite. You need to go as a commissioner, not as an individual. So I think that kind of discretion needs to come into play too. But as far as the wording that city manager has placed in, I'm in agreement with that. Thank you.
Commissioner McDowell, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I like the wording, now that I understand what wording you were talking about. Because when I looked at the budget, every single one of our commissioners has a travel, and it's done by a line item. Even though it's in the commission budget, it's still an individual line item. And I think that there needs to be some type of accountability to make sure that if you're going over, fine, just bring it to the commission and say, hey, going over, this is why, and make sure that all of us understand, because it is an accountability factor. And I agree with Commissioner Luke, and I'm not on any of those kind of boards, like you said, with the Boys and Girls Club, that if you're doing something in your own personal capacity, that the city shouldn't pay for that. That's not a reimbursable expense. It's only for the city-sanctioned commission boards that we sit on, that we all approve. I think it's like November-ish. So I like the language. I like holding each other accountable. And thank you.
Mr. Carson?
If there's someone else, can you skip over me for a second so I can figures? I can't get this, this thing keeps shutting off on me and it's ridiculous. So real quickly, because I can't pull it up.
It's on your cheat sheet, the wording that you wanted to add.
My problem is that we don't just go to things that are assigned to us. A lot of this travel is also things that we attend, like Argus, like Tiger Bay, like, those things. And I guess that if it's a reasonable amount of money that we're actually putting out there for us to attend these things, then I'm okay with it. But, so for instance, I reviewed my own, and on one side, I'm in the positive, the other side, I'm in the negative. And that's, of course, with assumptions. Now, there's some things I've canceled, so it'll probably be both negative, but my point is that, I'm $135 negative with the assumptions as they are. So it could be that I come in positive, but if I come in positive, then that money should go to whoever else is negative. That, say I'm positive 135, I personally believe that 135 should go over. Now, if you're saying that if it goes over, to bring it before the board and have that assigned, or at least be aware of, I'm okay with that too. But I think that it really boils down to having the appropriate funding into the travel expenses versus the assumption. Because some years, we've seen it, there was 4 years where we only had 2 commissioners going and attending these meetings, and we were not getting a full representation. So, I would like to hope that everybody does their part and tries to attend as much as possible, because the more that we get out there in a positive focus, a positive light, as you've seen over the last 3 years, we have definitely changed the belief system, the thought process, the respect level for our city by attending those things. So I think it's essential that we go to them. I heard kind of just the last part of what you said, and I get what you're saying as far as being appointed, but there's certain boards that ask for specific people to be appointed. Like the Y board had asked me specifically to represent the city on the board. Now, if you're saying that we need to bring those before the board to say, which I did, when that happens, bring it before the board so the board is aware of it, I'm okay with that too. But to get permission, I don't know about that. I don't think there should be a permission per se, because nobody here has authority over each other, only us as a whole has authority. So I think that, and then I have to look down the road because personalities can play a huge role in it too. You get a few people, I mean, God forbid if Linda was appointed to something back in 2015, she would have never, whether it was positive or negative, she would have never been able to serve on that board, So I have to think about that too. But if it's about awareness, I'm all for that, definitely. And then, this next year, I have to look at who's going to take my place on that Y board because I won't be here. And so now I have to figure out who's going to shift into that board.
But the Y board isn't a sanctioned city board. It's not anything the commission approved.
Well, the commission was aware of it.
No,
And
I'm just,
in the past, what I can tell you is that those supposable sanctioned city boards were really only legislative boards. They were just boards that were quantified by either state representation, county representation. They were directly related to the government, other governments, I guess is what I'm saying. It was never intended to be a full-fledged list of all the boards that the individual representatives as city commissioners had been on. So I guess what I'm saying is that, there's two different degrees to look at it because a lot of these nonprofits do want a city representative to be on it, especially those who are looking to increase their services here in the city that want that representation because they need someone from each level. A perfect example is when Drug-Free Youth was put together through chat. Drug-Free Youth was part of what was called Northport ASAP, and Northport ASAP, as part of their charter, had to have a representative from each government. So they needed a commissioner, they needed a police officer, and they needed someone on like the health department. So there had to be certain types of representation all over the board. Now that wasn't on the list, but we always had a commissioner who was a representative on that board for years and years. So I guess, I don't want us to be so stringent in thinking that they're government-sanctioned board because that's not what the list was ever intended to be. Because, it wasn't. It was just those things that needed an appointment through, say, the League of Cities, the National League of Cities, and the different county boards, because there were a lot more county boards than there are today. Just wanted to kind of throw that out there.
Thank you. I don't have a problem setting a limit and then saying if you hit your limit and there's more that you need to do, you come to the board and you do that. That being said, I do have a problem with instructing any commissioner on what they use that per diem for. Because here's an example. Tomorrow I'm going to go speak and we all do stuff on behalf of the city that we don't come back just because it's just not worth the hassle really to fill out the documents over a $10 trip.
Oh, true, yeah.
So, and we probably do $100 of those every month, all of us, just in the travel we do. So tomorrow I'm going to go speak for the 4th and 5th graders at one of the grade schools. They wanted the mayor there to come speak to in their auditorium. That I consider city business. I'm going for that purpose. That being said, I also sit on Achiva's finance board. Now that they asked me, they didn't say we need a city official. They just respect me because of the positions we hold. We garner certain respect from people, and they just want that mindset kind of behind it. That should never go to something like that. Whenever we do fill out these forms, for reimbursement on there, it lets us, it lets everyone know, it's on the forms, the things we're attending, where we're going, all of that is there. I do not, again, I don't have a problem saying, all right, your cap is such and such, if, if you find that you're running low and you need an extra $135 to get somewhere else, you come to the board and you say, here's my presentation and here's what I feel, the reason why I feel this would benefit the city and benefit the board for me to attend, and then the board say, yeah, we're okay with that funding, find that funding and do it. But as far as me having to list out the things that I do, I go to teen court. I don't ever charge for that, but that's an official city board. But I just drive up there. Is it really worth my hassle to come in and do all the paperwork? But that being said, there's so much stuff that we do that is city business, and just because I have the means or the financial capabilities to just say it's just not worth my hassle, doesn't mean that everybody that sits up here does. And so because of that, I think it is fair and equitable that if somebody desires, no matter what it is, if it's considered in their mind city business, we can always get the records and see where they went and challenge it. Among one another, we can always do that. I think it is fair and equitable to do. So I don't mind overall looking at it and then saying, here is your cap, but I just really don't feel we should be listing out what it is those things are that we can and can't spend it on. Commissioner Luke, for your second.
I appreciate the discussion, and I guess maybe it's within me, it's who I am. To me, those sanctioned, we're calling them, are definitely legislative, and definitely we have somebody appointed to them. And I see them in a different category than the other boards that we sit on. Whether that board wants a commissioner, it's not legislative. We don't go saying we're representing the commission when we sit on those types of the boards, the same way that we would when we go to those sanctioned ones that are legislative. We go as the appointed representative. Right. And so I see a difference between the two. Now, if we get to the point where the mayor has been talking, if the choice of the commissioner is to utilize it, some of their funds for those other boards or whatever, those other expenditures, and they get down to the end of it and they're lacking, we can review it and say, you kind of attended some meetings here that really you weren't representing the commission. You sat as a commission position, but you weren't a representative of the commission on that. We could refuse that at that point in time. So I don't mind having that type of compromise to it. But those are the differences that I see between the sanction being legislative and the non. But totally, the Argus meetings, some of those, the foundation, the Conservation Foundation, those different entities, I view them as education. Those are conferences that I learned so much. Not only is it the respect, because we have people from Northport attending that, and oh my goodness, sometimes they fall over themselves to welcome the Northport representative, but we're learning there. So there is a presence, there is a learning that goes on, and they're extremely beneficial for me to attend. And I do see those as city business because I am learning how they're being plugged in, whether it's travel or whether it's being put on as conference. Maybe that needs to be reviewed too, because it's not just a meeting. Sometimes I participate in those, sit on the panel or that. So, but that type of compromising, I think we can definitely do, and I would be willing to do so. Thank you.
Mr. McDowell, you have your 3 minutes for your follow-up.
Yeah, and I agree that any time that we go to like Argus or to the Tiger Bay thing, the first couple ones that I went to when I was newly elected, people were like absolutely shocked that Northport came, and that speaks volumes to our willingness to be part of the community and learning and stuff. We can't stop doing that. We are part of the community, and it's also that relationship building that is what is required with being a commissioner. We have to continue building those relationships with other entities, and in no way am I wanting to squelch any of that. I go back to the original thing of, let's add that part where if you need a little extra money, come to the board, instead of just saying, hey, it's there because somebody else didn't do it. And city manager, just, I know we have to change the handbook, but I actually think it's meaning to change the code 2.24, which is part of the handbook.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. Because there is a code for travel.
There is a code for travel, but I don't believe the code, do I? I don't believe the code specifically states what to do one way or the other when you go over money.
I think maybe it should, because that's policy. We're setting policy right now by saying, hey, if you're going over the money, then you have to come back to the board.
Which is why I would recommend you adopt this by resolution so it becomes part of your policy. The other is a financial situation that isn't necessarily addressed in this, because there is no other place in the budget where we hold people to a specific line item. To where, for example, I'll use, if you go over, say the police department goes over in office supplies, but is under in printing materials, they're not held to that as long as that category is still good. So I believe it's a policy you'd adopt by resolution. It is something that you're still held accountable to. It's just not something that you necessarily change the code section you're referring to.
Makes sense. All right, I'll make a motion.
1 second, we always have more.
Okay.
All right, so because of the discussion, I just want to verify that I'm reading this accurately.
Thank you.
Because I do not read this to this motion, the way it was presented. City manager, I don't read this to inflect that I need permission and opinion of the board to determine what I spend my per diem on. If I choose to go to this mayor's thing tomorrow for these children, I choose to put that in my travel expense. This is not addressing that, correct? This is just addressing the cap of what we have.
I wrote it, the way I was instructed was just to address the cap. If you guys want more than that, then it needs different language.
Right. All right, so I'm just making sure I understand because I heard the discussion and it was sounding like that was a part of this. So I personally, I don't mind saying, listen, we have a cap and there's your cap. If you want anything extra beyond the cap, you gotta go to the board and get it. That being said, I do not believe that I should need the approval and opinion of any other board member to determine what I use my per diem on concerning city business. And that's what I've been hearing is, if it's, Argus is good, but we may not approve of this. Well, I may not approve of Argus. So this is what I'm saying, it's all perception. You see it, you may see it as education. I may see it as a free lunch, So, I may not get anything. I might just go eat and leave and nobody would know the difference. So that's what I'm saying is I don't think you can really monitor all that. And I don't know that, any of us should necessarily be monitored by the opinion of another. Like I said, everything is public record. It's all out there. You can, once I file for it, you can see he went over to Imagine. He got back his $3.37 off the travel or whatever. I understand.
It's in the city limits.
I know that. I'm just making a general.
Gotcha.
All right. I go to Nokomis, or Venice, and it's $3.57. If anybody wants to question that, they are more than welcome to pull that public record, whether it's the public, whether it's the commission, pull that public record and say, hey, you went to this, let's bring an agenda item and let's discuss this or during a commission communication and be held accountable that way. But it would always be retrograde. And Commissioner Carasone, your final follow-up, and then we'll take a motion.
I couldn't agree more. I think you and I are talking on the same page. I just go back to that 2015 commission where I can think of, a couple of commissioners who were really working hard to change you know, the viewpoint of the county and state and the city, and I think that had they had to have permission to serve on some of those even, and they were legislative boards, they would have never got it. And so that concerns me because, you know, you're going to see some turnovers on this board real soon here. So we have to think of that kind of attitude, unfortunately. And I believe in the resolution side of things versus code, because what you're doing now is you're going to hold yourselves more accountable to this versus what the general city employee does. The general city employee does it the way that we're doing it now. There's a blanket amount, and you stay within that blanket amount, and you're okay.
By policy.
Yeah. So if we do it by resolution, it doesn't affect everyone else. But the only way that I can approve this is if it's a realistic budgeted amount. And so I guess my question is, what is the budgeted amount now per line item? Did we still continue to keep it at the 5,500?
No, we increased it.
Remember, that's the portion I had to leave on with the death in my family.
I believe it was 500 per commissioner, it was increased by.
It was like 6
No, it's 5,500.
now.
It was 5,500.
Right, I think it's increased to like 6 or 6.2 or something was the total.
Right. City
City
manager?
manager.
Yeah, it's over 6 though, I think, 6 or over.
Okay,
A little bit.
because I mean, that's really, it looks like the original budget was 55, and then
The combined was 8,400, and I believe we raised it to
Everything.
8,900.
Yeah.
then 88,900
Yeah.
was the original. Okay, gotcha.
And Katie had done review of everything to make sure it would be adequate.
It would be accurate. So we're going to assume that it's been raised to 6,000 and, I don't know.
Can we get some accurate numbers, please, city manager?
Right now combined, they're 8,400 for the current year.
Okay.
So
I
that's,
don't have next year's budget in front of me, but you can see this year's accounting side.
what did you say,
It's 84
8,400?
this
Right
year.
now, for the year
This
that we're in,
year.
the combined total was 8,400. I do believe we raised it a certain amount, but I don't, unfortunately, have it.
It was at least up to 89. It may have been an even 9 all the way through.
I'll continue looking.
I don't remember. There was so much discussion back and forth, I don't quite remember what was
Definitely got to
finalized.
raise it because we can't. I mean,
Yeah.
It's not feasible to fly a Legion on a Monday and a Thursday.
Exactly.
Joke, right?
Right.
To some airports.
Right.
If you're ready for a
I'm
motion
ready.
while they're, move to direct staff to add the language, individual commissioners will be limited to incurring expenses related to travel in the amount of the 2 travel and training accounts in any given year. Requests for additional funding in the year may be approved by a majority of the city commission, with this becoming effective on 10/1 of 19.
I'll second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Commissioner Luke?
I think this takes care of what we were discussing during budget time. I think the discussion has been healthy that we've had here. I think we've been able to air different things and come up with agreements and understanding. And so this gives the accountability for the public to view and see that, yes, we are trying to have integrity and transparency before them. And I just think it's good. It needs to be left at that.
Commissioner Carousel?
Yeah, my question is that what if we get another commission, you know, I'm always looking at the future here. What if we get another commission that doesn't use the monies the way, let me give you an example, it's easier to explain this way. When I came in and I took over the seat that I took over, there was very little money left. And I still had, what would it be? Yeah, 10 months. And so I kind of was in a bind that first year, 2016. But then some people got to take it over and there was a huge amount of money left.
Which was my case.
Right.
But that
So-
last line, that you can come back to this commission and with a majority.
No, I get that point, but I'm wondering, okay, at the end of the year, all that money that wasn't used goes back into the fund balance. I'm wondering if there's not a way to roll that over. And then you can hear me out.
City manager's shaking his head.
Just hear me out. You know how much you saved that year. You saved $2,000. And so you know that that $2,000 should not be, it should be taken out of the fund balance in order to replace, because you know it rolled over. You get what I mean?
I think I know, but I don't know as you can fiscally do that with the budget.
Well, you'd have to take it out of fund balance. That's right, that would be the,
So it goes against what we've been saying, we've been doing now for years. It can be done, yes, we can reappropriate the money in the following year. I have stated since, as long as I've been the finance director and now in this role, that no, we don't do that without coming to you all. Ultimately, yes, the money goes into fund balance and the commission can turn around and say, we want to, use your example, you had $2,000, and if you specifically saved that money, knowing that, I got a big travel I want to go to next year that I didn't, so I skipped this year to save for next year.
that's kind of what I'm thinking of, right?
If the commission plans ahead, if a commissioner planned ahead and did that, and then did exactly what this says, is come in front of the commission and say, look, I saved $2,000 last year so that I could go on this travel next year. Does the group as a whole agree? Then yes, we can
That's my
reappropriate the
problem,
money.
because then you're asking permission and you can get into an issue where
I'll tell you.
personality is
This-
going to play a role.
This year, the League of Mayors was in Honolulu. That is a huge expense.
$7,000.
Yeah, and there was no way I was going to spend my entire per diem to do that. That being said, what if last year I thought, you know what, I know, well, of course, you never know when you're going to be mayor, but that same concept,
Right,
you know?
right.
You know, you say, you know what, I'm not going to attend some of these other things because this is coming up.
Right.
I mean, that kind of makes sense.
I'm just, everybody knows you're here for 4 years.
Right.
So during that 4 years, is there a way that, just like in your normal household budget, you save up so that you can do something elaborate the following year? And, then to have to come back with the concern that you have to get approval, that's concerning, because again, personalities play a huge role in that approval, and it is very easy to lose that majority vote just because certain people don't like you. So I believe that if you have a balance at the end of a year, it should be able to be utilized
over.
the following
Like a
year
rollover?
in some way, shape, or form, yeah.
Like I said,
I don't know how. That's your
the
deal.
way I suggested is the best way. I get personality is going to play in. The downside to doing it without having a vote of the commission is we don't allow that anywhere else.
Yep.
And specifically, our friends in blue back there, if they decide they don't spend all their money, because they're typically the ones that have the biggest savings from
And
year
I
to
can
year.
use theirs.
Do I allow the police department next year to say, I saved $800,000 from my budget this year, automatically give that to them next year? I can tell you, I'm
Going
never
down
going
the slippery
to
slope.
recommend that.
No, but
No,
you
but
also don't hold them to the same lines that we're talking about today either. In the same token, you don't make them stay within that specific line item. They have an overall.
Correct, I don't hold them
So,
to, I hold them to categories.
Goes both ways,
To interject into this conversation, I like the yearly thing. You come clean, you're given that amount. And to me, it's a little more transparent, a little easier to follow. And if I wanted to do something exorbitant that was over it,
Give something else up.
exactly.
Or ask permission.
Exactly. You ask permission, you give something else, or I put into it too. So there's other options to do what is over and above. But I would rather see clean slate every year for accountability.
So then maybe we can just have a report at the end of the year. If someone has saved X amount of dollars out of their travel so that everyone's aware of it. I don't know. I'm just trying to find a way that,
You could always do it during commission comments too, and just say, hey.
by the time commission comments come around, we're all ready to go home to bed,
Well,
other than you.
what we could do is have a report during budget, because that's when we're opening it up to look at it.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
So
Yeah.
during budget, how much was saved,
Yeah.
used, lost, or whatever. During budget time, have a report come back, but each
that.
commissioner is different. I mean,
Yeah.
and their level of activity is different. Not only is the level of activity, but the board that we're sitting on. Some boards are local, some are far away, some are every other month, some are twice a month. So that type of stuff comes into play. So instead of just an overall, hey, so-and-so gets the gold star because they saved more on travel this year.
Yeah, no,
More
right.
of a
That's not what
detailed
it's
type
about.
thing at budget, I think, would be a little more vital.
I think that's a great idea, Commissioner.
All right, well. let's
Call the
take-
vote?
Let's call the vote.
I'll handle the handbook thing later, right? I'm looking at you.
And that passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Commissioner Carrison, did you have something? We have 5 minutes before our proclamation.
No, I was, no.
No?
Don't we have E? What happened with E?
Well, we do. We still have it. We have 5 minutes.
Yeah.
We can do it.
Okay, let's do it. All right, 190915. City Manager, please introduce the item.
Thank you, Mayor. This, again, was another item that came up during the budget conversations of should the commissioners be limited to a city-provided shirt, of how often. So the direction was given basically to allow it for every other year. You will notice in the attached document, the one kind of little preference add-on, or not preference, but thing I added to it that we did not discuss at all was when somebody goes from being commissioner to mayor or vice mayor, do you want them to have a shirt that actually has that new title on it that the city provides? I added it. It's very obvious or very easy to remove that, but just so that you'd have something to work with, I included a provision for when somebody becomes a mayor or vice mayor. But again, and just like the last one, if you agree with this, we'll bring you back a resolution that would adopt this.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah. I was quite shocked when I read this because the code says that the commissioners are entitled to 2 name tags and business cards. Doesn't even say shirt. And for 3 years, I've been buying shirts against policy. I have been buying shirts against policy. They have been given to me against policy. Because it says, city commissioners, huh?
I haven't been given any shirts.
I was given one shirt the year I came in, and then I
We
bought all
just
my
got
others.
shirts this year
Yeah,
too.
this year.
We got one when
Yeah,
we came
this
in, and then I got 2 this year. But it says the city commissioner shall be entitled to 2 name tags and personalized business cards. It doesn't say about shirts.
The code doesn't name shirts.
And
Doesn't say that you can't have them either, though.
Exactly. Okay, anyways,
It's-
point.
the point is, it says it in policy, and if we have policy, we should be following it. And it's not allowed.
But
I respectfully disagree that it's not allowed. It says names the other 2 things, but it doesn't say that you can't do them.
I think if we change policy or we do this policy, we just need to update that code so it is clear within the code also that shirts are included, and then the policy dictates how often and how many.
And since when has a city commission uniform policy been in place?
There isn't one.
That's what I thought. Okay.
But
No
it's a
policy.
supply. I mean, to me, if you're using an official shirt, that's a supply, but it's not stated in here. And I go to what Commissioner Luke had suggested, we need to change that policy to allow shirts.
But no policy exists, is what I'm trying to
The
say.
policy that's in place right now.
Has to do with the employees.
No, it doesn't. It's a
This is actually a
commission.
policy that applies to commission.
It's a commission policy on
With the name
supplies.
tags and the business
Mentions
cards.
that commissioners are, what commissioners.
Are entitled to
Basically, you don't have to buy your
the
own name tag, you don't have to buy your own business cards.
Right, when was this put in place?
May I speak to this, please?
Please.
Thank you. Commissioner McDowell's referring to section 2-24 of the city code. Section B relates to supplies, and subsection 3 of that states that all other costs, responsibility of the commissioner. It talks about office supplies, it talks about name tags and personalized business cards being provided. And then it says the commissioners aren't allowed to use city equipment or supplies for personal use. So a couple of things. This code language does not say that the city cannot buy shirts or other uniforms for commissioners. Whether or not that falls under the definition of a supply, this is your code, and the commission would be the ones to interpret that. However, this provision of the code, 2-24, is really policy of the board. It's my professional opinion that this is not best practices to have this codified. My suggestion would be to remove this from the city code and to adopt a commission policy, a numbered commission policy by resolution. That's really where your policies belong, in resolutions. Those are for administrative matters, not in your code, which is really, those are for your laws and regulations.
Makes sense. Thank you.
I agree. Something needs to be changed, because if this is in there, it's what it's got to be followed. So I agree it needs to be changed in some shape or manner. So.
Mr. Pearson?
All right, so here's what I'm thinking, only because I really could have used those shirts that I got this year, last year. Because the shirt I got the first year lasted about a month. I believe that we should be entitled to, and when I say we, it's commissioners. I'll never have another shirt, so 2 shirts a year as uniform tops, I should say, because if you choose to have 1 shirt and a sweater, then so be it, any combination. At least 1 name tag per year. And the reason why I say at least is because if you change mayor, vice mayor, mid-year, then you may have 2. Or if you lose 1, you may wind up having 2. If it falls apart, like mine has done, you may have 2. And then what is the other thing? I think that's it,
Business
right?
cards.
Oh, business cards. I honestly always have too many business cards. So, a box or as needed should be fine, And I think that's it, right? Business cards as needed. Those are the 3 things that I would, and I would be careful how you word it so that the 2 shirts are not directly reflected per seat or district seat, because if you're in the mid-year, like in Commissioner Luke's case, had the previous commissioner had their 2 shirts already, does that mean that she would not be able to have her 2 shirts, Just want to be very careful that anyone new gets that ability. And maybe it's, I don't know how you want to do it, but I think that in all fairness, that would be the fairest way to do it.
Commissioner Emmerich, you have a few minutes.
Mr. Lear, what are we currently doing with staff right now with city shirts and stuff like that? What do they get per year?
It honestly depends on their position. Like the police department, if they need uniforms, they get uniforms. I don't know exactly, if they gain 50 pounds and don't fit in their uniform, or lose 50 pounds and they're swimming in their uniform, we buy them uniforms that fit. I believe some of them are a turn-in and replacement. It depends on, again, what their individual job is.
Let's say admin staff.
Department's budget, department's budget for it. It's I don't know that there's a specific policy, department by department. There's not.
So as needed per individual? And what about the workforce? Road and drainage, public works, don't they get a certain number every single year?
They do, but they're also, again, if for whatever reason, I'll use fleet as a great example. If they get, covered in oil, we do replace things.
Right, and I can understand that, but there's also an automatic that they get uniforms every year.
The biggest thing they have for automatic that was in there was boots. And that's actually somewhat changed as well. They get, I think, one pair of boots a year up to a certain cost. If they need additional ones, they have to bring in the ones that are worn out. But it is really very different by each department. Because again,
Okay, because I'm going back a few years, but back when I was there, we had a budget for uniforms.
We do.
Every single year. And it ended up to be about 5 shirts per person, a jacket, and so on and so forth.
Julie's on her way because she probably has the most people that have the most uniforms that would be automatic like that.
The bottom line is I'm getting into, there is a major expense out there to uniform all of our employees.
Without a doubt.
And my main gripe about this is you want to, as the board, we're talking about limiting us. How do you want us to represent? You know, if we're doing 1 shirt a year and we get ketchup on it, you know, it's like, then we're going to be in our own street clothes. So I just want to have some continuity here between us and us being representatives out there in the public to where we're treated as close to fairly as staff.
For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. Through the union contract, there's so many shirts, pants, and so forth that they, are eligible to receive each year, and we do budget for those. For example, we have switched over, we have very few of our workers in Public Works that prefer to wear the cotton shirts, the uniform shirts and the pants. So they have a choice on that. Most of them have opted, we've gone with the ANSI approved, which are like the very bright shirts, and they're more of the dry fit. So they get a certain amount of those each year, a certain number of, more like a t-shirt. We have a few left that still, employees that still want to, wear the regular uniforms. I can get you the exact numbers. I believe it's every other year we do the jackets. So the jackets isn't something that
Yeah, I know they're a little bit more expensive.
So we budget, but we have to budget for all that, but it's all in keeping with the uniform policy, same thing with the boots. There is provisions in there that, for example, if the boots are beyond repair, get ruined, maybe it be in water, something else happened to them and they're worn out, then there's a provision they have to bring them in and we have to inspect them if they can get another pair. But that's usually, every year how we do that.
Well, and I know back in the day with that union contract, it was also, they had 2 pair of boots per year, and then if they needed a third, because sanitation back in the day was getting on and off the trucks, they could have a third pair resold if needed.
If they get worn out or damaged or something like that in the line of duty, then we have a provision in there for that as well.
But if
So we budget for all that accordingly.
You can get me the numbers, but if I remember correctly, it was about 5 shirts per individual per year.
Yes, and that's what it used to be. I think we've increased that now because of the t-shirts and we've had a
So
savings.
they've got both now, yes.
Well, we have in lieu of, most of them don't wear the uniform shirt that we have to have laundered or they can launder them on their own. So with that savings, we were actually just to go across the board for the majority with the t-shirts.
Yeah, because back in the
increase
day,
the
you
number a
had
little bit more.
uniforms
Yes.
with the cleaning service, with everything.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I had. I just
Okay.
wanted to get that out on the record.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
When I look at it, I appreciate the questions about staff, but we're not here wearing our so-called staff shirts all the time as a commissioner. We wear them out when we go places. Personally, myself, this is the way I view it. I think when a new commissioner is elected or re-elected at the point of election, there should be 2 shirts, and it would cap at $100. I believe at year 3, there should be a new shirt capped at $50. That runs in the same line as to what a city manager put out, except it's putting the 2 shirts at the first year, year 1, and then 1 shirt at year 3. It then can repeat again if somebody's reelected. I would not do special shirts for mayor and vice mayor. If they wanted to purchase their own, they could, but the city is already purchasing the tag. So it's that tag that demonstrates who they are. But if they wanted a personalized shirt, then that's on them. But it's only good for 1 year anyhow, where these other shirts accumulate and you can reuse them. So I would not do a mayor or vice mayor. I would say one name tag per year. I mean, because those mayor and vice mayor, they have to change, they have to alternate. Mine gets worn out. I haven't ever changed mine out, but it would be nice to do that. So a name tag a year if you want to. In the case of the mayor and vice mayor, they have to be. And then, as Commissioner Carazone said, cards as needed. Some of us go out and we distribute a lot, some don't, but that is the marketing of the city as we go out, so it should be available whenever they need to be replenished. That is how I view it. I think it's fair, equitable, and gets them started. And I just think that would be a good compromise with all of it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll call a motion, or let's entertain a motion.
Commissioner Luke, why don't you do it since you're leading?
I'll go ahead and move,
Yeah, this was very quick, like 30 minutes ago.
yeah. A move to approve the uniform policy, making 2 shirts available at election time for an incoming commissioner, capping at $100. At year 3, the commissioner will be given another shirt, capping at $50. One name tag will be able to be furnished yearly, and business cards as needed.
Second that.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Luke, seconded by Commissioner McDowell. Commissioner Luke?
No, I think that I've stated it.
Commissioner McDowell?
No, I agree everything with Commissioner Luke had said, and then we'll do a follow-up on this to take care of Chapter 224.
Thank you, Mr. Carazone. You have 3 minutes on the floor.
Yeah, I'm worried about the caps because, you know, price of things increase every year. So I think just, because I usually look at the cheapest shirt I can find.
Same here.
But yet not looking like a slob either, because you gotta be careful. But I'm worried about the cops. No, I worry about them all the time, trust me. But, no, I worry about the caps. And 2 shirts in your first year, okay, but there's nothing for the second year. And I can guarantee you that after the first year, those shirts are gonna be ruined depending on whether you got city water or well water. So I can't agree with that. I think it should be at minimum a shirt a year. And as far as business cards, that's great. But the name tag, I'm afraid of limiting it to only 1 a year because, as I said, things happen. Maybe there needs to be something in there where you can replace when, say, your name changes or when something falls off of it, like the little tags that we keep gluing on there, or that it's no longer a mayor or a vice mayor. So I'm worried about that kind of, I can't do anything about the number of shirts. I can amend it, but I'm not going to amend it because I can't support it, because I believe we should, you know, the commission as a whole should get more shirts on an annual basis. Like I said, I sure could have used those shirts over a year ago, so.
To speak to that, I don't mind removing the cap if you feel as though the cap is a problem. I purchase shirts on my own. I mean, I utilize the cap that is there. Well, I have to save my pennies in order to get the money in order to buy the shirt, but it's again the way I view it. I don't want to utilize the taxpayer dollars for me to get a shirt when I'm not a staff wearing them all the time. So I don't mind removing the limit, but I think there needs to be a limit to the amount, and then I would purchase myself after that.
Let's take the vote. That's with you removing the cap, right?
She's not, she wanted me to make an amendment.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. All right, all right.
Okay.
Sorry about that. I thought you were
I can make the amendment to remove the dollar amount caps.
Make that amendment.
So I'm making an amendment to remove the caps, financial caps.
Okay, do I have a second to the amendment?
I'll second that.
Commissioner Luke? For your reasons, Commissioner Carousel?
Yeah, but I, also the at least one name, or the name tag, one name tag a year, but understanding the replacement if necessary. For those reasons, I don't know how you would word that. Let's go ahead and vote on that one and then
Commissioner
I'll
McDowell,
give it a shot.
I can't support the amendment because I have to buy my own clothes whether I'm a commissioner or not. And if I wear a commissioner shirt, I pay for my own clothes. If you have two shirts, you have two shirts. If you have one shirt, you have one shirt. This is supposed to be, this is like a benefit, and it's not to be your whole wardrobe. And I just can't support allowing somebody to get 5 shirts and, you know, spending $200 a shirt on it. There has to be some kind of a playing field that everybody can follow. And that's why I liked the cap. But removing it, then I can't support it.
Well, there is a
Free
cap.
shirts.
There
It
is a
doesn't say
cap
free
within the
shirts.
budget, though, and you can't go over that cap
Right.
that's within the budget. So that is directed by the budget. And so you are held already to a cap. It's just removing it from the policy.
Right.
Let's take a vote on the amendment.
And when you say cap, you're talking about the financial obligation cap, because money changes, yeah. Okay, just want to make sure.
And that passes with Commissioner McDowell and Commissioner Emmerich dissenting.
And that was
Commissioner-
just the amendment.
Yes, on the amendment. Commissioner Emmerich, you have something to that?
The cap, I agreed with the cap part. I don't mind the $100. But if you can get 3 shirts for the $100,
Yes.
that would have been better than just taking the cap off.
Oh,
That's
you're
why,
saying it should have been reversed.
absolutely, that's why I voted against it.
All right,
We're
let's take.
talking about
let's take-
$500 here, folks.
I
I
know.
don't even know why this stupid policy needs to exist.
Let's take the vote on the main motion.
Yeah, I can't do it.
And that motion passes with Emmerich and Carasone dissenting, Commissioners Emmerich and Carasone, for reasons stated.
Yeah, I mean, Commissioner Emmerich makes a good point, but this is going to come back in another policy level, correct? And it'll be all whatever resolutioned out, so we'll,
The only reason why I supported it is we need a policy.
yeah.
We need a policy. That's the only reason why I
that, but-
supported it. I don't support the cap being removed, but like Commissioner Carasone said, this is coming back.
Yeah,
So-
so,
We are going to move on to our time certain. Because I was promised it would be under 5 minutes, that last one.
Joan, are we waiting for more people? No? Okay. I mean, we have one more item. Yeah, we have one more item. We can kind of wait a minute to see if maybe Amy or someone's coming.
Amy did the same conversation.
Okay. Elaine's not coming?
I have not talked to Elaine, I don't know.
I'll let Commissioner Carasone.
Okey dokey. Thank you very much.
So involved with this thing.
Well, you two. Do I really need this? Hello. Hello.
Is it green?
Not working.
It's not working.
I learned that in high school. I did pay attention in that one class.
No, it's not me. Susan, is it you?
We're on.
Both of them are not working. Andy.
Good job.
Andy.
All we had to do was.
Andy! Young! Adrian!
So I have my little. All right. And we need mouse. Yeah, for $50 cap. Yeah, let's cap. Okay. Oh, boy.
This is a serious issue, and I just want to say, before I get into this proclamation, we've lost a lot of lives here recently. There was a young woman who passed away just a couple weeks ago. We went to school with our kids, and we're getting there, I hope. Anyways, whereas Suicide Prevention Week is dedicated to the role everyone in our community can play in preventing suicide, and all community members are encouraged to know the signs, find the words, and reach out to someone they are concerned about. And whereas preventing suicide requires the efforts of many, from individual friends, families, neighbors, and coworkers, to government agencies and communities, organizations from a wide range of sections. And whereas suicide is a public health issue in our community, and each death by suicide directly impacts numerous family members, friends, co-workers, loved ones, and often the entire community. And whereas the City of Northport is committed to promoting protective factors, I should put my glasses on, against suicide, such as access to effective behavioral health and health care. And whereas suicide prevention requires a comprehensive, multi-level approach that encompasses strategic strategies for prevention, early intervention, treatment, and post-intervention after a death has occurred, and whereas September 8th through the 14th is recognized across the U.S. as Suicide Prevention Week and provides the opportunity to educate our community about warning signs and how best to help those most in need. And now, therefore, we, the City Commission of the City of Northport, Florida, do hereby proclaim September 8th through the 14th, 2019 as Suicide Prevention Week. Witness thereof set in our seal, City Commission sign. Would you like to talk about the things that Holly's Hope actually has out there, services, and for those who have been affected by last weekend's tragedy, what we have going on for survivors?
Yeah.
I know, right? Down the mess.
Yeah, it's the last award you ever won in your life, especially as a parent, or anything, okay? We have had more suicides in this city than any of you know, because a lot of them are called something else, some disease that they might have been suffering. But they are here, and we have suffered it, and we thank God this City Commission. Vanessa was wonderful in starting it, and so many have been so wonderful in working on it that they are not putting their heads in the sand. They are admitting that it's happening. The schools are admitting that it's happening. And finally, we are getting some, hopefully, ability to get into the schools. We are going to be getting into Northport High School in November, and every single student is going to see the More Than Sad movie. We are very, very thankful for some of the programs and couldn't thank the City Commission enough. Morgan Center, New Hope Church, and a lot of the others that have dedicated their time in that. We now have a 501c3, thanks to Jabin Niles, set it all up for us out of his own pocket. We now have a Survivors of Suicide group that meets once a month, the fourth Monday of the month, over at New Hope Church in Module 3. And we need that word out there, because the people that are coming to it, I can't even tell you what it's about, okay? People that it was only a few months ago, people that it was 30 years ago. And the tears have not stopped, because this is something we need to talk about and do. We are told that 1/5 of the students in our classrooms are suffering from depression, 1/5. And now we are putting behind iron bars and bulletproof glass. Now, how does that make somebody who's depressed feel? Obviously, we need to keep them secure, obviously. But we need to go beyond that and make sure that inside they feel secure. We have the Holly's Hope Group, which meets at the Morgan Center on the second Monday of every month at 6 o'clock. We need people there. We need more people. This Saturday, we'll be out at the Out of the Darkness Suicide Prevention Walk, which will be in Punta Gorda, a week from Saturday. On the 21st, it starts at 9 o'clock, registration at 8 o'clock. You can register online. Last year, there were thousands of people there. This year, there will also be. The head speaker of that group is going to be Amy Vogel. We are so blessed that she is in town working with us. But let me tell you something, we're pulling her in 25 different directions because she's up at MacDill Air Force Base a lot. Why? Because they are having a higher number of suicides almost every month, and she is being called up there constantly. We also need to develop, and Amy is qualified for this, so let's stretch her a little more. We need to have a teens group, unfortunately, seriously, sadly. We have to develop a teens group for suicide, survivors of suicide. They do not need to be with the adults. They need to be treated differently. They need to be worked with at the level, and luckily we have someone who is trained in that. We have, I was going to touch on teen court. Another thing this city has done, this city is working right now on teen court. Do you know how valuable that is? Right now, that a student, if they get involved in something, unfortunately a lot of them do, but if they get involved with something, they go to teen court, there's about a 5% chance that they'll ever be back in the system. If they go to regular juvenile court, the numbers are way higher, like up in the 20s. Teen court works because it's kids getting in other kids' faces. It's kids have to be part of the system. We will be at the October 1st at the National Night Out. We are at New Hope because they have the health fairs. We are at the newcomers events that they have for the city. You know, thanks to a lot of really dedicated, wonderful people. And I have to say, Pete, your wife, Elaine, oh my gosh, God bless her for everything she's doing. If it wasn't for these people, we'd have nothing, but we have to. It's not something we want to work on. We must guard against concussions because, frankly, that's what we think destroyed our daughter, not knowing it. Football, soccer, volleyball. Some things are starting to change. For example, starting a year ago, you can't even play volleyball in the schools unless your parents and you view a concussion video. That was never. Soccer. What do the boys want to do? They want to smash that ball with their head. What is that doing to their brain? Hit in the right place, it only takes one time, and you got a 40% chance of earlier dementia or Alzheimer's. And those are the statistics. Football, go watch and go read Concussion by Will Smith, or go read anything about the concussions. It's there, it's happened. We are losing valuable, precious people. And when it happens, folks, the lives of so many people are never, ever the same. We have had people in the survivors of the suicide group who have come across a suicide, didn't even know the person, and have spent years in counseling after because it affected them that much. It's a horrible, horrible thing, and we've got to do more about it, but we thank you. It's a start. Thank you.
I just want to add that as far as the teen group, I think that we have now a youth board, and I would really like Holly's Hope to get involved with that the teen advisory board, and see if maybe they can't be that arm of that teen group that we need so badly. And I'd say that the Holly's Hope, either president or yourself, to get with the city manager, and maybe you can organize and orchestrate that. And when is the Choices for Chances next viewing? What is the date and area? Do we have a time? And
I would like to have it here. Yeah. Okay, we need a date, and this is what we talked about last night. We want it here. We're trying to get it at the Boys and Girls Clubs. We've been talking to them. But we want it here, open to the people. Dawn Shorter had it for the employees about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. We didn't have as many as she wanted, but for those that were there, it was great. They understood the message, and it is a very valuable lesson. And it's talking not just about suicide. It's talking about bullying. It's talking about the parent-child relationship. It's talking about drugs, alcohol, being addicted to your cell phone and not watching your driving, permanent injuries, and actually remorse from people who survive from accidents.
Social and behavioral issues, yes.
Everything, all of it.
So, Commission, anyone else?
We just need a date and we will be here. We've got the film, and the producer of it wants it to be here.
City manager is aware of it, so all we have to do is someone's got to go speak to him. So, thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
You got anything to say there, Ed? No.
Joan covers it all with your help. Yeah, okay. It was hot. Oh my gosh. It was, not to see all that. Hey, not, you know. Next thing you want to do. Thank you.
Just hold it down. Okay, we have one more item left. Arguably the most important item.
It is special.
All right, let's just get to it. I'll make a motion.
Item 190922, review, discussion, and possible action on the city attorney's performance evaluation. I looked through it and it looked very high earlier, but now that it's kind of waned out a little bit over the last few weeks. What?
She has to keep it topical.
Hey, sometimes you get all excited about something, then time plays between it, and then you start waning a little bit on your excitement.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm just kidding.
He's full of it.
All right. We do have, the city manager did have to leave, so our assistant city manager, Ms. Branco, is here. So glad to have you. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, well, let us get us started on this. Assistant city attorney, or assistant city manager, you want to?
Okay, Mayor.
Huh? I don't know. It always says for you to give the presentation.
I actually submitted this item as each of your charter officers does. Attached is the review from each commissioner, along with a summary that I provided that just is straight and numerical compilation of what each commissioner completed and what the averages are. Also attached is my self-evaluation that was completed prior to receiving each of your evaluations. And employment contract, which was effective September 7th, 2017.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do I have any?
Yep, I'll make a motion, move to approve a 4% increase based off of the performance evaluation as presented. Second.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Carasone, seconded by Commissioner Luke. Commissioner Carasone?
Yep, listen, I have, in all the years I have been in this city, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not sure who she paid off, but I have never seen it where every single evaluation is positive, and I am just overwhelmed by the embrace that us as individuals, as well as a unified body, has given to our city attorney, because I believe that I reflect everything that was said. I think that she is truly a gem, and that we are extremely lucky to have found her, and I hope that we can keep her for like 20 more years at least. That's my thought.
Commissioner Luke?
It is a blessing to have her with us. It's a blessing to work with her. I love that she protects us the way that she does. She is bold enough to tell us exactly what we need to hear, whether we want to hear it or not. And that's why she's a charter officer and she's in the position that she's in, because she does have behind her and within her what it takes to fill that position. Ms. Amber, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You're what we need.
Commissioner McDowell?
Thank you. You're doing a great job. Keep it up and get that second city attorney going for you with the assistant. So thank you very much.
You put me next to her, and she does a very good job keeping me in line, so she's worth it. Good job. Thank you. That's it.
Well, I do know as I sat next to her for 2 years, and I sat next to her during very long meetings.
Oh, God.
And she is very good at keeping you awake, giving you the elbow nudge. No, Amber, your evaluation was probably the easiest evaluation I've had to do. It was pretty much hit at the top and just see where your pencil drops. And it's just right there. I have said this to you, and I want to say it before the public. I believe you're probably the best attorney this city has ever seen. And I want to thank you for your service to this city, because you truly do serve this city. You serve this commission admirably. As is mentioned, you will tell us the hard things we need to hear. And one of the things I was, whenever you first started, you sat down with each of us, I think. At least you sat down with me and you said, what do you expect from me?
Oh, that was just you.
And I said, well, I can't assume she did it with everybody, otherwise somebody would say I've been talking behind the board. But I told you, I felt that what this commission needed was confidence from their city attorney. And if there is one thing you have, it is confidence in who you are. Other than the other day when I asked you about, how do we approach, 6 failed motions, and you just gave me a bobble lip. That was the first stumble I've ever seen you do. But I do want to thank you, and I believe that the board fully reflected your worth within this city. And with that, let's take the vote. And if I had 2 yeses, I would give it. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. I do have one public comment from Mr. Alan Hale, but I believe he was here earlier, and I don't see him here now, so I will mark that off as a no. And we're going to move on to Commission Communications. Commissioner Liu.
I attended the flag ceremony for Lieutenant Hill. Oh my goodness, I mean, the history of that gentleman, the fire department, he's been here from like the very beginning, so that was awesome. Curious question as to the closed caption that we're doing. I mean, we're doing far better as a commission with these rattles and interrupting each other, but is that technology going along okay?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm just going to call John up for a minute.
Yeah,
He is leading this project and doing an excellent job because I want to get the exact details while I think we're still in the testing mode for it. And was, I think, happening the last couple of weeks.
Yes.
Okay.
John Hall, IT. We've been testing the closed captioning. We have to tweak the audio system a little bit and tweak the captioning system to make sure it gets all your words correctly. Right now it's fumbling a little bit, so we just need to work with the vendor to tweak some things and get it accurate. We'd like it to be as accurate as possible before we go live.
Probably important, too, to make sure you have a little electric buzzer in every chair, so when we overtalk the other, quits.
We can do that, whoever you want to have the buzzer.
Just not on me.
Hey, now, I know who we'd want that for.
Does it substitute asterisks for cuss words, just in case?
We actually have a few options for that.
All right.
By default, it
I'm safe.
it'll remove the words entirely. I've set it to replace it with asterisks, just so we
Or
can
just say-
see it, but we can go
Or just
either
say
way. We've
Vanessa
got options.
Carousel?
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, John.
We had a little bit of a mention of teen court. I did, in the mayor's absence, attend that meeting for teen court this past month. and they are working on doing a documentary on the Sarasota County Teen Court. They are viewed as being the top in the nation, our teen court is. So they're going to be doing a documentary, so I thought that was great, great to do. I did, even though it was August, attended one of the EDC meetings of Sarasota County. We saw what has evolved through those types of discussions. I also attended the FLC conference, the committees that, or not, I shouldn't say conference, but the committee meetings. And we did, again, have water as our priority, so that's complete. I have spoken with city manager in regards to the town hall that we had talked about on the dais for the West Village. And so maybe we can fit in, I mean, it was talked about Civics 101, and I think maybe articulating and setting maybe a video of how the governments work, how this government works, how it's set up, the different zonings and things like that can come into play in that. But he said he was working toward that town hall being in November. So giving an update on that. Because that is something that the commission had jointly said. And then last thing is tonight's at 8 o'clock, Iman Bisha is going to be singing in the semifinals of America's Got Talent. Please vote for her tonight. If you want to, join us at Old World. There's several of us that are getting together for a watch party so we can watch it and vote together as a cheerleading squad for her. But thank you to the Braves for what they did for her during the quarterfinals, and over 500 people from the city came out, citizens attended that. So thank you, Braves, for putting that together. Thank you, Old World, for hosting this one. It's phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McDowell.
Yeah, there's, because we were gone for August and July, we had a very long meeting. You know, commission communications really didn't take place for a very long time. There's so many things that I did throughout those 6 to 8 weeks. I want to focus on just a few of them. One of them was the housing conference. And I have to share with this board, you should have received the little packet that I put together. There is a little bit more information in the reading file if anybody's interested in seeing that. But all the commissioners should have received a packet that I put together. I have to tell you, when people asked where I was from, and I'd probably say Northport, and they'd say, well, what do you do for the city? And I'd say, well, I'm an elected official. I got this blank stare. So many times they would just kind of look at me like, you're an elected official? And I said, yeah. And they said, we don't get elected officials at this conference. And so I explained how we did it during the budget last year, where they wanted to go to this conference, and we said, hey, we need to have somebody from planning, we need to have somebody from social services, and we need to have an elected official there to get a different perspective. And the kudos that were extended to us as a board for making that decision, they were like, my gosh, that's great, we're gonna take this back to our city. So it was very enlightening to see that it really did work because of planning there, social services, and myself. During the conference, I had a light bulb moment, and I would like to share that. And I'm hoping with this question that my light bulb moment doesn't go out immediately. I know city manager is not here, so I'm hoping that Ms. Carey will know the answer. Has the RFP gone out and hit the streets for our P3 project for the Dallas White Park? Has that hit yet? Because I haven't seen any updates, or I haven't seen anything flashing that it has.
I'm just going to have Kim come up and give an update on that.
I asked Pete that.
Hasn't gone out.
I don't think it's gone out yet, but he gave me a little time frame. We're not far from it.
As far as the time.
Okay.
Yeah, it has not gone out. I
It
don't
has
know if we
not.
have a
Good, my light
timeframe.
bulb is still bright.
But I think it's like really soon.
It's
though.
really soon, okay.
Sandy Funheller, Parks and Recreation Director. The request for letter of interest is going out this Friday.
Okay.
It's real soon.
So, hear me out. And again, this is just a light bulb moment. When we were having the discussion, it focused on the YMCA and the Art Center and the clothing closet. And I wanted to think, can we shift the focus to actually benefit the families? This is a perfect opportunity that we can incorporate housing into that complex because it's so large, and make it a more positive thing instead of just focusing on the nonprofits. Include that, but also expand it. I don't want us to be short-sighted on an opportunity just because we have an RFP going out. I learned so much about community land trust and the market rate and affordable housing. And there's a way, on my little napkin that I drew this all out on, that we could really make this an awesome asset to the city to help these families that use the YMCA and the Boys and Girls Club and stuff, and have it so close to the parks and transportation and shopping. This is a fabulous location, and I just don't want to lose an opportunity and be short-sighted with this location. So I don't know if we can get a consensus or something to possibly include housing of some type in that RFP. I don't know if the board thinks that this light bulb moment might be beneficial given the location to include and really make it an asset that we could all kind of support. So I just wanted to share that and see if maybe we could get some input. I don't know if the board is even interested in.
Well, let's listen to hear what Sandy has to say concerning.
So it's a request for letter of interest, and it basically details what's existing in the park currently, the organizations and service providers that are there, the facilities, the amenities, and then asks for redevelopment opportunities and ideas for that area. Could we specify that? We could probably put it as a consideration for whoever's interested, but I think there would be issues with zoning, the way it's currently zoned. I would have to defer to Neighborhood Development Services on how that would be handled.
Well, it's our city property. I mean, we can rezone it.
We could.
We own the property. I don't see that being a roadblock. But I just would like to see the board's consideration for possibly including, like she had mentioned, consideration for some type of housing.
Let me let Commissioner Carasone speak to that, and I think Commissioner Luke wants to speak to it. Commissioner Carasone?
Yeah, I don't support this only because I believe that that entire area is pretty much affordable housing, and that it is not that big of a piece of land. We're not talking about the Scout House area. We're not talking about, when you take out the things that were not mentioned, it's kind of, it minimizes it in size. And I don't want to see any of the services that are there to be removed. The art board, the clothes closet, I don't know what the clothes closet's going to do. But my point is that when you talk about a facility or an apartment complex or any complex that's dedicated to a land lease and creating affordable / workforce, I like workforce housing versus affordable, because that's really what it is. I think you're going to take away from that property and what it was kind of designated for. I think there's other ways to handle that. I think that, there's something to be said about the tiny home communities. We have not addressed that while we've been talking about it for 2 years. We've yet to really sit down and say, 3 years, to really sit down and say, okay, this is how we do it. We can plot the land here, and this is where we can zone it. So I think that's one way to address it. The other one is that there's something called the New Paradigm Foundation that's in Inglewood, which is just an incredible organization. And I'd love to see us work with them in finding homes for them to purchase here in the city of Northport, or even if there's homes that we have enough liens on that they can be turned over to the New Paradigm Foundation. I would love to see that happen, because what they do is they not only have those who are either threatened to be homeless or homeless as it is put into this house, they also turn around and do a 2-year project with them where they manage them. They have case management. They do financial stability. I mean, there's just so much more to it, but they don't let these people go for 2 years. So, and while it's great to just give an area of workforce housing, without those supportive services, without those, and I wish Janet was here because she understands, you've got to have that other side of it, the case management, the financial budgeting, and so on and so forth. So while it's a great opportunity, and I understand what you're saying, Commissioner, I think there's other ways without ruining that particular footprint of that area and what its intention was for, parks and services to be. And I think that until we address those other things, I'm not willing to look at new projects, I guess.
Commissioner Liu?
Yeah, I read the material, the backup material that Vice Mayor brought back. Wonderful material. I can see how excitement would raise when you're looking and listening and you're involved in a conference such as that. But I lean more toward what Commissioner Carazone was stating. I believe the preservation of what that Dallas White Park was intended to be needs to be left toward that intent. I don't know how many are privy to various developments that landowners and developers are discussing, but as far as these types of homes, there are about 4 of them that I know that have talks going on. One of them only a block away that provides that same type of thing that Paradigm does. It's a wonderful programming. There's some of them who are even discussing urban-type gardens along that type of housing so that there's food readily available for them. So there's a lot of things in the work for that type of housing that's outside of the park. So for the cities who are really developed and established and they don't have much land and the development isn't there, I can see why they would want to convert governmental use property to that type of stuff. But we're not in the place where we have to utilize the pointed direction that we're going to with our properties, because we have developers and landowners that are wanting to bring that to us themselves. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this idea was not to take away from the plan for the YMCA or Art Center or anything like that. It was to complement it, to complement for the families that use those services. And it could be the tiny homes, it could be all sorts of different things. We just have to have the conversation and get some ideas out there. This is a 3,000-foot level of an idea that it would be a short-sighted thing if you're truly wanting to help the families and have some type of a housing opportunity of all different kinds based on what I learned at the conference. So I just wanted to throw it out there. Doesn't seem like it's going to get support unless, Mayor, maybe we can get a consensus to see if there's support to look at the housing. part of it to add it. And we don't know what that's going to look like based on what this P3 will come back with. I don't want to cut our nose off to spite our face because maybe a P3 might say, hey, I like this now because there's a housing component to it.
I personally think we're going to take away from what our intent was from the area. I personally would not be in support of it. Commissioner Emmerich, do you have anything to that?
No, I'm not in support of it, because a lot of that area, remember, we still got all those underground utilities, force mains, and a lot of it is still undevelopable. So if we're gonna take away those buildings that are already in existence, that we're trying to refab and keep the art center there, the children's closet there, you're really limited on space in that area.
Okay, just an idea.
That being said, I do believe, from what I understand, we are going to completely redo the area. So,
Correct.
So I mean, that may not have a true factor, but I do understand what it is you're saying.
Right, but we were cautioned about, when we
Yeah.
had those meetings, about going over in that area,
Oh, I
and then
got
it would be
you.
very, it would be, oh,
What did that
Siri.
come from?
it would be very costly.
Siri's buying the line.
And,
Right?
and, it was going to be difficult if we got into that area as well. That, we were just cautioned on it, that's all.
Can I ask a question before I say yes or no?
Well, you don't have a
There's
consensus.
no
but you can.
consensus
Oh,
anyways.
okay. All right, there you go.
So far, and possibly 4, so.
All right.
So I found this little guy downstairs in the utility department.
Oh,
It's so adorable. And it has attached to him, if it ain't us, don't flush. And it talks about the different things that should never be flushed. And I just thought that I had to share that with everybody because it was just something so cool, and it gets the message out there. So that's a fun thing. I wanted to give the board an update. I know I had spoke about the take-home vehicles, that I was going to create an agenda item regarding the take-home vehicles. Props to Chief Garrison and Deputy Chief Morales. I learned a great deal on the subject. I had no intention of creating an agenda item. However, based on what I learned and citizen comments and emails that I have received since Thursday about the take-home program, I kind of threw it out there to Chief and City Manager of, I understand the program, I understand how it works, I understand the pros and cons, but I'm all about educating the citizens, so maybe if we can get a consensus to see if they could do a presentation, not between now and budget, of course not, final budget approval, but like in the next few months. Just do a 10, 15-minute presentation on the pros and cons of the program. I think would be beneficial for
I
everybody.
do know that they did one about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
They set up here during, when they, it was during an agenda item, but they gave a 15-minute presentation on.
Tell you what, they went into a heck of a lot more detail when they sat down with me, and that's why I just was asking, so.
Well, if we do a town hall, it could be a little portion of the segment
Absolutely.
within that town hall, too.
I think that would probably be the best way to do that, is hold a town hall. and
what if
then
you
have
put
it-
a video together and threw it out on social media?
That's what I said, video these
Yeah.
types of things so they can be easily accessible after we do these.
Okay.
That being said, you're still gonna have the people that just.
So speaking of what Commissioner Luke said about the Civics 101, I have been working myself to try and put something together, because going back to Northport Government and you, and I have very close to finalizing a planning and zoning presentation that I'm going to be putting out there for the citizens. I have already spoke with the city manager about it, and this is something that I am so hell-bent on doing as a commissioner. Not necessarily with a commissioner name to it, but as a citizen that has been a commissioner and is a commissioner for educating the citizens. And I would love to take that on. I have been, like I said, already doing something for planning and zoning, so I will be putting it out there it'll be open to the public as a little interactive learning opportunity about planning and zoning. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Good.
City Attorney, you and I had spoke about the assessments of exempt properties. You had suggested that I meet with the city manager, who's not here, and to see about placing that subject on a workshop for the additional conversation based on the revisions to your memo regarding the exempt properties. And I don't know if the city manager had spoke to you afterwards, because I would like to get a consensus on that, to have it as an agenda workshop item.
You and I spoke not too long ago, and my suggestion was to, based on your questions, to get with the city manager about some of the factual background, which I'm not privy to, and I've not heard from you since
He
that time.
actually had said that he would much rather have a discussion at a workshop, but it would need board consensus. So I don't know how to proceed about that, because he's not here to help fill in the gaps.
Is this pertaining to not just property tax, but the assessments
Yes,
of
ma'am.
fire and stuff?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
yeah.
It's about the fire assessments, it's about road and drainage assessments for these exempt properties, based on your revised memo. So if we could get a consensus to hold a workshop on that, so we could go into much more detail and have staff be able to prepare the items.
All right, well, I'd ask for a consensus. Commissioner Luke?
I would like to have a discussion on it, definitely. We talked about it briefly in budget, but when that workshop would come about?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know, because it's not an emergency type thing, because we don't do budget again until next year. So to have a workshop on it at some point, yes, I would like to.
Commissioner Carasone?
I didn't get to read the memo. I'm going to tell you that right now. And I don't know what we're talking. I know that there's already been lawsuits on this and that we've not been able to collect for years. And I mean, and do you have a brief summary of this before I go trying to pull it out?
Sure. What the city attorney's office was tasked with was researching whether or not the city could exempt nonprofits and churches, property with sanctuaries on them, from special district assessments. And the short answer is that there are certain exemptions that are mandatory under state law, and then there are certain exemptions that are discretionary, meaning the city can exempt those, and that you could exempt nonprofits if you were to choose to do so. Exempting them, as a group rather than choosing one type of nonprofit would draw fewer potential legal challenges. But I couldn't say really what the city is currently doing, whether the districts are assessing the exemptions or not, or whether the commission ever approved those exemptions. So whether they've been approved or whether it's practice, that's something that the memo didn't get into. And those were the follow-up questions that.
Isn't it currently that the only thing that's exempt is what's legally exempt through the Florida state statute, which is the government churches, as far as where the church actually sits, and that district fees are not exempt for those nonprofits or churches.
Well, actually,
correct?
the
Or
church where the
vice versa?
sanctuary sits is actually a discretionary exemption. It's not one that's mandated as exempt under state law.
Oh, I thought it was. But do we exempt the church areas for road and drainage? Because I figure if it's road and drainage, it's going to be, throughout the.
That's why it was brought up in budget. We were told
It's
they
just basically
were
a
exempt.
request to have a workshop to get additional information so we can make sure that we're following and being allowed to charge the assessments that we're allowed to be charged.
Which I think we are, right?
I don't know. I wasn't tasked with looking into what we're doing. It was just a general question as to what are we permitted to do under the law.
Okay. So can we get that answered through the?
For the record, Juliana Belia, Public Works Director. We have started researching with respect to the churches and sanctuaries for road drainage district. So in 2010, when we first did our methodology, that's when it was first established that there would be an exemption on the road and drainage side for the churches and the sanctuaries, the actual land that it's on. It's a little different for the fire rescue district. So that was included in the methodology. It was approved by the commission at the time, and it's been done since then. And in the current methodology that we have, it's been continued to be done. So we've looked at the tax records. So for the last 9 years, the churches have been exempt from paying the road and drainage district assessments.
And to a certain degree, the fire.
Excuse me, for the actual property, not just the church, but the property which is located, because it's very specific on ours. It's the church property.
All
So
our
we're-
church-owned property,
Yes.
not just the
What?
sanctuary.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It's information, and I'm not spending an entire day to talk about something that's just information purposes only.
I would say from my perspective, if you want to give us a presentation,
Yes, ma'am.
you know,
Yes, sir.
here, I would be okay with that, but I don't need a.
We need more
I don't need a-
information,
Yeah, I
though.
don't need a workshop to do this.
There are some discretionary exemptions that we can charge for, and that would take staff's time to be able to research it. And the city manager said he cannot expend that staff's time unless we got a consensus.
A consensus for a presentation, I'm more than welcome.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with presentation with the information of what we're doing and what we're legally bound to do and what we could do.
Right. Something
know,
that pulls
pretty
into
much.
15 minutes,
Yep.
and then we can make a decision on it.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Fine.
Dear God, no more workshops.
Well, I still get a little bit of input here. I got no issues, but I mean, right before, like the next budget cycle, if we had that brought up and brought to us, and maybe we could piggyback on another workshop day and add it as a little bit longer of a presentation within the same workshop if we've already got one scheduled, you know, a light workshop. That's where I'd be on a good compromise, you know, prior to budget.
I'm more along that line also, but I don't even think the presentation needs to be done in a public meeting. I think they can do a 15-minute presentation during a scheduled workshop. And then if we wanted to have another workshop to discuss any kind of changes prior to next year's budget, then we do so. But to have it eat up 15 minutes of public meeting, nah, I don't like that type of presentation. To present at a workshop, no problem.
Oh, and I also don't feel that it needs to be immediate. We've
No.
got a lot of stuff on our
No.
plate right now, and maybe towards the beginning of next year and prior to budget, that's where I'd be
My
leaning.
only issue with the workshop is you can't make a decision. You can't make a decision. If we have a
Can't get
15-minute
direction.
meeting, we can do that here if our information is answered. Then
Well,
we can make a decision.
We can't make a decision, but you can request
Additional information.
that it come back at a meeting for the decision.
And so now you have
So you
two
can give
meetings when you
direction.
could have been, had it done in one. That's my point.
This can be done within the workshop, and you may decide you don't want anything.
Or it'd be done here, we can decide we don't want anything.
Correct, but it's 15 minutes in a public meeting rather than 15 minutes in our workshop meeting.
I would rather have it
All
during a
right, well.
public meeting.
Do we have a consensus to do a
Whichever.
presentation?
Yeah.
And whether it be at a workshop or a commission meeting, we'll let staff
Well, I have
decide?
no consensus if you're choosing a workshop. I
Right,
would rather do it during
exactly.
a public meeting.
I'll sway to a public meeting as long as we have this conversation. That's fine, but after the first of the year, prior to budget.
So you have a consensus to do it during a public meeting, but not during a workshop.
As long as we get
Agreement
the
with
information out there, that's all I'm
Commissioner
looking
Emmerich.
for.
Okay.
That's all I'm looking
Okay, so
for.
there is a consensus to do it during a public meeting.
I'm done.
Whichever one that is,
Take action. That's
no
fine.
rush.
That makes sense.
Me, I don't have a whole lot, but we did do our legislative delegation meeting yesterday, and I want to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to present to those delegates that were there. I will say that if you were there and you were a representative, you know exactly what our community is looking for, because we were all right down the line on exactly the same page. So if you come back here in a year or two and nothing's done, it's because you didn't care and didn't listen, because every community
everyone said the same things. I know Commissioner Carrison was there too for a Minnesota League with the same things being said. But that's what I had. It was a great time, and I appreciate them for coming, and I appreciate you guys for allowing me to present. Commissioner Carrison.
Yeah, I really didn't feel like yesterday's meeting, we needed to go through every single topic that we had believed in as priorities for our Minnesota League of Cities. And so I really tried to hone in on something that they'd pay attention to, because when you keep hearing the same thing over and over again, their eyes just kind of were getting glossy, you know? So I was hoping that my little parable to explaining that when you have an aunt and uncle who's kind of running your life, but yet they only see you during Christmas, and when it comes time to renew vows, you know, I hope that it kind of got through to them that, you know, look, before you make decisions, at least just call us, you know. You didn't have a problem calling us to ask for any type of support during your election. You sure as heck should be calling us when you need some sort of guidance for what impacts a municipality. So I think that we, as in general, did wonderful, and it was great to see our entire commission there too, because I didn't see other commissions with such a stronghold with everybody there. And so, you know, it's that kind of stuff that really, I think, takes notice. People take notice that, you know, look, this entire commission showed up for this legislative delegation.
City manager.
Yeah, so had some great discussions with the Mark?
Huey.
No, not Huey. Oh, hell, if I remember his name. MPO. Mike? I'm so bad with names. Anyways, MPO. About some things coming down the pike. We are going to be revising that work plan here real soon at MPO. Our first meeting is September 14th, is it?
23rd.
Or 20, I was close. 23rd. And, you know, kind of let's put our thinking caps on for that, because I did explain to them that price is definitely a priority. However, we have kind of evaluated that internally and decided that, you know, it's just going to be too much requirements on the federal and state side of things, because they need that PD&E study, and it just, you know, the stuff you have to go through in order to get that state funding, and it's not even, you know, necessarily a guarantee that maybe that is not the project that we want to have in the top priority list. But one thing that has not been, it used to be on the priority list, but is not there now, is maybe the Toledo Blade extension. And so I did kind of talk to him a little bit about that, and hopefully we can address that more when we get to that point in discussion at the MPO. As far as the legislative delegation or the legislative committees, I sit on municipal government, had some great conversations, fantastic conversations about our future priorities at the League of Cities, and hopefully next year we'll have some more focus on newer things, because it seems like we regurgitate a lot of the same old legislative priorities. And one thing I was trying to hone in on was that, you know, we really kind of need to step back on some things like the short-term rentals. Like it's been beaten to the point where nobody pays attention anymore. We got to find new focus, and the E911 is a huge thing that we need to focus. Now, just an FYI, on Thursday, the MPO will be having our Northport representative from the police department to discuss the E911, the potential to how that affects us and what we really need to do to get change in the legislation.
Where's that at?
And that is in Longboat Key.
MPO?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
this is the Minnesota League.
Minnesota
Sorry, I'm
League,
kind of jumping
okay.
all over. But I'm not going to be there. So they're very aware of that because I'm going to be moving the in-laws back from North Carolina. So they're aware of it. And I wish I could be there, but it's just not, it didn't work for me. But I hope that the commission can maybe go up there so that they can support Captain Bote. Yeah, I always try to do that French kind of bote, just booty, whatever.
Could you just have the city clerk send us the information so we can get
And
it on?
so if the city clerk could just send the information to the rest of the commissioners as far as where and when, it's the Minnesota League on Longboat Key.
9:30 usually, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah. And they're usually very good about it. It's usually about an hour. But I would think that with the captain going up and having this discussion, there's going to be a lot of, questions. So it might be 2 hours. I think that's about it. It's been a really rough couple of months for me. And I want to thank everybody with their patience during budget and their support. And that's about it. Hopefully it's up from here.
All right, Mr. Rivers?
Oh, I thought we had a long meeting till we got to Commissioner Carasone's communications. No, I have
Because I
nothing.
talk all the time. You keep it up, man. I know where you live. I know where you
I'm
sleep.
good, sir. Pass it
Yeah, you
on.
better say you're good.
Administrator, Ms. Carey?
Nothing at this time?
Ms. Slayton?
Mayor, I have nothing to report, but I just want to thank the commission for your comments and for the raise. Thank you. It is truly an honor to serve the city every day that I come to work here. I really love it, and I like working with all of you, so thank you very much.
You have a tear to shed, or, just one drop?
Oh, sorry.
She says that after every election.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Ms. Heather? Are you sure?
I'm positive.
All right, with that, meeting adjourned. Absolutely, she jumped.
More for that one this time.
Yeah, that's all right.